Tonight, you don't need to stay awake for the noise. This is a story about what remained after it faded. Behind the music, the dresses, and the crowded rooms, many flappers lived quieter lives shaped by uncertainty, independence, and long evenings once the lights were turned off. If you enjoy these slow, human stories from the overlooked edges of history, you can like the video, subscribe, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is. Now dim those lights, turn on a fan for some white noise, and let's jump into some history. So friends, we're going into a quiet corner of the 1920s, away from the headlines and the noise. Here, in the everyday moments between morning routines and evening rest, you'll find a different kind of story. One of small freedoms, simple choices, and the gentle rhythm of a changing world. Let yourself settle into this time, into these ordinary days that felt, in their own way, quietly mind-blowing. You wake to sunlight filtering through cotton curtains in a room you share with another working woman. The alarm clock on the bedside table reads 7 in the morning. Your roommate is already stirring, feet touching the cold floor, reaching for her robe. The radiator clanks softly as the building's heat begins to rise. Outside you can hear automobile engines starting, the distant rumble of the elevated train, and the city beginning its weekday rhythm. You rise and move through the familiar pattern of morning preparation. The bathroom down the hall is shared by 4 apartments, so timing matters. You gather your toiletries in a small basket and wait your turn. The air smells of soap and steam from earlier bathers. When the room is free, you step inside and lock the door behind you. The mirror shows your face without makeup, hair still pinned from sleep. You wash with cold water first, then warm, using a simple cake of soap. The routine is quick and practiced. Back in your room, you sit at the small vanity you and your roommate have positioned between your beds. The surface holds a modest collection of items: a comb, hairpins, a compact of face powder, a tube of lipstick, and a small bottle of perfume. You begin with your hair, which you cut short 3 months ago. The decision felt significant at the time, but now it simply is. A fact of your appearance, requiring daily attention but far less time than the long hair you once pinned up each morning. You comb through the short waves, working pomade between your palms before running your hands through to create the smooth shape you prefer. Some women you know achieve the sleek look with more elaborate methods, but you found this simple approach works well enough for your office job. The goal is neat, modern and professional. You secure one side with a small clip. Dressing happens in stages. First, the undergarments, a cotton combination garment that replaced the corsets your mother still wears, then stockings rolled and secured with simple garters. The freedom of movement you feel is not something you think about consciously anymore, but it's there in every gesture, every step. You can bend, reach, sit, and stand without restriction. This is normal now. Your dress hangs on a hook behind the door. You chose it from a department store 2 seasons ago. A simple shift in dark blue with a dropped waist and hemline that falls just below your knees. The fabric is rayon, practical and easy to care for. You step into it and fasten the buttons along the side. Over this, a cardigan for warmth. Shoes are low-heeled and comfortable for walking and standing. You will walk 6 blocks to the streetcar, stand during the commute if seats are full, and spend most of your workday on your feet or perched on a stool at your desk. Your roommate is dressing at the same time, moving around the small space in a practiced dance of shared territory. You exchange brief observations about the weather and the day ahead. She works as a telephone operator and will leave 15 minutes before you. She mentions stopping for coffee on her walk. You consider doing the same. Breakfast is minimal. In the building's shared kitchen, you prepare toast and tea. Other residents move through the space, some hurried, others taking their time. A woman you know slightly from the 3rd floor butters bread at the counter beside you. She mentions a moving picture she saw over the weekend. You make a mental note of the title. The kitchen smells of toast and coffee, and the faint mustiness of the building itself. You eat standing near the window, looking down at the street. People are moving in both directions, most on foot, some waiting at the corner for the streetcar. The rhythm is steady and predictable. You recognise this flow and are part of it. The city has patterns and you've learned them. At 8:15, you gather your handbag and light coat. Your roommate left minutes ago. You lock the apartment door and descend 3 flights of stairs, joining the stream of people leaving the building. Outside, the air is cool but not cold. Autumn is settling in. You walk at a moderate pace, neither rushing nor dawdling. The route is familiar. Past the corner grocer, the drugstore, and the newsstand where headlines shout about politics and sports, but you rarely stop to read. At the streetcar stop, you wait with a dozen others. The car arrives, bell clanging. You board, drop your fare into the box and move toward the back. The car is full, but not uncomfortably so. You stand, holding the leather strap that hangs from the ceiling, swaying slightly as the vehicle moves along its tracks. Through the windows, you watch the city pass. Storefronts, office buildings, and pedestrians on sidewalks. Your workplace is a large office building downtown. You work in the stenography pool on the 8th floor, taking dictation and typing correspondence for several managers. The work is steady, requiring concentration but not creativity. You're good at it. You arrive, sign in, hang your coat and hat on the rack designated for your section, and take your place at your desk. The room holds 20 women at typewriters. The sound is a constant clatter, a rhythm you've grown accustomed to. Your fingers move across the keys without conscious thought, translating the shorthand in your notebook into typed letters. The managers rotate through, handing you new assignments and collecting completed work. You nod, take notes, and return to typing. Morning passes in this pattern. At noon, you and 2 other women from your floor leave the building together. You walk to a nearby lunchroom, a simple establishment with a counter and a dozen small tables. The menu is written on a board behind the register. You order soup and a sandwich and hot tea. The food arrives quickly. You eat while discussing practical matters, a shop having a sale on stockings, a new beauty parlour opening 2 streets over, and the upcoming weekend. The conversation is easy and requires little effort. These women are not intimate friends, but they share this daily routine, this space, and these small exchanges. It is companionable. After 30 minutes, you pay your bill and return to the office. The afternoon stretches ahead, similar to the morning. More dictation, more typing, more letters about business matters you understand only peripherally. At 5 o'clock, you cover your typewriter, collect your belongings, and leave. The streetcar home is more crowded than the morning ride. You stand again, pressed among other bodies, all moving in the same direction. Tired workers, shop girls and clerks. The collective fatigue is palpable but not oppressive. This is simply the end of the work day. Back at your building, you climb the stairs more slowly than you descended them in the morning. Your roommate is not yet home. You unlock the door, step inside, and set down your handbag. The apartment is quiet. You remove your shoes and feel immediate relief. Your feet ache in the familiar way they do after a day of standing and walking. You have an hour before you need to think about dinner. You sit on your bed, leaning against the wall, and pick up the magazine you've been reading in pieces over the past week. The articles discuss fashion, homemaking tips, and serialized fiction. You read without deep concentration, allowing your mind to rest. Outside, the sounds of the city continue, but here, in this small room, there is temporary stillness. When your roommate returns, you discuss evening plans. Tonight there is nothing scheduled. You agree to prepare a simple meal together in the shared kitchen, then perhaps attend a moving picture at the neighbourhood theatre. Or perhaps just stay in and read. The decision can wait. For now, you remain where you are, resting, letting the day settle behind you. This is the shape of an ordinary weekday. It repeats with small variations. Different conversations, different meals, different weather, but the essential pattern remains. You wake, prepare, work, eat, return, and rest. Within this structure, you make small choices that feel significant. The the colour of your lipstick, the route you walk, the magazine you purchase. These choices are yours in a way that feels different from how your mother's life unfolded. Not dramatically different, but quietly, noticeably so. Your appearance requires daily attention and a collection of skills you've acquired gradually. The process is not mysterious or difficult, but it does demand time and consistency. You've learned what works for your face, your hair, and your body, and you follow these methods with the same reliability you bring to your work. Hair care begins with the cut itself. You visit a beauty parlour every 6 weeks to maintain the shape. The establishment is a bright, clean space with several chairs arranged before large mirrors. You make an appointment for Saturday morning, arriving to find 3 other women already seated in various stages of service. The smell is chemical and floral at once. Permanent wave solution, shampoo, hair tonic, and perfume. Your stylist is a woman near your age who trained in the new methods of cutting and shaping short hair. She works quickly, snipping and checking proportions, creating the close fit around your head that modern style requires. The entire process takes 30 minutes. You pay at the front desk, leaving with hair that will hold its shape for another several weeks with daily maintenance. That maintenance happens each morning and evening. You dampen your hair slightly, apply pomade, and comb it into smooth waves against your skull. Some nights, you set it with pins and a net, creating more defined waves for the following day. The pins press against your scalp as you sleep, a minor discomfort you've grown used to. In the morning, you remove them carefully, comb through, and assess the result. Usually satisfactory. Other women you know achieve different effects. Some prefer the tight marcelled waves created with heated irons. You tried this once and found it time-consuming and risky. The iron must be exactly the right temperature to avoid singeing the hair. You watched a friend burn a small section near her temple and decided the sleeker, simpler method suited you better. Cosmetics are a newer habit. Your mother wore minimal makeup, perhaps a dusting of powder for special occasions. You wear it daily, though not heavily. The routine is standardised now, familiar enough that you can complete it while your mind wanders to other topics. Face powder comes first. You open the compact, a small round case that fits in your palm, and use the attached puff to dust powder over your nose, cheeks and forehead. The shade is meant to be slightly paler than your natural skin, creating the smooth, matte appearance that current fashion favours. You blend carefully, avoiding obvious lines. The powder reduces shine and creates a base for the rest. Rouge is applied sparingly to the apples of your cheeks. You use your fingertip, warming the cream between finger and thumb before patting it onto your skin. The goal is a subtle flush, not obvious colour. You blend the edges until there's no clear line between rouged and unrouged skin. Some women you've seen apply rouge in dramatic circles or streaks. You find this garish and prefer restraint. Lipstick is the element you most enjoy. You own 3 tubes in slightly different shades of red and rose. You select based on your clothing or your mood. The application requires a steady hand. You outline your lips first, creating the bow shape that fashion currently prefers, slightly exaggerated from your natural lip line. Then you fill in the colour, pressing your lips together to distribute it evenly. The finish is matte and stays in place reasonably well, though you'll need to reapply after eating. Eye makeup is minimal for daytime. You darken your lashes slightly with a block of mascara, wetting a small brush and running it over the product before applying it to your lashes. The effect is subtle. For evening you might add a touch of dark powder along your lash line to define your eyes, but this is optional. Your eyebrows are shaped with tweezers once a week, plucked into a thinner, more arched line than they grow naturally. The process is uncomfortable but brief. Skin care happens at night. You remove your makeup with cold cream, massaging the thick substance over your face until the cosmetics dissolve, then wiping it away with a soft cloth. Your skin feels clean and slightly tight afterward. You apply a light moisturising cream before bed. This nightly removal is essential. Sleeping in makeup leads to clogged pores and blemishes, problems you work to avoid. Clothing maintenance is equally routine. You hand wash stockings and undergarments in the bathroom sink every few days, hanging them to dry on a line strung near the radiator. Dresses require less frequent washing but regular care. You check hems for loose threads, reinforce buttons and brush away dust and lint. Once a month, you take items that need more thorough cleaning to a laundry service 2 blocks away. They wash and press for a reasonable fee. You own 6 dresses suitable for work, 3 skirts with accompanying blouses, and 2 nicer dresses for evening wear. This is adequate. You rotate through them, allowing each to wear between wearings. Your clothing hangs on hooks and a small rod in the corner of your room. You've learned to maximise limited space, folding items that can be folded and hanging items that shouldn't be creased. Shoes are practical investments. You own 3 pairs, your everyday work shoes with low, sturdy heels, a pair of house slippers, and 1 pair of lighter, prettier shoes for dancing or social occasions. The work shoes show the most wear. You have them resoled when necessary, maintaining them because good shoes are expensive and your budget is limited. Undergarments have changed significantly from what your mother wore. You own several cotton combination suits that replace the separate pieces and boned corsets of previous decades. These all-in-one garments are comfortable and allow free movement. You also own a few brasiers, soft cotton affairs that flatten rather than enhance. The current silhouette favours a straight, boyish figure. You're naturally slender, which suits the fashion, but some women you know bind their breasts to achieve a flatter line. You find this unnecessary for yourself. Stockings are a constant expense and concern. They're made of silk or rayon, delicate and prone to runs. You roll them carefully each morning, checking for weak spots. Despite your care, they snag and tear. You mend small runs with a needle and thread that matches the stocking colour, but larger tears mean the stockings are finished. You purchase new ones regularly, choosing between affordability and quality. The cheaper ones run faster. The better ones last longer but cost more up front. You've found a middle ground that works for your budget. Perfume is a luxury, but you maintain a small bottle. You apply it sparingly, a dab behind each ear, at your wrists. The scent is light and floral. It fades within a few hours but provides a pleasant awareness in the morning. You wear it most days, skipping only when you're low on funds or feeling particularly practical. Manicures you do yourself, sitting at the vanity with your small kit of tools. You file your nails short and round, push back your cuticles, and buff the nail surface until it shines. Sometimes you apply a clear polish. Red polish is popular, but you save this for special occasions. For daily wear, clean, shaped nails are sufficient. All of this upkeep, the hair, the cosmetics, the clothing care, requires time and money. You budget both carefully. An hour in the morning, 30 minutes in the evening, and portions of your weekend are devoted to maintaining your appearance. The expenses factored into your weekly budget alongside rent, food, and transportation. You accept this as part of modern life, part of working in an office where appearance matters, and part of participating in social life where presentation is noticed and judged. The result is an external self that feels intentional and controlled. You're not naturally glamorous, but you're neat, current, and appropriate. You look like the other young women on the streetcar, in the office, and at the lunchroom. You fit the time and place you inhabit. This matters in ways both practical and personal. Your appearance opens certain doors, allows certain assumptions, and grants you a kind of provisional belonging in spaces where women like you are still relatively new. Your friendships form primarily through shared circumstances, work, the building where you live, and the places you regularly visit. These connections range from casual acquaintance to genuine closeness, with most falling somewhere in between. The structure of your life creates natural opportunities for interaction, and you've learned to recognise which relationships might deepen and which will remain pleasantly surface level. At the office, you share space with 19 other women in the stenography pool. You know all their names, recognise their habits, and understand the informal hierarchies that govern the room. Some are faster typists, some have been there longer, and some are favoured by particular managers. You occupy a middle position, competent, reliable, neither exceptional nor struggling. 3 of these women have become your regular lunch companions. You gravitate toward each other naturally, leaving the building together at noon, walking to the same handful of restaurants in rotation. The conversation during these meals is practical and light. You discuss work frustrations in general terms, never mentioning specific managers by name. You share information about sales at stores, new products, and changes in the neighbourhood. One woman recently became engaged and sometimes talks about her wedding plans. You listen, offer appropriate responses, and feel neither envious nor particularly invested. After work, these friendships rarely extend. You part at the office entrance, heading in different directions to different neighbourhoods. On rare occasions, you might arrange to attend a moving picture together on a Saturday afternoon, but this requires coordination and planning that often feels like more effort than it's worth. The friendship is real, but contained within specific boundaries. Closer friendships exist with women in your building. Your roommate is the most constant presence in your daily life. You've shared this apartment for 14 months. You know her habits, her moods, and her family history. She knows yours. You negotiate shared space with minimal conflict, having established clear patterns early on. You each have particular shelves, particular hooks, and particular times for bathing and dressing. You split costs evenly and keep track of shared expenses in a small notebook. Your relationship is cooperative rather than intimate. You enjoy each other's company without depending on it. Some evenings you spend together, talking while preparing dinner or getting ready to go out. Other evenings you exist in parallel, she reading on her bed while you write letters at the desk, both content in the shared silence. You trust her with your belongings, your space, and your basic privacy. This trust is earned through consistent, considerate behaviour on both sides. 2 other women in the building have become regular friends. They share an apartment on the floor below yours. Both work retail jobs, different stores and different schedules. When your free time aligns, you gather in one apartment or the other. You play cards sometimes, simple games that require minimal concentration. You look through magazines together, discussing fashion and celebrities with mild interest. You practice new hairstyles on each other, experimenting with techniques seen in photographs or suggested by beauty parlour stylists. These gatherings are relaxed and unstructured. Someone might bring food to share. You talk about your jobs, about families back home, and about small dreams and practical plans. One woman is saving money to visit her sister in another state. Another wants to take a business course to improve her employment prospects. These goals are modest and achievable. You discuss them seriously, offering encouragement and practical suggestions. Through these friends, you've been introduced to other young women in similar circumstances. The network expands gradually, connecting office workers and shop girls and telephone operators across the neighbourhood. You recognise many faces now when you're out walking. You exchange greetings and brief updates. This web of loose connections creates a sense of community without requiring deep commitment. Dance halls provide another context for social interaction. You attend perhaps twice a month, sometimes with your roommate, sometimes with the women from downstairs, and occasionally with a larger group assembled through various connections. The halls are large, bright spaces with live music and crowds of young people. You pay a small admission fee at the door and enter a room filled with sound and movement. The dancing itself is energetic but not wild. You know the popular steps, the Charleston, the Black Bottom, various foxtrots and two-steps. You learned by watching, by practicing with friends, and by simply joining in and picking up the patterns. Some dancers are skilled and inventive. Most, like you, are competent enough to participate without embarrassment. Men ask you to dance. You accept or decline based on quick assessments. Does he seem pleasant, sober and respectful? Most dances last for one song, then you return to your friends. Occasionally a partner is interesting enough that you dance several songs in succession. Conversation happens between dances, shouted over the music or spoken during brief pauses. Topics are light. Where do you work? Where do you live? And do you come here often? You exchange names, sometimes addresses. Most of these encounters lead nowhere. A few have resulted in further invitations, to a moving picture, to dinner, to another dance. You've dated several men casually over the past 2 years. The pattern is familiar. Initial meetings, a few planned outings, perhaps some physical affection, kissing, hand-holding. Then either a gradual fade or an explicit ending when one of you loses interest or circumstances change. You're not looking for a husband urgently, though you don't rule out eventual marriage. For now, these casual courtships provide companionship and entertainment without demanding significant emotional investment. Cafes and tea rooms offer quieter social spaces. You visit these alone sometimes, bringing a book or magazine, content in your own company among other people. Other times you meet friends there, sitting at small tables for an hour or two in the afternoon on weekends. You order tea or coffee, sometimes a pastry. The atmosphere is calm and bright. Conversation flows easily in these settings, covering whatever comes to mind without pressure or urgency. You've also joined a small lending library that operates out of a bookshop 2 neighbourhoods away. For a monthly fee, you can borrow books from their collection. You visit every few weeks, browsing the shelves, sometimes asking the owner for recommendations. Other members browse at the same time. You've struck up conversations with a few of them, discussing books you've read and authors you favour. One woman close to your age suggested you might enjoy a particular novel. You borrowed it, and later thanked her for the recommendation. These brief exchanges feel meaningful in their own small way. Your social life is neither isolated nor overwhelming. You have people to talk to, places to go, and activities that fill your free time pleasantly. You also have solitude when you want it, privacy in your routines, and space to think without constant demands on your attention. The balance feels right most of the time. You are part of a community of young women navigating similar circumstances, creating lives that include work and independence and pleasure in manageable proportions. Rest happens in fragments throughout your day, woven between activity and obligation. You've learned to recognize when your body and mind need a pause, and you've developed small rituals that provide relief without requiring significant time or planning. Sunday mornings are your most expansive period of rest. You wake without an alarm, allowing your body to determine when it's ready to rise. Usually this happens between 8 and 9 o'clock, later than your weekday schedule permits. You remain in bed after waking, enjoying the softness of the sheets and pillow, and the warmth under your blanket. Outside, the city sounds are different on Sunday. Fewer automobiles, no factory whistles and church bells ringing in the distance. Your roommate typically wakes around the same time. You exchange quiet greetings, discussing whether to rise immediately or linger a while longer. Often, you choose to linger, lying in your separate beds, talking in a leisurely fashion about nothing in particular. The conversation meanders without destination. You might mention a dream you had, or comment on the quality of light coming through the window. She might share a memory from childhood or wonder aloud about the weather. Eventually you rise and move through your morning preparations at a slower pace than weekdays allow. You take a long bath if the bathroom's available, soaking in hot water until your skin is pink and soft. You wash your hair, wrap it in a towel, and return to your room to dry it slowly by the radiator. You dress in comfortable clothing, a simple skirt and blouse, or sometimes loose trousers that you wear only at home. No corset, no stockings, no restrictive elements. Breakfast on Sunday is more substantial. You might prepare eggs in the shared kitchen, toast bread, and brew fresh coffee. You eat at the small table in your room, reading the newspaper or a magazine while you chew slowly. There is no rush, no schedule to keep. The morning can unfold at whatever pace feels natural. After breakfast, the day opens to various possibilities. Sometimes you remain in your room, reading for hours. You settle into the upholstered chair near the window, feet tucked under you, book propped on your knees. Sunlight moves across the floor as you read, marking time without urgency. You finish chapters, turn pages, lose yourself in fictional worlds, or learn about topics that interest you. History, biography, novels. Your tastes are broad. The reading is purely for pleasure, requiring nothing from you but attention. Other Sundays you venture out for walks. You dress more fully and leave the building with no particular destination in mind. You walk through your neighbourhood and into adjacent ones, observing shop windows, watching people on their way to or from church, and noticing seasonal changes in trees and gardens. The walking is meditative, your mind free to wander while your body moves steadily forward. You return home refreshed in a way that has nothing to do with physical rest. Sometimes you visit a museum or gallery. Admission is often free or very cheap on Sundays. You move through quiet rooms, looking at paintings and artifacts, reading explanatory cards. The pace is entirely yours. You can stand before a single painting for 10 minutes if it holds your interest, or pass through rooms quickly if nothing catches your attention. The experience is solitary, even when others are present, each person absorbed in their own observation. During the work week, rest comes in smaller increments. Your lunch hour provides a midday break, though you usually spend it eating and socialising rather than truly resting. The real respite comes in the evening after dinner when you've completed your necessary tasks and can choose how to spend the remaining hours before bed. Some evenings you simply sit. You position yourself comfortably, perhaps on your bed with pillows supporting your back, and allow yourself to do nothing in particular. You might look out the window, watching the street below. You might close your eyes and listen to the sounds of the building, footsteps in the hallway, water running in pipes, and muffled voices from neighbouring apartments. This deliberate stillness feels restorative after a day of constant movement and noise. Reading in the evening serves a different purpose than Sunday reading. The evening session is shorter, often interrupted by the need to prepare for bed or by your roommate wanting to talk. You read lighter material sometimes, magazines, serialised stories, and simple novels that don't demand deep concentration. The reading soothes you, occupying your mind just enough to prevent anxious thoughts from circulating while not stimulating you into wakefulness. You've also developed a habit of writing letters in the evening. You maintain correspondence with your mother, 2 sisters, and a few friends from your hometown. The writing is meditative. You sit at the small desk, pen in hand, describing your week in simple terms. You ask questions about their lives, share small observations about city life, and maintain connections across distance. The act of forming words on paper, watching ink flow from the pen tip, feels calming. You're not trying to be clever or impressive. You're simply recording your existence and acknowledging theirs. When weather permits, you sometimes sit on the building's front steps in the evening. Other residents do the same. You exchange greetings, comment on the temperature, and watch people passing on the sidewalk. These interactions are brief and undemanding. You're present without being required to engage deeply. The fresh air and change of scenery from your room provide refreshment. Weekday afternoons occasionally offer unexpected moments of rest. If work is slow, you might have periods of waiting between assignments. You sit at your desk, hands folded, allowing your mind to drift. You look around the office, noting small details, a crack in the ceiling plaster, the way sunlight angles through the windows, and the particular rhythm of your co-workers typing. These moments are brief but valuable, small pauses in the day's momentum. Saturday afternoons, after completing necessary errands and chores, sometimes open into longer rest periods. You return to your room, tasks completed with several hours of freedom. You might nap, lying down fully clothed on your bed, sinking into brief sleep. You wake feeling slightly disoriented but refreshed, ready to move into the evening's activities. Rest also comes through monotonous physical tasks that don't require mental engagement. Mending clothes, washing dishes, and organising your small collection of belongings. These activities allow your mind to wander while your hands stay occupied. The repetitive motions are soothing. You find yourself thinking about nothing in particular, or following long chains of association from one thought to another without purpose or conclusion. You've learned to distinguish between tiredness that requires sleep and tiredness that requires only stillness. The first demands that you go to bed and surrender to unconsciousness. The second can be addressed by sitting quietly, by slowing down, and by giving yourself permission to do less. You honour both types, responding to what your body and mind seem to need. Your relationship with food is practical and routine. You eat to sustain yourself, choosing items that are affordable, convenient, and reasonably satisfying. Cooking is a skill you possess but don't particularly enjoy, so you minimise the time and effort it requires while still ensuring you eat adequately. Breakfast is the meal you most often prepare yourself. In the shared kitchen of your building, you make toast over the small gas stove, butter it while it's still warm, and eat it standing by the window with a cup of tea. Sometimes you add an egg, fried in a small pan with a bit of butter. The egg requires attention but cooks quickly. You slide it onto your toast and eat the combination with a fork, washing your plate immediately afterward to avoid leaving dishes in the shared space. On mornings when you're running late or feel particularly unmotivated, you skip cooking entirely. You grab a piece of fruit from the bowl you keep on your windowsill and buy coffee from the cart near your office building. The vendor knows your face, if not your name, hands you the cup efficiently, and takes your coins. You drink the coffee while walking the final block to work, disposing of the cup in a bin near the entrance. Lunch during the work week happens at one of several establishments near your office. The lunchroom you visit most frequently serves simple, filling food quickly. The menu rarely changes. Soup, sandwiches, basic salads, and daily specials announced on the chalkboard. You typically order soup and half a sandwich, a combination that satisfies without making you feel heavy for the afternoon's work. The soup is usually vegetable-based, warm and salty, served in a wide bowl with crackers on the side. The sandwich is reliable, sliced chicken or ham or cheese between soft white bread. You eat efficiently, finishing your meal in 20 minutes, leaving time to relax briefly before returning to the office. The tea you order with your meal is served in a thick ceramic cup, hot and slightly bitter. You add milk and sugar, stirring with a small spoon. The warmth of the cup in your hands is comforting, especially on cold days. Other lunch options include a cafeteria-style restaurant where you select items from a display case and carry your tray to a table. This offers more variety but takes slightly longer. You choose items that look fresh, a serving of green beans, mashed potatoes, and a slice of meatloaf. The quality is inconsistent but generally acceptable. Everything is mild and well cooked, designed to appeal to many people without offending anyone. On Saturdays, when you're out running errands, you sometimes stop at a drugstore lunch counter. You sit on a round stool at the long counter, your handbag on your lap or hung on the hook beneath the counter's edge. A server takes your order, often a chicken salad sandwich and a glass of milk, and delivers it quickly. You eat while observing the other patrons, the rhythm of the staff, and the orderly flow of this small commercial space. Dinner varies more depending on your energy and plans. On nights when you're staying in, you and your roommate often prepare a simple meal together in the shared kitchen. You pool ingredients, splitting the cost. Pasta with tomato sauce appears frequently on your menu. The pasta cooks in boiling water while you heat the sauce in another pan, adding a bit of butter to improve the flavour. You serve it in shallow bowls, eating in your room with the bowls balanced on your laps. Other common dinners include scrambled eggs with toast, canned soup heated and eaten with bread, or cold plates of cheese, crackers and sliced vegetables. These meals require minimal cooking skill and cleanup. They provide adequate nutrition without demanding significant time or money. You've accepted that your meals are more functional than enjoyable, a reasonable compromise given your limited resources and cooking facilities. When you eat at restaurants in the evening, the choices expand. A modest family-run establishment 2 blocks from your building serves hearty portions of American food, roasted chicken, pot roast and pork chops, accompanied by potatoes and cooked vegetables. You order the meal of the day, whatever's available, trusting it will be filling and decent. The restaurant is warm and slightly noisy, with families and working people filling the tables. You eat steadily, cleaning your plate, feeling satisfied by the end. Chinese restaurants have become popular in your neighbourhood. You've eaten at one several times, initially uncertain about the unfamiliar flavours but growing to enjoy them. You order chop suey, a mix of vegetables and meat in a savoury sauce served over rice. The food is different from what you grew up eating, but not so strange that you can't enjoy it. You use a fork rather than attempting chopsticks, which feel awkward and inefficient in your hands. On special occasions, you might splurge on a nicer restaurant. These evenings happen infrequently, perhaps once every few months, when you've saved a bit extra or when someone is celebrating something. The restaurants have tablecloths and proper menus and servers who take your order formally. You might order fish or steak, items you rarely buy to cook yourself. The presentation is more careful, the portions more modest but better prepared. You eat slowly, aware of the money being spent, wanting to fully appreciate the experience. Sweets are occasional treats rather than daily habits. You buy a pastry from a bakery on Saturday morning sometimes, eating it fresh while walking home with your other purchases. The bakery sells cookies, small cakes and sweet rolls. You choose based on what looks appealing, paying for a single item rather than buying in quantity. The pastry is gone in a few bites, but the momentary pleasure justifies the small expense. Ice cream in summer is another indulgence. You buy a cone from a vendor or a small parlour, eating it while sitting on a bench in a nearby park. The cold sweetness is particularly satisfying on hot evenings. You watch it melt slightly, licking it quickly to prevent drips, finishing it before it becomes messy. Your beverage choices are limited and predictable. You drink tea most often, both at home and in restaurants. Coffee occasionally, usually in the morning when you need something stronger than tea. Water from the tap when you're thirsty and nothing else is available. Milk sometimes with breakfast or lunch. You rarely drink alcohol, finding it expensive and unnecessary for your daily life. At social gatherings, you might accept a glass of wine or a cocktail if offered, sipping it slowly to make it last, but you never seek it out independently. Grocery shopping happens weekly. You visit a market several blocks from your building carrying a cloth bag for your purchases. You buy basics: bread, butter, eggs, tea, sugar, canned goods, seasonal vegetables, and occasionally inexpensive cuts of meat. You've learned to judge quality, to select produce that's fresh but not premium priced, and to compare costs between similar items. Your budget for food is tight, so these decisions matter. You store perishables in the small icebox in the shared kitchen, labelling your items with your apartment number to prevent confusion. Non-perishables you keep in your room, on a shelf designated for food items. You maintain a mental inventory, noting when supplies run low and adding items to your shopping list. Eating alone is common for you. You've grown comfortable with it, finding it neither sad nor particularly notable. You eat at your own pace, reading while you chew, thinking your own thoughts. Shared meals happen frequently enough. Lunch with co-workers, dinner with your roommate, occasional restaurant outings with friends, that solitary eating feels like a normal variation rather than a lack. The rhythm of regular meals structures your days: breakfast, lunch and dinner. These fixed points provide stability and predictability. You rarely skip meals, understanding that consistent eating maintains your energy for work and other activities. Food is fuel, necessary and mostly unremarkable, but also occasionally pleasant, a source of small satisfactions woven into the larger pattern of your life. Evenings open differently depending on the day and your energy. The time between finishing dinner and preparing for bed ranges from 1 hour to 4, and you've learned to fill it in ways that feel restorative and enjoyable, without requiring elaborate planning or expense. The simplest evenings involve staying in your apartment. You settle into comfortable clothes after removing your work attire, changing into a worn skirt and soft blouse, or, when you're certain of not receiving visitors, loose trousers and a cotton shirt. You remove your shoes, which provides immediate relief after a day of walking and standing. Your feet spread naturally against the floor, muscles relaxing. You and your roommate might spend the evening in companionable parallel activity. She sits on her bed writing letters while you sit at the desk leafing through a magazine. Neither of you feels obligated to entertain the other. The shared silence is comfortable, broken occasionally by brief comments or questions. Sometimes you read aloud short passages that amuse or interest you. She responds or doesn't, depending on her mood. This unstructured time feels valuable precisely because it demands nothing. Radio programs have become part of your evening routine several nights a week. Your building doesn't have radios in individual apartments, but the couple on the second floor invites neighbours to gather in their larger room when popular programs air. You and your roommate go down together, joining 6 or 8 other residents, arranged on chairs and floor cushions around the radio set. The voices coming from the speaker create a peculiar sense of connection to the wider world. You listen to music programs, comedy shows, and dramatic serials. The experience is communal but not interactive. Everyone focuses on the radio, listening together, occasionally laughing at the same moments. When the program ends, people disperse back to their own apartments with minimal conversation. You've come for the program, not for socialising, though the gathering provides both. Moving pictures are your most frequent evening outing. The neighbourhood theatre is a 12-minute walk from your building. It shows films 6 nights a week, changing the programme 3 times weekly. Admission is affordable enough that you can attend weekly without straining your budget. You go alone sometimes, with your roommate other times, and occasionally with a larger group of friends. The theatre's a large ornate space, dim except for the illuminated screen. You purchase your ticket, find a seat in the middle rows and settle in as the lights dim further. The piano player begins and images flicker to life on the screen. You watch cowboys and comedians, romances and adventures. The plots are often simple, but the experience is immersive. For 90 minutes, you're transported from your ordinary life into these fictional worlds. Between films, you might stop at a nearby ice cream parlour or coffee shop with whoever you've attended with. You discuss the picture you just saw and share opinions about the actors and story. The conversation is light and pleasant, extending the evening slightly before everyone returns home. Dance halls offer livelier evening entertainment. You attend less frequently than moving pictures, perhaps twice a month. The atmosphere is energetic and social. Live bands play current popular music, and the floors fill with couples and groups learning and performing the latest dance steps. You dance some numbers, sit out others, and talk with friends between songs. The dancing itself is physical and requires coordination, but you've practiced enough that the movements come naturally. You follow your partner's lead, stepping and turning in rhythm with the music. Some partners are skilled, making the dance smooth and enjoyable. Others are clumsy, stepping on your feet or losing the rhythm. You smile politely through both experiences, knowing the dance will end soon regardless. Between dances you cool down, fanning yourself with your hand or stepping outside for fresh air. The halls can become warm with the press of bodies and the exertion of dancing. Outside, small groups gather on the sidewalk, talking and laughing. You join a cluster of acquaintances, participating in the conversation without dominating it. Topics are trivial. Comments about other dancers, observations about the band, and plans for the rest of the weekend. Quieter social gatherings happen in friends' apartments. You attend small parties where 6 or 10 people crowd into spaces similar to your own. Someone might bring a phonograph and records, and you play music while talking. People perch on beds, sit on the floor, and lean against walls. The atmosphere is relaxed and informal. You know most of the people present at least slightly, and conversation flows naturally across multiple small groups. These gatherings sometimes include light refreshments, cookies someone baked, fruit, and crackers and cheese. You nibble while talking, holding a small plate. There's no pressure to drink alcohol, though some people bring bottles and share drinks. You accept a small glass if offered, but nurse it slowly, preferring to stay clear-headed. Occasionally you attend organised social events, lectures at a local library, concerts in public parks during summer, and community gatherings at neighbourhood centres. These structured events provide something to do outside your apartment, without requiring significant expense or commitment. You sit among strangers, listening to a speaker discuss a topic of general interest, or watching performers on a makeshift stage. The quality varies, but the novelty itself has value. Walking is another form of evening leisure. You stroll through your neighbourhood and beyond, observing the city as it transitions from day to night. Shop windows light up, street lamps cast pools of illumination, and restaurants fill with dinner patrons. You walk without destination, turning down streets that interest you, pausing to look at window displays or watch street musicians perform. Sometimes you walk with a companion, maintaining a steady pace while talking. Other times you walk alone, content in your own thoughts. The city at night feels different from daytime, quieter in some ways, livelier in others. You feel safe enough in the areas you know, staying on well-lit populated streets, remaining alert to your surroundings without feeling anxious. Reading continues into the evening, often becoming your final activity before bed preparation. You return to whatever book you're currently absorbed in, settling into a comfortable position with good light. Your reading taste includes novels, biographies, and popular non-fiction. You progress through books steadily, finishing one every week or two, borrowing new ones from the lending library, or occasionally purchasing inexpensive editions. Letter writing fills some evenings. You maintain regular correspondence with family and a few distant friends. The writing is neither a chore nor a passionate pursuit, but a pleasant way to maintain connections while occupying your hands and mind. You describe your week in straightforward terms, ask questions about their lives, and share observations about city living that might interest them. The completed letters wait in your room until you can mail them on your way to work. Some evenings you simply prepare for the next day. You lay out your clothing, checking for necessary repairs or cleaning. You review your schedule, confirming appointments or plans. You prepare your lunch if you're bringing one from home, wrapping sandwiches in waxed paper and storing them in the icebox. These practical tasks provide a sense of control and readiness, allowing you to sleep without worrying about the morning. By 9 or 10 o'clock you're usually ready to begin winding down. Evenings don't extend late on work nights. You need adequate sleep to function well the next day, and you've learned to prioritise rest over extended socialising. Weekend evenings might stretch later, but even then you rarely stay out past midnight. The life you're living requires energy and alertness, and you protect your capacity for both. The transition from evening activity to sleep follows a sequence you've refined over time. Each step prepares your body and mind for rest, creating a ritual that signals the day's end. You begin by removing your clothing. If you've been out, you hang your dress or skirt carefully, checking for stains or damage that need attention. You drape stockings over a chair to air overnight, noting any runs that require mending. If the clothes are still fresh enough for another wearing, you arrange them to minimise wrinkling. If they need cleaning, you set them aside in your laundry pile. Your undergarments come off next. The relief of removing your brassiere and garters is immediate and physical. Your skin shows slight indentations where elastic pressed against flesh all day. You massage these areas briefly, restoring circulation. Your body feels lighter, freer, and able to breathe and move without constraint. At the vanity, you face the most involved part of your nighttime routine. Removing your makeup, you open the jar of cold cream, a thick white substance that smells slightly medicinal. You scoop out a generous amount and begin spreading it over your face, massaging it into your skin. The cream warms from contact with your skin, becoming more liquid, dissolving the powder, rouge, and lipstick. You use a soft cloth to wipe away the cream and dissolved cosmetics. The cloth shows streaks of colour, red from your lipstick, pink from your rouge, and beige from your powder. You wipe methodically, making sure to remove all traces from your hairline, around your nose and under your chin. You rinse the cloth in the basin of water on your vanity, wring it out and wipe again until your face feels completely clean. Your reflection in the mirror looks softer now, younger perhaps, and certainly more exposed. Your skin is your actual skin, not the perfected version you present to the world. You apply a light moisturising cream, patting it gently into your face and neck. Your skin absorbs the moisture, feeling supple and cared for. You brush your teeth at the sink in the bathroom, using tooth powder and a brush you keep in a small case. The powder tastes of mint and chalk. You scrub thoroughly, rinse and run your tongue over your teeth to check for cleanliness. You wash your face again with plain water and pat it dry with a towel. Your hair requires attention before bed. If you're planning to set it, you dampen sections slightly and wind them around your fingers, securing each curl with a pin. The pins press against your scalp, mildly uncomfortable but tolerable. You tie a soft scarf over your head to protect the set while you sleep. On nights when you skip setting, you simply brush your hair thoroughly, removing tangles and distributing natural oils from scalp to ends. You use the toilet, wash your hands, and check your reflection one final time. Without makeup, in your nightgown, with your hair covered or unpinned, you look entirely different from your daytime self. This private version feels more genuine, though you show it to almost no one. Back in your room, you pull on your nightgown, a simple cotton garment that falls to mid-calf. The fabric is soft from many washings. In winter, you add a bed jacket for extra warmth. Your feet are bare against the floor, toes spreading naturally. If your roommate is already in bed, you move quietly, respecting her rest. If she's still awake, you might exchange a few words about the day or plans for tomorrow. The conversation is brief and drowsy. You're both ready for sleep, not sustained interaction. You turn down your bed, folding the blanket and top sheet carefully. The sheets are cool against your skin as you slide between them. You arrange your pillow, testing different positions until you find the most comfortable angle for your head and neck. Your body begins to relax into the mattress, muscles releasing the day's tension. You reach for the lamp on your bedside table, turning the switch to extinguish the light. Darkness fills the room, broken only by faint illumination from the street lamp outside your window. Your eyes adjust gradually. You can make out the shapes of furniture, the rectangle of the window, and the form of your roommate in her bed across the room. The building settles into its nighttime sounds. You hear footsteps in the hallway, water running in pipes, and the creak of floorboards above you. These sounds are familiar and non-threatening part of the building's personality. You've learned to distinguish between normal sounds and those that might signal problems, and everything you hear tonight is routine. Your mind begins to slow its racing thoughts. You review the day briefly, noting what went well and what didn't, but without dwelling or analysing. You think ahead to tomorrow, running through your schedule mentally, but without anxiety. These thoughts are gentle and unfocused, slipping away as sleep approaches. Sometimes you remain aware of the boundary between waking and sleeping, feeling yourself drift closer to unconsciousness while still technically aware. Other times, sleep arrives so smoothly that you don't notice the transition. One moment you're thinking drowsy thoughts, the next you're elsewhere entirely, in the confused logic of dreams. Your sleep is usually sound and uninterrupted. You've developed the capacity to sleep through normal building noises, other residents coming home late, occasional street sounds, and the rumble of distant trains. Only unusual noises wake you, and even then, you typically assess the situation quickly and return to sleep. Your dreams are varied and mostly forgotten by morning. Sometimes you dream about work, endless typing, stacks of papers, and managers making demands. Sometimes you dream about your family, your childhood home, and situations that blend memory and invention. Sometimes the dreams are strange and disconnected, following no rational plot. You rarely remember them in detail, retaining only vague impressions of mood and setting. Your body shifts positions naturally throughout the night. You might sleep on your back, on your side, or curled slightly with knees drawn up. You rarely wake fully during these adjustments, moving instinctively to maintain comfort. The mattress is familiar, moulded slightly to your preferred sleeping position. In the deepest part of night, the city quiets. Fewer automobiles pass on the street below. The building becomes still. You sleep through these hours undisturbed, your body performing its necessary rest and restoration. Your breathing is slow and steady, your heartbeat calm, and your mind at rest. Toward morning, your sleep becomes lighter. You might wake briefly, note the darkness still outside your window and return to sleep, or you might remain in a half-awake state, aware of sounds and sensations but not fully conscious. This lighter sleep continues until your alarm sounds or natural waking pulls you fully back to awareness. The cycle completes itself. You'll wake, rise, and begin again the process of preparing yourself for the day. But for now, in these nighttime hours, you simply rest. Your body repairs itself. Your mind processes the day's experiences. You exist in a state of necessary unconsciousness, gathering energy for tomorrow's demands. Sleep is perhaps the most democratic aspect of your life. Rich or poor, fashionable or plain, everyone requires it. In sleep, you're reduced to your most basic self, a breathing body, a resting mind, a human being requiring renewal. The flapper persona you construct each morning falls away completely in these hours. What remains is simpler and more essential, the foundation upon which everything else is built. Your life as a young working woman in the 1920s is not a dramatic revolution, but a gradual shift in what's considered normal. You're not consciously rebelling or making grand statements. You're simply living according to the options available to you, making choices that feel reasonable and right for your circumstances. The changes you embody are visible in small daily details. Your short hair saves time and feels modern, but it's also practical. Your knee-length skirts allow easier movement for walking, climbing stairs, and boarding streetcars. Your cosmetics enhance your appearance but also signal participation in current fashion, in professional workplace culture, and in social expectations of your peer group. Your work provides income that allows independence. You pay your own rent, buy your own clothing and food, and make decisions about how to spend your money and time. This financial autonomy is perhaps the most significant aspect of your life. You're not waiting for marriage to begin adult life. You're living it now, supporting yourself, building routines and skills and relationships on your own terms. The independence is not absolute or unlimited. Your salary is modest, restricting your choices. Your gender still closes certain professional doors and limits advancement. Social expectations still pressure you toward eventual marriage and motherhood. But within these constraints, you exercise more control over your life than your mother did at your age, and significantly more than your grandmother. You don't often think about this in historical terms. You're not aware of living through a transformative period. From your perspective, you're simply navigating the world as it currently exists, making the best choices available with the information and resources you have. The fact that these choices differ from what previous generations of women experienced is not your primary concern. Your mother sometimes expresses concern about your lifestyle. She worries about your safety living in the city, your lack of supervision, and your delayed marriage prospects. You reassure her without fully engaging with her fears. You understand that her frame of reference is different. What seems risky or inappropriate to her feels normal to you. You love her and respect her experience, but you cannot live according to her expectations without sacrificing the life you're building. Your younger sister sometimes expresses envy. She still lives at home in your small hometown, working as a teacher, living under your parents' roof and rules. She sees your independence as glamorous and exciting. You try to explain the realities, the small apartment, the repetitive work, the constant budgeting, and the occasional loneliness. But you also acknowledge the truth in her perception. You do have freedoms she doesn't. You can stay out late without explaining yourself, spend your money as you choose, and see friends without permission. The men you know relate to you differently than they would have a decade earlier. They're more likely to encounter you as a co-worker, a fellow resident in a mixed building, or a casual acquaintance in social settings. The strict chaperone requirements have relaxed. You can go to dinner with a man without a third person present. You can walk alone in public spaces without scandal. These small freedoms reshape how relationships develop. Not all men approve of these changes. Some find working women threatening or improper. Some still expect traditional courtship and marriage patterns. You navigate these attitudes carefully, avoiding conflicts when possible and standing your ground when necessary. You've learned to distinguish between men who respect your independence and those who tolerate it while hoping to eliminate it through marriage. The women's suffrage movement, which succeeded in gaining voting rights before you came of age, created a foundation for your current freedoms. You vote in elections, a right you exercise seriously, if not passionately. You understand that women fought for this privilege, though you don't involve yourself in political activism. Your energy goes toward managing your daily life, not toward organising for further change. You and your peers sometimes discuss women's roles and rights, but these conversations are usually practical rather than theoretical. You talk about workplace discrimination, wage inequality, and limited advancement opportunities. You share strategies for handling difficult situations, support each other's career ambitions, and validate each other's choices. But you don't see yourselves as political activists or social revolutionaries. The changes you're living through are cultural as much as legal. Standards of propriety have shifted. What's considered scandalous or inappropriate has been redefined, though not entirely or uniformly. You navigate these shifting boundaries carefully, aware that your freedom depends partly on not pushing too far, not violating unwritten rules that still govern social acceptance. Your appearance, the short hair, the makeup, the modern clothing, marks you as a particular type of young woman. This visibility has consequences. It signals availability for certain kinds of social interaction. It suggests particular attitudes and values. You're aware of being read and judged based on these visual markers, even when the judgments are inaccurate. The term flapper itself carries mixed connotations. Some use it affectionately to describe modern young women. Others use it dismissively or critically, suggesting superficiality, impropriety, or moral laxness. You don't use the term to describe yourself. You simply are who you are, living your life, making your choices. The label is applied to you by others, and you have limited control over what they mean by it. Your life includes pleasures your grandmother never experienced. Moving pictures, radio programs, dance halls, restaurant meals, and travel for leisure. But it also includes pressures and challenges she didn't face. Workplace competition, financial self-sufficiency, and navigating complex social situations without clear guidelines or family oversight. You sometimes feel tired, not just physically but in a deeper way. The constant effort of maintaining your independence, managing your appearance, meeting work demands, and navigating social expectations can be exhausting. You push through this tiredness most days, but it accumulates. Your rest periods, your quiet evenings, and your Sundays alone are essential for continuing. You don't know what your future holds. Marriage is likely at some point, though not certain and not immediate. Children are probable, though you haven't yet developed strong feelings about motherhood. Career advancement is limited by your gender, but small progressions are possible. You might learn new skills, change jobs, or move to a different neighbourhood or city. What you do know is that the life you're living now matters. These years of independence, work, friendship, and small freedoms are shaping who you're becoming. They're not merely a waiting period before real life begins. They are real life, valuable in themselves, creating memories and experiences and capabilities you'll carry forward regardless of what comes next. The city around you is changing constantly. New buildings rise, and old ones are demolished. Transportation improves, technologies advance, fashion shifts from season to season, political landscapes transform, economic conditions fluctuate. You adapt to these changes as they occur, maintaining your core routines while adjusting details as necessary. Your contributions to this changing world are modest but real. You perform work that keeps businesses functioning. You participate in economic activity as both a wage earner and a consumer. You model new possibilities for women's lives, even if only to the few people who observe you directly. You maintain relationships that sustain you and others. You exist, persist, and continue. The night deepens around you as you rest in your small room. The city quiets outside your window. Your breathing slows, steady and regular. Tomorrow will bring another ordinary day. Waking, preparing, working, eating, resting and sleeping. The pattern repeats with small variations, creating the texture of your life. You're a young woman in the 1920s living independently, working for wages, and making choices about your appearance and activities and relationships. You're neither a rebel nor a revolutionary, neither a victim nor a pioneer. You are simply yourself, navigating the world as you find it, building a life that feels authentic and manageable within the constraints and possibilities of your time. Sleep comes gently, settling over you like a familiar blanket. The day releases its hold. Your mind drifts into the formless territory of dreams. Your body rests and repairs itself. The world continues outside, but here, in this moment, there is only stillness, only breath, only the quiet continuity of another night passing into another dawn. The first voice came not with thunderous clarity, but as a whisper easily mistaken for wind through the garden. I was 13, gathering herbs behind my father Jacques d'Arc's house in Domremy. Most people remember me describing the voice as appearing with blinding light at noon, but the truth differs. It was actually dusk, the hour when shadows transform into something else entirely. Johan, it said, my name in the old tongue. It was familiar, not commanding nor frightening, like someone who had known me before I knew myself. I dropped my basket, herbs scattering across soil, still warm from the day's sun. No one had prepared me for this moment, even though our priest, Father Verfronte, frequently spoke about saints and visions. People imagine I was overcome with religious ecstasy, but my initial reaction was irritation. I had chores to finish before dark, and Mother would scold me for dallying. Only when the voice came again, 3 days later while I tended our sheep, did I begin to understand. It was Michael, the archangel, though he did not announce himself grandly. He simply began speaking as if he were continuing a long-established conversation. Our village existed in perpetual anxiety. The English and Burgundians raided regularly, forcing us to flee with our livestock to the nearby fortified island of Vaucouleurs. My father served as a village official, Dean they called him, and I watched how the weight of protecting others bent his shoulders. When he returned from burying neighbours killed in raids, he'd sit silently by our hearth, staring at nothing. This was the inheritance of every child in Lorraine, the knowledge that safety was temporary, violence inevitable. The voices, Catherine and Margaret joined Michael eventually, did not immediately speak of saving France. They spoke of me, how I must remain pure, how I must listen carefully. People think I was a simple girl, but simplicity was impossible in our old border region, where language, loyalty and custom blurred. We spoke a dialect that was neither purely French nor German. We pledged allegiance to lords whose names changed with the seasons. You will recognise the Dauphin, they told me once, though I had never travelled beyond our valley and had never seen nobility save for occasional passing knights. How? I inquired, my ignorance weighing heavily on my mind. You will know, was all they answered. Mother taught me to sew and spin, not knowing these domestic skills would later serve me well in army camps. Father taught me to manage our few acres and to recognise when rain threatened the hay harvest. These mundane lessons proved as crucial as anything the voices imparted. I hid the voices from everyone, especially my dear friend Orviette. We gathered flowers for the church altar together, gossiped about village boys, and waded in the Meuse River during summer's heat. Normalcy became my disguise. When my mother spoke of arranging a marriage with the son of a nearby farmer, I neither agreed nor objected, though the voices had already commanded my virginity be preserved. I simply continued spinning wool, kneading bread, and appearing unchanged while something profound transformed within me. The summer I turned 16, English forces pushed deeper into our region. I watched refugees stream through Domremy, women carrying whatever possessions they could save, men with haunted eyes, and children too exhausted to cry. They brought stories of villages burned, of harvests destroyed, and of casual cruelties inflicted by mercenary soldiers who fought for coin rather than cause. One night while our family sheltered in the church during a raid, I watched a woman rock her dead infant, refusing to acknowledge the child had stopped breathing hours before. Something hardened in me then, a resolve that matched the voice's growing urgency. It is time, Michael told me as autumn leaves fell, as France bleeds. The king's son hides while the kingdom crumbles. I am a girl who cannot read, I answered. I've never held a sword. Yet you will lead armies. Catherine replied. I laughed aloud at this absurdity, earning a questioning look from my brother Pierre as we gathered kindling in the forest. You were chosen before birth, Margaret added, not for your knowledge, but for your heart. As winter approached, Burgundian soldiers burned part of our village. I helped neighbours salvage what remained of their homes by digging through ash for cooking pots and for anything usable. The voices grew more insistent, speaking not just in quiet moments, but during daily tasks, during mass, and during rare moments of village celebration. Go to Vaucouleurs, they commanded. Speak to Robert de Baudricourt, I knew the name, the garrison commander, a gruff soldier loyal to the uncrowned Dauphin. What I didn't know was how a peasant girl might gain his audience, how I might convince him of the divine messages only I could hear. But the voices left no room for doubt. I would go, I would speak, I would begin this impossible journey. So I plaited my hair one final time before cutting it away, trading a daughter's life for something without precedent. My cousin Durand Lassois thought I was insane when I asked him to escort me to Vaucouleurs. A practical man with calloused hands and a perpetual furrow between his brows nonetheless agreed, perhaps out of curiosity about what had transformed his once quiet cousin into someone who spoke with unnerving certainty. 3 times you will knock on the captain's door, Catherine had told me. Twice he will refuse you. The 3rd time he will listen. During the January journey to Vaucouleurs, my feet became numb from wearing worn leather shoes. Frost glazed the bare trees like spun sugar, beautiful and bitter. I'd never travelled so far from home, a mere 20 miles that stretched like a pilgrimage. Durand filled silences with nervous chatter about his vineyard and about village gossip, carefully avoiding questions about my purpose until we crested the final hill. What exactly will you say to him? He finally asked as Vaucouleurs' stone walls came into view. The truth seemed both too simple and too extraordinary. Voices from heaven commanded me to seek an audience with the garrison commander, so that I could eventually lead the Dauphin to his coronation at Reims. Instead, I said only, what God wishes me to say. Baudricourt's guards snickered at the sight of me, a peasant girl in a homespun dress requesting an audience with their commander. But something in my demeanour made them hesitate to simply turn me away. Perhaps it was the way I stood, as if inhabited by something larger than myself. They brought Baudricourt to the courtyard rather than admitting me to his quarters, a public humiliation intended to discourage further persistence. The Heavenly Lord has a messages concerning the welfare of France, I announced, borrowing formality I'd never needed in Domremy. Baudricourt, bearded, broad-shouldered, perpetually armoured even in peacetime, laughed. Not cruelly, but with the weariness of a man besieged by people claiming special knowledge in desperate times. Return to your father, child, he said. Learn to improve your thread-spinning skills instead of telling stories. I did not argue. The voices had prepared me for rejection. Durand looked relieved as we left, believing the matter concluded, but I remained in Vaucouleurs, staying with distant relatives, the kindly wheelwright Henri and his wife Catherine Leroyer, who took me in despite their confusion about my purpose. Daily I attended Mass at the chapel of Sainte Marie, kneeling on stone floors that bruised my knees. Townspeople began noticing the strange girl who prayed with unusual intensity. Some mocked me. Others, sensing something beyond ordinary faith, began asking for blessings, for prayers specific to their troubles. I have no power to bless, I told a woman who brought her feverish child. I am only a messenger. Yet I placed my hands on the child's forehead, feeling heat radiating through papery skin, and prayed anyway. When the fever broke 3 days later, whispers about me changed tenor. I was back at Baudricourt's door 6 days after my initial rejection. This time he received me properly in his chambers, curious about rumours circulating through his town. I stood before his massive oak desk, my shadow small against the stone wall behind me. You claim heaven speaks to you, he said, not bothering with a greeting. Not claims, truth. The steadiness in my voice surprised even me. Today, near Orléans, our forces have suffered defeat. A skirmish near a place called Rouvray. The ambush targeted men carrying Lenten fish and provisions for the besieged. You will receive confirmation of the situation in days. I had not known these words would come from my mouth until they emerged. The voices had whispered to them moments before I was to enter his chamber. Baudricourt's expression changed from scepticism to guarded caution. If the story proves true, he began. When it proves true, I corrected, you will provide me an escort to Chinon. He dismissed me without commitment. Messengers confirmed the Battle of the Herrings 4 days later. While my prediction was not particularly detailed, its verification startled Baudricourt into taking me seriously. On my third visit, he listened fully. "I must dress as a man," I explained. "The journey is dangerous, and I have been promised protection if I maintain my virtue." What I didn't say is that the voices sometimes revealed to me glimpses of what awaited. Roads crawling with Burgundian patrols, English archers in forest clearings, and rivers swollen with winter melt. A woman travelling would face dangers beyond enemy soldiers. The voices promised safety but required prudence. Baudricourt commissioned male clothing for me, a dark woolen tunic, leggings, and a boots that needed stuffing at the toes. Baudricourt cut my hair even shorter, cropping it close to my scalp. When I dressed in these garments for the first time, the Leroyer watched with troubled fascination. Henri crossed himself. Catherine wiped tears. "You look," Henri started, unable to find appropriate words. "Like God's instrument," I finished for him, though I felt only like myself, simply clad differently. Jean de Metz and Bertrand de Poulengy, two of Baudricourt's men, volunteered to accompany me to Chinon. Both later claimed divine inspiration moved them to offer an escort, but I saw more earthly calculation in their eyes, curiosity about whether the strange girl might truly have heavenly favour, whether their fortunes might rise by proximity. The night before departure, Baudricourt summoned me once more. The chamber's single candle cast dramatic shadows across his face, deepening already severe features. "If you are deceiving us, if you lead my men into danger through false prophecy—" He let the threat hang unfinished. "I move only as directed," I answered. "Your men's safety is precious to heaven." He handed me a sword then, not ceremoniously, but with a practicality that acknowledged the dangers ahead. "Can you use this?" I had never held a sword before. Its weight surprised me, the pommel cool against my palm. "I will not need to," I said. "Others will fight. I carry the standard." This answer, so specific yet so odd, seemed to finally convince him. He nodded once, reclaimed the sword, and uttered words that would become famous, despite their lack of theatrical flair in their actual delivery. "Go then, and let come what comes." The following morning, February 23rd, I departed Vaucouleurs with my small escort. Townspeople gathered to watch, some touching my garments as if I were already a saint. A woman pressed a rosary into my hand. A blacksmith crossed himself as I passed. I did not look back at the town's gate, even though homesickness was already pulling at me, not for Domremy, but for a simplicity that I had now irrevocably lost. Ahead lay 11 days of hard travel through enemy territory, and beyond that challenges I could scarcely imagine. But Michael's voice accompanied me, steady as my heartbeat. "France's liberation begins with each step you take." The journey to Chinon tested faith more than physical endurance. We travelled mainly at night, avoiding main roads where English and Burgundian patrols sought travellers to rob or ransom. During daylight hours, we hid in abandoned shepherds' huts or dense woodland. Jean de Metz and Poulengy initially insisted I sleep separate from them to protect my virtue, but practicality soon dissolved such courtesies. We huddled together for warmth in February's biting cold, my male attire and their honour providing sufficient barriers. My companions' attitudes toward me evolved during our journey. Initial scepticism transformed into cautious reverence after we narrowly avoided a Burgundian patrol that should have intercepted us. "The wind shifted," Poulengy remarked, not connecting the sudden weather change to my silent prayer moments before. Later, when we reached a swollen river that maps showed no crossing for miles, a local boy appeared as if conjured, guiding us to a hidden ford. My escorts exchanged meaningful glances, but I knew these were not miracles, merely the everyday workings of divine guidance. "Will you truly recognise the Dauphin?" Joan asked one evening, as we warmed our hands over a small, carefully shielded fire. "They say he often hides among his courtiers to test visitors." "God will identify his anointed," I answered, though privately I wondered how this recognition would manifest. The voices remained frustratingly vague on practical details. We reached Chinon on March 6th, but 2 more days passed before gaining entrance to the castle. We lodged in the town below, where I endured the first of many examinations by church officials Borzin sent to determine whether my claims were divine inspiration, demonic influence, or simple madness. "How can we know God speaks through you?" demanded an elderly priest with yellowed fingers and breath sour from fasting. By the signs that follow, I replied, remembering Catherine's coaching. God does not ask for blind faith, but provides confirmation for those who truly seek. What signs have you performed? None yet. Signs are not tricks of the conjurer, performed on demand. They unfold as needed. He seemed satisfied with this answer, which surprised me. Later I learned he reported favourably on my orthodoxy, noting, I answered questions about faith with simple clarity, rather than elaborate theological constructions that might suggest educated heretical influences. When I eventually gained entry to the castle, I faced a planned challenge. Charles, not yet crowned and increasingly doubtful of his legitimacy, had arranged for another man to sit on the throne while he stood among dozens of richly dressed courtiers. The great hall blazed with hundreds of candles, their light reflecting off jewelled fingers and golden threads woven through noble garments. The assembled court watched expectantly, many smirking at the prospect of a peasant girl's confusion. I had never seen such finery, such concentrated wealth. For a moment my confidence wavered. These were people whose everyday garments cost more than my family earned in years. What arrogance brought me here? Then Margaret whispered, not in my ear, but directly within my mind, remember your purpose. You are not sent to be dazzled by earthly riches. Without hesitation, I walked directly through the crowd toward a plainly dressed man standing among the courtiers. Kneeling before him, I said what the voices prompted. God gives you life and glory, gentle Dauphin. Charles's face registered shock, quickly controlled. I am not the king, he protested, maintaining the charade. I did not call you king, I answered. You are the Dauphin, but you will be king when properly consecrated at Reims as is God's will. The court murmured. Charles gestured for seclusion, guiding me to a window ledge where we could converse discreetly. If you truly come from God, he said quietly, tell me something only divine knowledge could reveal. I repeated words Michael had given me during our journey. You made a private prayer at All Saints last November, asking God for confirmation of your right to the throne, questioning whether your mother's reputation spoke truth about your birth. God answers now. You are the legitimate heir to France. Your suffering is seen, your doubts are understood, but you must claim what heaven has preserved for you. Charles paled visibly. He later confirmed that he had prayed this prayer in solitude, that I knew its contents convinced him when nothing else might have. Yet despite this private conviction, Charles remained publicly cautious. I was subjected to further examinations, including 3 weeks of questioning by theologians at Poitiers who probed for heretical beliefs or signs of demonic influence. They examined my body for witches' marks, questioned my insistence on male attire, and tested my knowledge of Christian doctrine. What history rarely records is the humiliation of these examinations and the indignity of learned men debating whether my virginity indicated divine protection or simply a lack of opportunity, as well as whether my voices were angels or clever demons. One elderly theologian suggested I might simply suffer from female hysteria due to my unmarried state. Perhaps, I replied evenly, but does hysteria typically predict military outcomes or recognize disguised kings? During these weeks of examination I grew increasingly frustrated by delays. Orléans remained under siege, its situation deteriorating. The voices became more urgent, sometimes waking me from sleep with commands to move quickly. Time slips away, Michael warned. France's heart weakens with each passing day. I petitioned Charles repeatedly for action, facing resistance from his advisor Georges de la Trémoille, who viewed me as a threat to his influence. The maid makes bold claims, he told Charles within my hearing, yet prophecies are cheap while soldiers' lives are dear. Prophecies may be cheap, I countered, but the price of ignorance is the fall of your kingdom. Charles wavered between believing my divine mandate and fearing the consequences of following an unproven visionary. What finally convinced him was pragmatism. All conventional military strategies had failed. His treasury emptied while English territory in France expanded. What harm could come from allowing me to attempt lifting the siege at Orléans? Should I fail, my losses would be minimal compared to the daily losses already incurred. If I succeeded, the reward was incalculable. In late April, after nearly 7 weeks of delay and examination, Charles finally granted me my mission. I was provided armour made to my measurements, lightweight plates that nonetheless felt foreign against my body. The sword given to me was serviceable but ordinary, not the special blade I had described seeing in my visions. "There is a sword meant for me," I explained to Charles, "buried behind the altar at Sainte Catherine de Fierbois. It bears 5 crosses on its blade and has lain there since Charles Martel's time." Charles, still testing the limits of my strange knowledge, sent men to investigate this oddly specific claim. They indeed found an ancient sword buried exactly where described, its existence unknown to the local priests. This sword became my physical token of divine sanction. However, I primarily carried a standard instead of wielding weapons. The standard was my design, a white field adorned with fleur-de-lis, bearing the names Jesus Maria, and depicting God holding the world with angels at his side. This banner would precede me into battle, a visible reminder that our cause carried heavenly blessing. Before departing Chinon, I dictated a letter to the English commanders surrounding Orléans, warning them to depart France or face divine judgment. The scribe who recorded my words kept glancing up in disbelief as increasingly forceful language flowed from the peasant girl before him. "Surrender to the maid sent by God, the King of Heaven. You will not hold the kingdom of France from God, the King of Heaven, Son of St. Mary, King Charles, the true heir. Will hold it, for God wills it." When read aloud afterward, the words sounded strange to my ears, both mine and not mine, carrying an authority I'd never possessed in Domremy. The courtiers exchanged troubled glances, uncertain whether they witnessed inspired prophecy or dangerous delusion. However, Charles had chosen to support my journey. Charles had gathered equipment and assembled troops. The impossible campaign was about to begin. On the evening before our departure for Orléans, I stood alone on the castle ramparts, watching spring stars emerge. Homesickness washed over me unexpectedly, not for my village specifically, but for anonymity, for the peace of tending sheep on quiet hillsides. "Having doubts?" Catherine asked, her voice gentle within my mind. "No doubts," I answered silently. "It's simply a conscious understanding of what you can't take back." "The path narrows before you," she acknowledged. "But remember why you were chosen, not for skill with sword or strategy, but for perfect faith in God's plan." I nodded, though no human eyes witnessed this private exchange. Perfect faith. It was not blindness to danger nor an absence of fear, but a willingness to proceed despite both. With that understanding, I descended to prepare for departure, ready to transform from examined curiosity to battlefield commander. We departed Tours on April 27th with supplies and reinforcements for the besieged city, but conflict emerged immediately between military commanders and me, a teenage girl claiming divine guidance. The army's veteran captains, Jean de Dunois, La Hire, and Etienne de Vignoles, regarded me with open scepticism. They had weathered years of defeats and developed cautious strategies. Avoid confrontation, preserve remaining forces, and accept that Orléans would eventually fall like other strongholds before it. God did not send me to follow cautious men, I informed them during our first council. Orléans will not fall. We will not merely deliver supplies, we will break the siege entirely. La Hire, a notorious soldier known for creative profanity, stared at me in disbelief. With what? Divine wind to blow the English away? They outnumber us. They have secured their positions. They outnumber David against Goliath, I replied. Numbers mean nothing against God's will. These exchanges established our working relationship. They planned according to military experience, and I insisted on more aggressive action than conventional wisdom suggested was prudent. The compromise that emerged involved approaching Orléans from an unexpected direction, crossing the Loire rather than confronting the stronger English positions directly. This decision, portrayed in chronicles as my strategic brilliance, actually resulted from practical necessity combined with fortunate timing. Spring rains had made the river higher than usual, limiting crossing points but also focusing English defensive positions. My inspiration to approach from the east simply utilised terrain the English had deemed too difficult to defend heavily. We reached the Loire's southern bank on April 29th, where I dictated another letter to the English commanders, this one delivered by herald directly to their lines. You men of England who have no right in this kingdom of France, go away into your country in God's name. And if you do not do this, await tidings from the maid, who will come to see you shortly to your very great injury. The English soldiers who heard this message reportedly laughed, asking if the French had grown so desperate they now sent girls to fight their battles. William Glasdale, their commander, sent back a message threatening to burn me as a witch and hang those who followed me as heretics if captured. Fear clenched my stomach upon hearing this, not of burning specifically, but of failure, of leading others to death through misplaced confidence. That night I prayed longer than usual, seeking reassurance from my voices, who had grown somewhat quieter since my departure from Chinon. The English threatened fire, I whispered to the darkness of my tent. All human flesh fears flames, Margaret answered compassionately. But remember, the true fire is God's purpose burning through you. It consumes doubt and illuminates the path. On April 30th, we successfully transported supplies into Orléans via river barges, bringing desperately needed provisions to the city's defenders. I entered that evening during a rainstorm, soaked and physically exhausted but filled with strange exhilaration. Citizens lined the narrow streets despite the weather, reaching to touch my armour or standard as if I carried a tangible blessing. Jacques Bouchy, the city treasurer, offered his home for my lodging. His daughter Charlotte, closest to my age among the household, helped remove my armour that the first evening. She gasped, seeing bruises already forming where metal had pressed against my skin during the long ride. "Does it hurt terribly?" she asked, applying herbal salve to the worst marks. "Less than fear hurts this city," I answered. The truth was, I barely noticed physical discomfort. My focus had narrowed to a single purpose, fulfilling what the voices promised. The following days brought increasing frustration. Military commanders insisted on gradual approaches, small gains, and careful conservation of resources. I demanded immediate, decisive action against key English fortifications. Each war council became a battle itself, me against experienced soldiers who saw my urgency as naivete. On May 4th, while commanders deliberated yet another cautious plan, I napped briefly in the chamber. Within dreamlike moments, Michael appeared with unusual clarity. "They attack the eastern gate," he stated without preamble. "Now!" I woke instantly, calling for my squire to help with armour. Charlotte, who had been mending nearby, looked startled at my sudden urgency. "What happens?" she asked. "Eastern gate," was all I managed, while struggling through my padded undergarment. Fighting has begun. Indeed, while commanders planned, English forces had launched a surprise assault against Saint-Lô, one of the city's eastern fortifications. By the time I reached the area, French defenders were already retreating in disarray. Without waiting for formal orders, I rode directly toward the conflict with the standard raised high. Soldiers later described the events as miraculous, noting how retreating men turned back upon seeing me, and how their broken courage transformed into a determined advance. The reality was less mystical but no less effective. In the confusion of battle, a symbolic focal point, a distinctive figure on horseback with an unmistakable banner, provided a rallying point and renewed purpose. "Who retreats when heaven fights alongside us?" I called, my voice carrying surprisingly well across the din of combat. "Forward! God has delivered them into our hands." The battle turned. By evening, Saint-Lô had fallen to our forces. This victory, while modest in strategic terms, transformed perceptions. Soldiers who had doubted began viewing me with superstitious awe. Commanders who had dismissed my counsel became more willing to listen. Yet challenges to authority continued. On May the 5th, Dunois attempted to exclude me from councils, planning operations without my knowledge. Upon discovering this, I confronted him directly. "Do you believe you can conceal God's battle from his messenger?" I demanded, interrupting their closed meeting. "Why do you plot in shadows when heaven watches regardless?" Dunois, intelligent, politically astute, recognised the changing mood among troops. "We sought only to spare you the technical details," he offered diplomatically. "Spare me nothing," I countered. "I was not sent to be spared, but to lead." The following day, the assault on Saint-Jean-le-Blanc and the Augustin fortress took place. This incident was one of the key events that solidified my reputation among common soldiers. English defenders had positioned archers to cover the main approach. As our forces hesitated under the deadly rain of arrows, I rode forward alone, standards held high. An arrow struck her armour, witnesses later reported, yet she continued as if untouched. In truth, the arrow glanced off my shoulder plate, bruising but not penetrating. More significant than this minor miracle was the psychological effect of my advance. Soldiers, shamed by a girl's courage, surged forward. The fortification fell by evening. May 7th brought the decisive assault against Les Tourelles, the main fortress controlling Orléans' river crossing. Here my legend and reality most dramatically intersect. Historical accounts describe me taking an arrow to the shoulder, having predicted this injury the previous day. The wound was real, an English longbow arrow penetrating between neck and shoulder armour. But my prediction had been more general. Blood will be drawn tomorrow, but not all of it French. The pain nearly caused unconsciousness. I was pulled from battle briefly while the arrow was removed, not ceremoniously as depicted in romantic paintings, but with brutal efficiency by a field surgeon who feared wound fever would set in if the barbed head remained embedded. He poured boiling oil into the wound to cauterize the bleeding pain that exceeded the original injury. "Wine," I gasped afterward. "Just a little." Instead of wine, they gave me consecrated bread, communion without formal ceremony, battlefield sacrament. The pain receded enough that I could stand again, though using my right arm remained impossible. Military commanders, seeing my condition, ordered a retreat for the day. The assault would resume tomorrow, they decided, without consulting me. I heard this decision while having my wound bandaged. "No," I countermanded, struggling back into partial armour despite Charlotte's protests. "We finish today. The English resolve dwindles with each passing hour. Returning to battle with the wound still fresh became the defining moment witnesses remembered. The injured maid refusing retreat. Standard transferred to my left hand while my right arm hung useless, rallying troops for the final push as daylight began fading. What's rarely recorded is how fever already began clouding my thoughts, how each movement sent waves of nausea through me, and how the voices seemed to speak from an increasingly enormous distance. Yet purpose carried me forward when physical strength should have failed. The English commander Glassdale, who had promised to burn me as a witch, died during this final assault when a makeshift bridge collapsed beneath him. He drowned in the Loire, weighed down by the very armour meant to protect him. Soldiers on both sides viewed his death as divine judgment, superstitious fear spreading through remaining English forces. By nightfall, Les Tourelles had fallen. The siege that had strangled Orléans for 7 months broke in just 4 days of concerted action. The following morning, May 8th, remaining English troops retreated from positions they'd held since October, abandoning equipment and supplies in their haste. Orléans erupted in celebration. Church bells rang continuously. Citizens who had expected either starvation or massacre instead found themselves liberated. They credited the maid, the peasant girl from Domremy who had promised deliverance and against all rational expectation delivered it. That night, fevered and weak from blood loss, I struggled to understand what had truly happened. Had God performed miracles through me? Or had my presence simply catalysed human courage that already existed, waiting only for symbol and purpose to crystallise action? "Both," Catherine whispered, as I drifted between consciousness and dream. "The greatest miracles work through natural channels, not despite them." Citizens began calling me La Pucelle d'Orléans, the Maid of Orléans, a title that would follow me through history. Yet alone in prayer that night, I remained simply Jeanne, aching, feverish, wondering what further price fulfilling heaven's commands might require. By nightfall, Les Tourelles had fallen. The siege that had strangled Orléans for 7 months broke in just 4 days of concerted action. The following morning, May 8th, remaining English troops retreated from positions they'd held since October, abandoning equipment and supplies in their haste. Orléans erupted in celebration. Church bells rang continuously. Citizens who had expected either starvation or massacre instead found themselves liberated. They credited the maid, the peasant girl from Domremy who had promised deliverance and against all rational expectation delivered it. That night, fevered and weak from blood loss, I struggled to understand what had truly happened. Had God performed miracles through me? Or had my presence simply catalysed human courage that already existed, waiting only for symbol and purpose to crystallise action? "Both," Catherine whispered, as I drifted between consciousness and dream. "The greatest miracles work through natural channels, not despite them." Citizens began calling me La Pucelle d'Orléans, the Maid of Orléans, a title that would follow me through history. Yet alone in prayer that night, I remained simply Jeanne, aching, feverish, wondering what further price fulfilling heaven's commands might require. Throughout this journey, I maintained my male attire and slept fully armoured most nights, surrounded by guards. This practice, later used as evidence of impropriety during my trial, served practical purposes beyond the voice's commands. Travelling with thousands of soldiers while identifiably female invited dangers obvious to any woman, divine protection notwithstanding. The armour provided a physical barrier against casual assault. Male clothing minimised unwanted attention during necessary activities. We reached Reims on July 16th. The city welcomed Charles without resistance, its citizens lining streets to witness what many had thought impossible months earlier. I wrote to Philip of Burgundy that same day, urging reconciliation with Charles, calling on him to make good peace that will last with the rightful king. This letter received no immediate response but represented my growing political involvement beyond battlefield leadership. The coronation ceremony on July the 17th exists in popular imagination as a triumphant culmination, the maid standing proudly beside her king as divine prophecy is fulfilled. Reality contained more nuance. I indeed stood near the altar holding my standard, but experienced the ceremony with complicated emotions. Initially, relief predominated. I had accomplished the primary mission the voices had given me. Charles knelt before the Archbishop, received sacred anointing from the Holy Ampulla, and rose as King Charles VII, his legitimacy no longer questionable. As the Archbishop placed the crown on his head, I spontaneously broke into tears. "Now God's work is accomplished," I told him afterward, during the celebration feast where I was granted a position of honour. "You are the true King of France by holy coronation as well as by birth." Charles, emotionally moved despite his typically reserved nature, asked what reward I desired for my service. Courtiers leaned forward, anticipating requests for titles, lands and wealth, the normal currency of royal gratitude. "Grant tax exemption to Domremy," I requested instead. "My people are poor and have suffered much from the war's passage." This modest request enhanced my reputation for saintly disinterest in worldly gain, as it cost the crown almost nothing and showed my lack of personal ambition. The voices never promised a personal reward for completing heaven's tasks. My future remained conspicuously absent from their pronouncements. That evening, alone in chambers provided within the Archbishop's palace, I experienced something unprecedented, silence from the voices that had guided me since age 13. I prayed for hours, seeking their familiar presence, but encountered only ordinary stillness. "Have I failed in some manner?" I finally asked aloud, desperate for a response. Catherine's voice, when it finally came, sounded distant, as if speaking across enormous separation. "The path divides before you. One direction leads to earthly glory but spiritual peril. The other is bodily suffering but heavenly triumph." Which should I choose? I begged, but received no answer. The voice's diminishing clarity troubled me deeply as we departed Reims on July 20th. For years they had provided unmistakable direction. Now, at the moment of greatest public acclaim, their guidance grew ambiguous precisely when political complexity demanded the clearest understanding. Charles and his advisers favoured consolidating recent gains, negotiating with Burgundy and avoiding confrontation with primary English forces. I advocated for an immediate advance on Paris, aiming to strike while our momentum remained strong and English authority appeared weakest. These divergent strategies reflected fundamental differences in perspective. Charles thinking in political terms of alliances and sustainable power, and me still operating from a divine mandate to drive foreign forces from France entirely. God did not deliver victory at Orléans so you could stop halfway to complete liberation, I argued during councils. Paris is the kingdom's heart, reclaim it and the English position collapses. What I couldn't share was my growing fear that time was running out, and that the fading of the voices signalled an impending end to divine favour. This created urgency I couldn't fully explain to military commanders accustomed to deliberate campaigns. As we travelled through recently liberated territories, common people flocked to see me, reaching to touch my armour, begging blessings for children, and offering tokens of appreciation. Women wept openly, seeing in me something that transcended conventional limitations placed on our gender. Men removed caps respectfully, as if in the presence of something holy. This veneration discomforted me increasingly. "I am not a saint," I told Charlotte d'Albret, a noblewoman who had joined our travelling court and attempted to collect my discarded garments as relics. "I am only God's messenger, nothing in myself." "Yet God chose you," she countered. "That distinction itself makes you extraordinary." This growing cult of personality served immediate political purposes, rallying support for Charles, demonstrating divine favour for his rule. but created complications I was ill-equipped to navigate. Each miraculous attribution, each story embellished in retelling, placed me further from the simple girl who had left Domremy, believing heaven's instructions were straightforward. By late July, Charles had begun secret negotiations with Burgundy, seeking diplomatic resolution while publicly maintaining military pressure. This strategy made political sense, but contradicted the Voice's increasingly sporadic instructions for complete liberation through direct action. The resulting tension manifested in council debates, where my previously decisive guidance now competed with experienced political advisors offering conventional alternatives. "You were not sent to negotiate half measures," Michael told me during rare communication. "We must fully cleanse France of foreign presence." Yet when I repeated such sentiments to Charles and his councillors, they increasingly regarded them as militarily unrealistic and politically naive. The Maid had served her purpose in delivering coronation. Now practical governance required compromises Heaven seemed unwilling to acknowledge. This divergence would soon lead to Paris, and decisions that would alter my path irrevocably. August found us advancing incrementally toward Paris while Charles simultaneously pursued negotiations with Burgundy. This contradictory approach, military pressure paired up with diplomatic outreach, created strategic confusion. Were we truly attempting to recapture Paris, or merely demonstrating military capability to strengthen Charles's negotiating position? The Duke of Bedford, English regent for their child King Henry VI, recognised our momentum and retreated from direct confrontation, reinforcing Paris while yielding smaller surrounding territories. On August 14th, Charles signed a 15-day truce with Burgundy, supposedly creating space for peace negotiations, while actually providing English forces critical time to strengthen Paris's defences. I opposed this truce vehemently, sensing opportunities slipping away. "While you exchange pleasant messages, our enemies rebuild walls and restore courage," I warned Charles. "The moment for decisive action passes with each day of delay." The Voices, though less frequent, reinforced this urgency. "Paris must not remain in enemy hands," Margaret insisted during prayer. "The city's liberation will break English resolve completely." Charles wavered between my continued insistence on divine mandate and his councillor's emphasis on political reality. The compromise that emerged satisfied no one. Our forces would advance to Paris's outskirts but avoid full assault while negotiations continued. By late August, we established positions at Saint-Denis, within sight of Paris's northern walls. The city's proximity affected me strangely. After months of campaigning focused on this objective, actually seeing its towers and spires created an almost physical yearning to complete what the Voices had promised. Daily, I rode reconnaissance along positions facing the city, studying defences, planning approaches, and praying for clear instruction that came with decreasing reliability. The truce with Burgundy expired without meaningful agreement. On September 8th, I convinced our commanders to attempt an assault against Paris's defences near the Saint-Honoré Gate, despite Charles withholding full support for the operation. This partial commitment meant attacking with insufficient forces against prepared positions, a military mistake justified only by my increasingly desperate insistence that Heaven would provide necessary advantage. "God will blind their gunners," I promised troops assembled for the assault. "Divine protection covers us as we reclaim the kingdom's heart." The attack commenced at noon. Initial progress seemed to confirm divine favour. We reached the outer moat with minimal casualties and established positions within bow range of the walls. I led a contingent testing depth at the inner moat, seeking crossing points while carrying my standard forward as visible inspiration. Then reality asserted itself brutally. Paris's defenders had prepared thoroughly during the negotiation delays. Cannon and crossbow fire rained down upon exposed positions. The moat proved deeper than expected, its bottom studded with sharpened stakes invisible beneath muddy water. Men died attempting crossings that proved impossible without proper equipment we lacked. Near dusk, a crossbow bolt struck my thigh, penetrating deeply. Unlike the Orleans injury, this wound immediately incapacitated me. I continued shouting encouragement from where I fell, insisting the attack continue despite my condition. But commanders ordered retreat upon seeing the standard-bearer down. Soldiers carried me from the battlefield as darkness fell, our forces withdrawing in frustration rather than defeat. We had never established positions from which victory was possible. The wound itself, while painful, would heal cleanly. The spiritual injury proved more significant. For the first time I had promised divine intervention that failed to materialize. "Why?" I whispered that night while surgeons extracted the bolt using methodical cruelty necessary to prevent festering. "Why was Paris denied to us when Orléans was granted?" The voices remained silent through hours of pain. Their absence felt more painful than physical harm. Had they abandoned me due to some failure? Had I misunderstood heaven's intent all along? Charles, receiving news of the failed assault, ordered immediate withdrawal from Paris's vicinity. In my view, this sensible military decision represented a personal betrayal as it abandoned divine purpose in favour of political convenience. When I was finally permitted an audience 3 days later, I found that he was already reframing recent events for the courtiers. "The maid accomplished what God sent her to do," he explained smoothly. "Orléans liberated, coronation achieved. Perhaps heaven never intended Paris's immediate recovery." "You speak for heaven now," I challenged him, struggling to stand straight despite the pain in my bandaged leg. "The mission remains incomplete while Englishmen occupy French soil." Charles regarded me with a complex emotion, gratitude for past service tempered by growing political inconvenience of my unyielding position. "France's restoration will require years, not months," he said gently. "Even heaven must recognize earthly limitations." This exchange marked a fundamental shift in our relationship. Where Charles had once needed my perceived divine sanction to legitimize his rule, successful coronation now provided independent authority. The maid remained useful symbolically, but increasingly problematic practically, as military campaigns transitioned toward diplomatic solutions requiring compromise and voices prohibited. Through autumn, I accompanied the royal court as it withdrew to safer territories along the Loire. My wound healed gradually while my position diminished subtly, still honoured ceremonially, but increasingly excluded from meaningful councils. Charles granted me noble status in December, providing arms depicting a sword supporting the crown beneath a fleur-de-lis, recognition that pacified my supporters while effectively sidelining me from direct military command. This period marked my most difficult spiritual challenge. The voices returned intermittently, but spoke with disturbing inconsistency. Michael demanded continued aggressive action, while Catherine counselled patience. Margaret sometimes suggested accepting a ceremonial role within Charles's court, but she also insisted that my work remained unfinished. These contradictions created profound doubt I had never experienced during the clarity of earlier missions. Had some of the voices I heard been false all along? Was I now mishearing divine instruction? Or was heaven itself divided on France's proper path forward? Christmas 1429 found me in ceremonial attendance at court celebrations, outwardly honoured but inwardly conflicted. I watched elaborate pageantry commemorating Charles's coronation, performances that already incorporated stylized depictions of the maid as a semi-mythical figure guiding France's resurgence. The actual Johanne, still bandaged, increasingly isolated, observed her transformation into a symbol with growing discomfort. That night, kneeling alone in the castle chapel long after formal services concluded, I experienced the voices with unusual clarity after months of ambiguity. "Your time grows short," Michael stated without preamble. "You must continue the fight while freedom remains yours." "The king no longer heeds my counsel," I protested. "Commanders follow his direction, not mine." "Then you must act independently, came the reply. "Better capture by enemies than surrender to comfortable irrelevance." Although troubling, this guidance offered direction that I had been lacking for months. As 1429 ended, I resolved to escape the increasingly gilded constraints of court life and return to direct action, even without royal sanction. This decision, tactically questionable, politically naive, would determine my fate in ways the voices never clearly revealed. The new year began with me effectively sidelined at court while Charles pursued diplomatic arrangements with Burgundy. I chafed at inactivity, sensing precious time wasting, while the voices grew increasingly urgent about continuing France's liberation. By March 1430, I could bear ceremonial confinement no longer. Without royal permission, technically desertion, though my status remained ambiguous, I departed secretly with a small company of loyal followers. We rode for Compiègne, a strategically vital town threatened by the Burgundian forces north of Paris. This decision reflected both military logic and the voices' insistence that action could not await royal convenience. My departure created political complications for Charles, who neither officially condemned nor endorsed my independent operation. This ambiguity proved ultimately fatal. Had I remained clearly under royal protection, subsequent events might have unfolded differently. We reached Compiègne in April, where the town's governor, Guillaume de Flavy, welcomed reinforcement despite its unofficial nature. Burgundian forces under Jean de Luxembourg had been methodically isolating the town, capturing surrounding positions. Our arrival boosted defender morale temporarily, but the strategic situation remained precarious. On May the 23rd, I led a sortie against Burgundian positions at Margny, initially achieving surprise. However, enemy reinforcements arrived quickly, forcing retirement toward the town. As our forces retreated across the single bridge into Compiègne, disaster struck. The drawbridge raised prematurely, stranding rear guard defenders, including my cives, outside the walls. Accounts of this moment vary dramatically. Some claim deliberate betrayal by Flavy, who supposedly ordered early closure knowing I would be captured. Others suggested simple miscommunication during confused withdrawal. The voices had warned of betrayal for months. Trust only heaven, not changeable men, Michael had cautioned repeatedly, but provided no specific protection against this development. Burgundian soldiers surrounded me, and after a brief battle, they pulled me from my horse. A minor nobleman, Lionel of Wandonne, claimed my surrender, technically capturing me by laying hand on my leg, according to contemporary accounts. My sword, raised to continue resistance, lowered upon recognition that futile struggle would only result in unnecessary deaths among my few remaining companions. I am worth more alive for ransom than dead, I told Wandon in a practical manner, even though I knew that the ransom would likely never materialize. The voices had never specifically predicted capture, but had indicated great suffering lay ahead as part of Heaven's plan. Initially, captivity seemed relatively benign. Luxembourg treated me as a valuable prisoner rather than a criminal, housing me reasonably at his castle at Beaulieu. I made one escape attempt, nearly succeeding by squeezing between wooden bars, before being recaptured and transferred to more secure confinement at Beaurevoir Castle. There, Luxembourg's Aunt Jeanne and wife Jeanne Bonne treated me with unexpected kindness, providing female clothing and gentle encouragement to abandon male attire and military aspirations. Their compassion, the first feminine companionship I'd experienced since leaving Domremy, tempted me toward compromise I knew the voices would forbid. Why must I maintain a male appearance now that fighting has ended? I asked during prayer, receiving Catherine's uncompromising response. Your mission hasn't changed with capture. Male attire remains both practical protection and a visible sign of a divine exception to worldly constraints. News reached me at Beaurevoir that Compiègne's situation worsened daily. In desperation, I attempted a second escape in October, this time jumping from the tower window approximately 70 feet above ground. The fall should have proved fatal. That I survived with only bruising and temporary unconsciousness was later presented as either a miracle or evidence of demonic protection, depending on the interpreter. By November, political machinations surrounding my captivity clarified horribly. The English, recognizing my symbolic value, arranged a purchase from Luxembourg for 10,000 livres, a substantial sum indicating my importance to their strategy. Charles made no counteroffer, effectively abandoning me to the enemy's judgment. The English faced a dilemma regarding my disposition. Simple execution of a captured enemy combatant would risk martyrdom, potentially strengthening French resistance rather than weakening it. A more complex strategy emerged: systematic destruction of my divine claims through ecclesiastical condemnation for heresy. This approach would not only eliminate me physically, but, more importantly, delegitimize everything I represented, divine sanction for Charles's rule, and heaven's support for French resurgence against English occupation. In December 1430, they transferred me to Rouen, firmly within English-controlled territory. Conditions deteriorated immediately. I was placed in secular prison rather than ecclesiastical custody, normally accorded those facing religious charges, confined in iron shackles, and guarded continuously by common soldiers whose behaviour ranged from verbal abuse to attempted assault. Why does heaven permit such treatment? I asked during increasingly desperate prayers. What purpose does this suffering serve? Remember Christ before Pilate, Margaret answered. Truth remains truth, even when power condemns it. The trial officially began February 21st, 1431, under Bishop Pierre Cauchon, whose appointment revealed the proceedings' predetermined nature. He was a known English sympathiser with personal animosity toward me. Assessors and judges were carefully selected to ensure the desired outcome. Although it was technically an ecclesiastical court, the proceedings were entirely controlled by English authorities. Looking back now across time's distance, I see legal complexities I couldn't recognise then. My request for balanced representation from both English and French clerics was denied. My appeal to the Pope, technically my right under church law, was ignored. Most cruelly, highly educated theologians denied me counsel, twisting simple statements into heretical formulations. "Do you believe yourself to be in God's grace?" Cauchon asked early in the proceedings, a theological trap. Answering yes would imply a presumption that is condemned by church doctrine, while answering no would indicate an admission of guilt. "If I am not, may God put me there," I replied, after a moment's thought. "If I am, may God keep me there." This answer frustrated the interrogators, but I simply expressed my actual understanding, showing unexpected theological sophistication. Grace remained God's province, not mine to claim absolutely. For 5 months, interrogation continued, sometimes publicly before a full tribunal, sometimes in private prison questioning. My male attire became the central focus, providing tangible evidence of defiance against natural order. Voices were dissected endlessly. Were they angels or demons? Why did they speak to an uneducated girl rather than through the established church hierarchy? I recorded and examined each of my answers for inconsistencies and potential heresies. What records don't capture the physical deterioration during this period? Prison conditions, continuous shackling, poor nutrition, sleep interrupted by guards' harassment, gradually weakened a body already compromised by previous wounds and hardship. By May, I suffered recurring fevers, dramatic weight loss, and periods of confusion during longer interrogations. The voices remained present but changed character, less commanding, more comforting. They spoke increasingly of heavenly reward rather than earthly victory, preparing me for an outcome that seemed increasingly inevitable. "Will I burn?" I asked directly during one night's prayer. "The body is temporary," Catherine answered gently. "What matters is truth maintained until the end." On May the 24th, I was taken to the Rouen cemetery, where scaffolds had been erected, one holding officials who would witness my anticipated recantation, another displaying instruments of execution should I refuse. Exhausted physically and isolated completely, I briefly wavered when presented with a document I was told contained a simple abjuration of male clothing and independent interpretation of voices. What I was unaware of was that the actual document contained a comprehensive admission of fraud, demonic influence, and heretical intent, completely repudiating everything I had experienced and represented. Unable to read, I trusted partial translations provided by clerics, whose deceptions served their predetermined purpose. I signed with a simple crossmark, unaware that I was giving my enemies exactly what they needed, an apparent admission that everything I had claimed about divine guidance was false. This temporary weakness, a product of extreme duress rather than a genuine change of heart, provided legal justification for what followed. Returned to prison rather than transferred to ecclesiastical custody as promised, I found myself still surrounded by hostile guards, still denied female companionship that would have made feminine clothing practically sustainable. When my clothes were taken while I slept and only male attire was left available, I faced an impossible choice: remain naked among male guards or don forbidden garments. The voices spoke with unusual clarity that morning. Better modest impropriety than immodest vulnerability. I dressed in male clothing, knowing this relapse provided the final justification enemies sought. When judges returned to document this transgression, I formally recanted my previous abjuration, stating clearly that voices were indeed divine, that the mission had been heaven-sent, and that temporary weakness had betrayed truth. I would rather do penance once, with death, than bear imprisonment suffering continuously, I told them with renewed clarity, despite knowing the consequence. On May the 30th, 1431, the final sentence was announced. Declared a relapsed heretic, I would face public execution by burning, the most painful death authorities could legally impose, deliberately chosen to create maximum suffering they hoped would produce a final public confession. That morning I made a final confession to a sympathetic priest and received communion despite being formally excommunicated, a small act of compassionate defiance by a cleric who recognised injustice unfolding. Wearing the traditional long white garment for heresy executions, a cart transported me through Rouen streets toward the old marketplace where execution awaited. The crowd's mood surprised me, not triumphant but sombre, many openly weeping. These were not my French compatriots, but Norman subjects under English rule, yet something about my situation transcended political loyalty. Later accounts would claim English authorities grew concerned that sympathy might transform into riots, and that martyrdom was being created despite their careful legal manoeuvring. At the execution ground, officials had me a final opportunity to recant before tying me to a tall stake erected atop a substantial pyre. The method was deliberate. Slow death by suffocation and burning rather than quicker execution methods available. Jesus! I called repeatedly as flames were lit, no longer concerned with appearing strong before enemies, simply seeking comfort in the name that had guided my journey from its beginning. The voices spoke one final time as smoke began rising. Your suffering ends today. Your vindication begins. The physical agony that followed transcends description. Historical accounts claim my heart remained intact among ashes afterward, a symbolic detail probably invented by later chroniclers seeking miraculous elements for potential canonization. What mattered wasn't physical preservation, but the truth maintained until the end, that simple faith could withstand elaborate machinations of power, and that divine purpose worked through unlikely instruments. 25 years later, Charles VII, firmly established as France's legitimate king, would order an investigation that formally nullified my conviction, declaring the trial prejudiced and illegitimate. In 1456, a rehabilitation trial formally cleared my name of heresy charges. Yet full vindication waited nearly 5 centuries, until May 16, 1920, when the Catholic Church declared me a saint. Official recognition that voices condemned as demonic had indeed been divine. History remembers outcomes: Orléans relieved, Charles crowned, France eventually liberated from the English occupation. These visible victories obscure the internal journey that began with a garden whisper and ended in marketplace flames. The voices never promised earthly reward or personal glory. They offered only purpose, direction, and the chance to serve as an instrument for something larger than myself. They called me Maid of Orléans, dubbed me a miracle worker, labelled me a witch and a heretic, and eventually recognised me as a saint. Yet through all the transformations, I remained Johanne from Domremy, a simple girl who answered when voices called, who held to truth heard within more firmly than to comfort offered without. Perhaps that represents the most enduring legacy, that extraordinary purpose may inhabit ordinary lives, that divine participation in human history rarely follows expected channels, but instead works through unlikely vessels willing to say simply, "Here am I, send me." Imagine you're driving through the rolling hills of central Italy, maybe humming along to the song on the radio, when you suddenly see the landscape start to change. The soft farmland gives way to something more dramatic. A huge limestone mountain that looks like the shoulder of a sleeping giant. Its slopes are covered in medieval stone buildings that look like they grew right out of the rock. This is Monte Titano. If you squint just right in the afternoon light, you can almost see the ghost of a stonemason named Marinus from the 4th century climbing its rocky paths. He's probably wondering why he left the relative comfort of the Croatian coast for this Italian wilderness. We could say that Marinus was a very religious person. He had become a Christian at a time when being one was about as popular as being a tax collector. He thought the best way to serve God was to build a church in the most inconvenient place he could find. Monte Titano must have seemed like the perfect place because of its steep cliffs, unpredictable weather, and lack of amenities. The mountain itself is an interesting geological feature. It's a piece of limestone that sticks out from the surrounding area like a medieval castle made by nature. The 3 peaks make it a natural fortress, with steep drops on most sides and only a few easy ways to get there. This rocky outcropping looks like it was made just for hermits and people who want to prove something. If you were trying to hide from the world, you couldn't do much better than this. Marinus came to Rome around 301 CE, when the Roman Empire was still trying to figure out what to do about this new Christian religion. Most people were keeping their heads down and not saying anything. But Marinus wasn't like most people. He built a small hermitage on the side of the mountain and started letting other Christian refugees stay there. Over time, he built what was basically a very small, very high-altitude religious community. In those days, the area around Monte Titano was a mix of Roman farms, forest clearings, and wild countryside that made travel and adventure in the most dangerous way possible. Wolves still roamed the hills, bandits used the forest roads as their own personal shopping centres, and the weather could change from nice to deadly in the time it takes for a toddler to get upset. But Marinus and his growing community had found something that would define San Marino for the next 1700 years. Sometimes the best way to protect yourself is to just be too much trouble to attack. The mountain was too steep for an army to climb, too far away for you to gain much from controlling it, and too poor for you to ever get back what you spent to conquer it. The people who lived there at first survived by growing what they could in the thin mountain soil and trading with the few merchants who were brave enough to make the climb. They kept goats because goats seemed to like living on the edge of cliffs, unlike sheep. They grew grapes because grapevines, like hermits, do well in rocky, hard-to-reach places. And they got that kind of mountain stubbornness that comes from knowing that no one else will care about you if you don't. As you fall asleep tonight, picture the sound of church bells ringing off limestone cliffs, the smell of wood smoke mixing with the smell of wild herbs, and the sight of a small group of people who chose the hard path because it was the right one. They had no idea they were making the groundwork for one of the most successful countries in the world by accident. They were just trying to make it through each day on a mountain. San Marino is the answer if you've ever wondered what it would be like to live in a place where you could walk from one end of your country to the other in about an hour. It's about the size of a small American suburb, but it has all the problems and quirks of a real nation-state. The Republic is like a ship's crow's nest that looks out over the Emilia-Romagna region of Italy. From there you can see all the way from the Adriatic Sea to the Apennine Mountains. On clear days, which happen a lot because the mountain is so high, you can see all the way to the Croatian coast, where St. Marinus started his journey. You can see why people in the Middle Ages thought they could see the whole world from high places when you look at this view. Guaita, Sesta and Montale are the three peaks of Monte Titano. Each one is topped with old fortifications, making a natural defensive triangle that has never been breached by force. Of course, this wasn't planned. When you build a settlement on a mountain with three convenient peaks and live in a time when people use swords to settle arguments, it's only natural that you would put watchtowers on the high points. Italians call the climate here continental Mediterranean, which sounds fancy but really just means nice weather most of the time, with enough seasonal change to keep things interesting. Summers are warm but not too hot, thanks to the elevation and the breezes that come up from the valleys around. The winters are cool and sometimes snowy, which makes the medieval stone buildings look like a Christmas card made by someone with great taste in architecture. The soil on Monte Titano is thin and rocky, which might seem like a bad thing at first. But this is the kind of land that grows great wine grapes and tough people. The vineyards in San Marino grow on terraced slopes that would scare a mountain goat. The wines they make taste like they've taken in the essence of limestone, sunshine and sheer willpower. But maybe the most important thing about San Marino's geography is that it is surrounded by nothing but Italy. Geographers call the Republic an enclave, which means that it is a country that is completely surrounded by another country. It's like being a tiny island in a huge Italian sea, which has affected every part of San Marino's growth from the Middle Ages to now. This geographic reality made what you could call the Goldilocks effect of survival. San Marino was big enough to keep its own culture and traditions, but not so big that anyone really wanted to take it over. It was rich enough to keep its people from having to move somewhere else because they were so poor, but not so rich that it got the kind of attention that makes armies show up at your door with paperwork to take your stuff. The mountain's location also made it a natural stop for people travelling between northern and southern Italy. People who were merchants, pilgrims, or even lost nobles would climb the winding paths to Monte Titano, spend a night or two there, buy supplies, and then move on. This kept the Republic from becoming completely cut off from the outside world, but it was never enough to threaten its independence. Water was always hard to find on the mountain, so people built complex cistern systems to collect and store rainwater. You can still see the old stone channels and underground reservoirs that the San Marinese built to catch every drop of water. It reminds us that independence often means learning how to survive, especially in small places. The forests that grew on the lower slopes gave the Republic wood for building, fuel for heating, and places to hunt that added to the Republic's diet. There were enough wild boar, deer, and smaller game to feed the people, but the community's changing laws made sure that hunting rights were carefully controlled. The mountain's natural boundaries may have given people a healthy sense of scale, which is something psychologists might recognise. San Marino was small enough that everyone knew everyone else, big enough to hold all the different parts of human society, and far enough away from the rest of the world that problems could be solved by working together instead of needing help from outside. Imagine living in a house between two neighbours who spend most of their time fighting over property lines, fence lines, and whose dog is making too much noise. Now picture that your neighbours are huge medieval kingdoms with armies, goals, and a habit of settling arguments by setting things on fire instead of suburban homeowners. For most of its early history, this was the case in San Marino. Amazingly, they turned what seemed like a disadvantage into their biggest strength. To the north and east were the lands ruled by different Italian city-states. Venice had its maritime empire, Florence had its banking networks, and there was a rotating cast of duchies and principalities that changed hands faster than a cursed medieval sword. The Papal States were to the south and west. The Pope had both spiritual and political power there, and his armies could be blessed by God and still stab you with a sword. San Marino was smart enough to know early on that when you're too small to fight the big powers, the best thing to do is to make yourself too useful to destroy and too harmless to fear. They were like Switzerland in medieval Italy, but instead of banking and chocolate, they offered strategic neutrality and great hospitality to anyone who climbed their mountain. San Marino became very good at being diplomatically invisible during the long wars between the Guelphs and Ghibellines. These wars were like a political argument that lasted for centuries about who should be in charge, the Pope or the Holy Roman Emperor. As Guelph armies marched through the valleys below, the San Marinese would wave from their mountaintops and offer to pray for their victory. When Ghibelline troops came by, they would do the same thing with the same enthusiasm and sincerity. This wasn't cowardice. It was smart politics by people who knew that sometimes you have to put aside your pride and serve tea to everyone who might think you're an enemy. People started to think of the Republic as a place where people from different sides could meet to talk things over, where religious pilgrims could find safety no matter what their political beliefs were, and where tired medieval warriors could rest without worrying about being attacked by their enemies. The relationship with the Papal States was especially fragile because San Marino was technically part of land that the Pope claimed as his own. The popes, who were busy running both a church and a government, usually found it easier to recognise San Marino's independence than to spend the time and money needed to take over such a small and economically unimportant area. This led to a series of papal recognitions that were more like acknowledgements of reality than formal treaties. The Pope seemed to be saying, "Fine, you can keep your little mountain republic, but don't cause any trouble and remember to invite us to your important festivals." In return, San Marino stuck to strict religious rules and made sure that any pope who came would get a warm welcome that made the climb worthwhile. The relationship with the Italian powers around it was similar. San Marino would pay tribute when it was appropriate, help with military matters when it was asked for and possible, and always show the kind of diplomatic courtesy that made it clear they knew their place in the grand scheme of things. They were like the ideal neighbour who never complains about noise, always returns borrowed tools in better shape than they got them, and can be counted on to water your plants when you're away. But this plan of strategic insignificance needed to be adjusted all the time. If you were too independent, you might be seen as a threat. If you were too dependent, you might be completely absorbed. For hundreds of years, San Marino walked this tightrope, developing an almost supernatural sense of when to stand up for themselves and when to fade into the background of bigger events. The Republic's location also made it a natural place for people to go when they were fleeing the political unrest that happened all the time in medieval Italy. Nobles who had been kicked out of their homes, intellectuals who had been persecuted, and the occasional merchant who had backed the wrong side in a city-state dispute would all make their way up Monte Titano to wait out the storm and plan their next moves. This brought in a steady stream of outside knowledge and skills that made San Marino's culture better, without ever threatening to take it over. If you can imagine a community meeting where everyone has to be there because there is no one else to make the important decisions, you can start to understand how San Marino accidentally came up with one of the most stable forms of democratic government in the world. Their political system wasn't based on ideas, it was based on need and the kind of common sense that comes from knowing that if you fail, everyone will starve. The early San Marinese had a problem that anyone who has ever been in charge of a neighbourhood association would know about. Someone had to decide how to use shared resources, settle fights between neighbours, and deal with emergencies. But they couldn't go to a higher authority when things got tough, like most communities could. It would take days to get to the nearest duke, bishop, or imperial representative, and they were probably too busy with more important things to care about fights over goat grazing rights, or when to clean the cistern. So they did what people have always done when they lived together. They made a system that let the people who are most affected by decisions help make them. The Orengo, which is San Marino's General Assembly, grew from informal community meetings into something like a town hall democracy. But the town was actually the whole country. The Orengo wasn't a modern parliament. It was more like a big family meeting where everyone had strong opinions. Most decisions needed to be agreed upon, and the loudest voice didn't always win. In medieval times, every head of household could take part, which meant adult males who owned land. However, the property requirement was so low that it basically included anyone who owned a goat, kept a vineyard, or could show that they weren't completely dependent on someone else for survival. The dual captaincy came out of these meetings and became San Marino's most important contribution to political science. They didn't choose one leader who might be tempted by power or corrupted by authority. Instead, they chose 2 captains regent who served together for 6 months. It was like having 2 presidents who kept each other honest by making sure that any abuse of power would be seen right away by the person sitting next to you. This system came about because of real-world experience, not political theory. They had noticed that single leaders often started to believe they were more important than they really were. But committees could argue about decisions until the wolves were actually at the door. 2 people, chosen for their skills and required to work together, could make decisions quickly and keep an eye on each other's possible excesses. The 6-month term limit was also useful. 6 months was enough time to deal with the complicated business of running a small republic, like negotiating with nearby powers, managing shared resources, and settling major disagreements. But it was not long enough for anyone to start thinking of the job as a career instead of a civic duty. It also meant that everyone knew that today's leader would be tomorrow's neighbour. This makes people much more polite when they are in charge. But maybe the most creative thing about San Marino's government was how it handled law and justice. Instead of using a complicated legal code that came from above, they came up with a way to settle disputes that was based on common sense and local customs. Most disagreements were worked out through mediation, with the elders of the community helping neighbours come to agreements that everyone could live with. They set up a system of courts for more serious cases that focused more on fixing things than on punishing people. If someone damaged their neighbour's property, the goal was to fix the damage, not to get back at them. If someone broke the rules of the community, the usual response was to try to get them back in good standing instead of kicking them out for good. This method worked in part because San Marino was small enough that everyone's reputation mattered, and social pressure was more effective than formal punishment. But it also worked because the people in the community knew that in a place where everyone depended on everyone else to live, breaking up relationships was a luxury they couldn't afford. The way the Republic handled taxes was also very practical. Instead of a complicated system of taxes and fees, they mostly relied on people giving them goods and services. Everyone in the community pitched in to help build fortifications by doing work or bringing materials, depending on what they could do. Everyone pitched in to help pay for diplomatic trips or to host important guests, based on what they could afford. This system of government had to create something amazing. A political culture where leadership was seen as service instead of privilege, where decisions were made together instead of by one person, and where the health of the community was more important than individual goals. It wasn't perfect, no human system ever is, but it was very strong and surprisingly good at managing the difficult task of keeping a small mountain republic free for more than 17 centuries. It's funny how a community suddenly realizes it has become a country, like someone who starts collecting stamps as a hobby and then finds out they're running a philatelic empire. San Marino slowly came to this realization. One day, they were just a group of people living on a mountain, trying to keep their traditions and independence. The next day, they were a sovereign nation with diplomatic ties and everything. There wasn't a declaration of independence, a revolutionary war, or even a very dramatic ceremony to mark the change. Instead, it happened through a series of small acknowledgements, practical agreements, and the gradual building up of precedents that eventually led to something that looked like statehood. It was like becoming famous without realizing when you stopped being a private person. In 1631, Pope Urban VIII officially recognized San Marino's independence. This was the first sign that the small community had crossed an invisible line into becoming a real country. It wasn't that the Pope was being especially nice. It was more like a busy landlord officially saying that the tenants in the small apartment upstairs could take care of themselves, and probably didn't need to be directly supervised. But getting the Pope's approval was one thing. Living in a world where nation-states were getting stronger was something else entirely. During the 17th and 18th centuries, Europe saw the rise of territorial consolidation, where bigger powers took over smaller ones through war, marriage, or just to make things easier to run. San Marino's continued independence started to seem less like a strange thing from the Middle Ages, and more like a political miracle. They were able to stay alive because they were very good at what we might call strategic irrelevance. They were too small to be a threat, too poor to be worth conquering for economic reasons, and too well positioned to be completely ignored. They were in a good place in the complicated world of European politics, important enough to be a neutral meeting place, but not so important that they could be dangerous on their own. This was especially important during the time of Napoleon, when the French emperor was changing the map of Europe with the same excitement as someone who had just bought a house and was rearranging the furniture. Napoleon, strangely enough, not only left San Marino alone, but also offered to give them more land. The San Marinese, who had been able to stay alive for hundreds of years, politely said no. They knew that taking gifts from Napoleon could mean making promises they couldn't keep and getting attention they didn't want. The 19th century brought new problems as nationalism spread across Europe, and the Italian peninsula started its long journey toward unification. San Marino was in the strange position of being asked to join something that didn't really exist yet. A unified Italian nation that was still more of a dream than a reality. They answered in a way that was typical of them, practical. They generally supported Italian unification, gave political refugees from Austrian and papal authorities a place to stay, and even offered military help when they could do so without putting their own safety at risk. But they also made it clear that they would not give up their own independence in order to support Italian nationalism. This job needed a lot of diplomatic skill. San Marino needed to show that they were on the same page as their Italian neighbours, but they didn't want to look like a remnant of the old feudal system that the nationalists were trying to get rid of. They had to show the new Italian state that they were useful, but not so useful that it would be tempting to take them in. San Marino's main idea that helped them get through this time was understanding the difference between independence and sovereignty. They could negotiate, defend, and keep their sovereignty, the formal recognition of their right to exist as a separate political entity, through careful diplomacy. Independence, the ability to make their own decisions about their own lives, was something they had to show through good government and strong community ties. The charismatic leader of Italian unification, Giuseppe Garibaldi, knew this difference. After a failed campaign, he went to San Marino for safety. There, he was not welcomed as a conquering hero, but as a guest who had earned sanctuary through his dedication to freedom. The Republic's decision to protect him, even though the Austrian authorities were putting pressure on them, showed that their independence wasn't just a legal technicality, but a real commitment to the values that had kept them going for hundreds of years. By 1871, when Italy became a unified country, San Marino had changed from a medieval oddity into a real member of the community of nations. They had treaties with big countries, diplomatic representation in important cities, and most importantly, an international reputation that made it seem normal for them to stay independent. But the most interesting thing about San Marino's accidental nationhood is how little it changed the way they ran their government and lived in their communities. They stayed a republic of neighbours who just happened to live in the same country, not subjects of a state who just happened to live in the same place. The difference may seem small, but it changed how they saw their relationship with each other and the world around them. Imagine waking up every day in a place where your commute to work might take you past fortifications that are 1,000 years old, where your local grocery store is built on a foundation that is older than most European cathedrals, and where you might run into your head of state at the market. This was the daily life of people in San Marino, who somehow managed to live normal lives in one of the most accidentally amazing places on Earth. The mountain itself set the pace for daily life in the Republic. The eastern slopes of Monte Titano woke up early. The warm gold light painted the limestone walls of the old towers, and the light slowly spread across the terraced vineyards and olive groves that clung to the mountain sides. The air in the morning smelled like wild herbs like rosemary, thyme and sage that grew in the rocky crevices. It also smelled like wood smoke from the chimneys of houses that looked like they were made of mountain stone. As it always has been in farming communities where daylight is precious and seasons don't wait for anyone, work started early. The vineyards needed constant care, pruning in the winter, training in the spring and harvesting in the fall. The thin mountain soil needed careful cultivation to grow anything more than food. But maybe because of these problems, San Marino's wines became known far beyond the tiny borders of the Republic. The olive groves were just as hard to work in. Their silver trees were rooted into terraces that previous generations had carved out of the mountainside with only their willpower and simple tools. Olive oil wasn't just something to cook with. It was also money, medicine, and the basis for trade with the valleys below. A good harvest could pay for diplomatic missions or infrastructure projects, but a bad one meant having to cut back and hope for a better year next year. But farming was only one part of the Republic's economy. Because of where it was on old trade routes, San Marino was a natural place for merchants to stop on their way between northern and southern Italy. The Republic's markets, which were held in the shadow of medieval towers, became known for their honesty. In a world where travelling merchants never knew if they would be cheated, robbed or both, San Marino offered something rare: reliable, fair dealing. This reputation for honesty in business wasn't just a fluke. In a community where everyone's actions had an impact on everyone else's wealth, keeping trust wasn't just the right thing to do. It was necessary for economic survival. If a merchant cheated visitors, their neighbours would shun them because they knew that their reputation as a group was their most valuable asset. Craft traditions that grew up in San Marino were based on both need and chance. Stonemasons had to learn how to work with the local limestone for both building and decorating. Woodworkers who lived on the lower slopes of the mountain had access to the forests, and learned how to make furniture and tools that could stand up to the mountain's extreme weather. At first, metalworkers only made weapons and tools for farming. Over time, they became artists whose work was sought after by collectors all over Italy. But the most unique thing about daily life in San Marino was how everyone was expected to be responsible for their own actions. In bigger countries, you have to deal with government. In San Marino, it was just as natural as taking care of your vineyard or your home. The Orengo meetings weren't official political events. They were community gatherings where neighbours talked about things that were important to them and made decisions together about things like how to keep the roads in good shape and how to handle foreign affairs. The social calendar was made up of both religious holidays and civic festivals. This created a rhythm of celebration that made the community feel like they were all part of something bigger. The Feast of St. Marinus, which took place on September 3rd, was both a religious holiday and a national celebration. It included processions, traditional foods, and the kind of communal activities that reminded everyone why they chose to live on a mountain together. The food culture in San Marino is unique because it is based on mountain ingredients and Italian influences, but it is still very local. The food tasted like the mountain itself because it was made with wild game from the nearby forests, cheese from mountain goats, wine from terraced vineyards, and olive oil pressed from trees that grew in soil that was so rocky it seemed impossible. The Republic's approach to education showed that it knew that in a small country, everyone's work is important. Kids learned more than just reading, writing, and math. They also learned useful skills like farming, making things, and how to be a good citizen. They learned as they grew up that they were inheriting more than just property or a job. They were also inheriting the responsibility of keeping a unique way of life alive that had lasted for hundreds of years through the hard work of many people. San Marino's culture saw public service as a normal part of adult life, not as a special job. This is perhaps the most amazing thing about the country. Citizens were expected to serve on committees, help make decisions about public issues, and take turns in different government jobs. The captain's regent were not professional politicians. They were neighbours who had been chosen to run the community's business for 6 months before going back to their vineyards, workshops, or whatever else they did for a living. This blending of government into everyday life made a political culture that was both very stable and very dynamic. Changes occurred incrementally, facilitated by dialogue and consensus rather than through revolution or edict. However, they transpired as the community adjusted to emerging challenges while preserving its fundamental values and traditions. When you're not sure you wanted international recognition in the first place, it can be a little awkward. San Marino went through this in the 1800s and 1900s as the world slowly realised that this tiny mountain republic was more than just a charming medieval curiosity. It was a real sovereign nation with all the rights and duties that come with being a state. Getting formal diplomatic recognition was like being asked to join a club you didn't know you wanted to join, only to find out that being a member came with a lot of rules you hadn't thought of before. All of a sudden, San Marino was expected to have opinions on global issues, follow formal diplomatic procedures, and have the kind of bureaucratic system that bigger countries take for granted. World War I was the first big test of their new international status. Most of Europe was too busy tearing itself apart over issues of nationalism, imperialism, and royal family feuds that had gotten way out of hand. San Marino, showing the diplomatic skill that had kept them free for hundreds of years, declared neutrality and spent the war years helping refugees while carefully avoiding any actions that could be seen as taking sides. This neutrality didn't mean staying out of world affairs, it meant doing active peacekeeping work that took a lot of skill and resources. The Republic became a safe place for people fleeing the violence, a place where people from both sides could talk to each other, and a sign that not every disagreement had to be settled with guns. It was hard work that used up a lot of their resources, but it also made San Marino known as a real neutral power, instead of just a country that was too small to matter. During the interwar years, fascist movements spread across Europe, and the old way of doing diplomacy fell apart into ideological conflict. San Marino was in a strange situation because it was surrounded by Mussolini's Italy, while trying to keep democratic institutions that their powerful neighbour saw as outdated. The Republic's response was a lesson in how to stay alive by being flexible in diplomacy. They got along well with the fascist government, while quietly keeping up their usual democratic practices. They didn't say anything that would make things worse, and they continued to shelter political refugees. Overall, they acted like good neighbours who just had different ideas about how to run their own affairs. This balancing act needed to be adjusted all the time and sometimes needed to be given up. San Marino couldn't openly oppose fascism without risking being taken over, but they couldn't support it without going against the democratic values that made them who they are. The answer was what we might call principled pragmatism, keeping their core values while changing how they acted in order to stay alive in a world that was becoming more hostile. The tensions reached a breaking point during World War II. Even though San Marino was officially neutral, its location made it impossible to be truly neutral. Allied planes flew over their land and German troops were nearby. The Republic clearly sided with the democratic powers, even if they couldn't say so out loud. The most dramatic event happened in 1944, when German troops briefly took over San Marino. They said it was to keep the Allies from using their territory, but it was really to show what could happen if the Republic's neutrality became a problem. The occupation only lasted a few weeks, but it reminded everyone that independence, no matter how legally solid, depended on the goodwill of bigger powers. After the war, San Marino became independent, and its wartime record made it even stronger. The Republic had been able to keep both Allied and Axis refugees safe, avoid major damage, and show that small countries could stay strong even when things got really bad. Their reputation for principled neutrality became one of their most useful diplomatic tools. But being recognised came with new duties that sometimes clashed with the old ways of doing things. International law expected San Marino to have up-to-date legal codes, standardised administrative procedures, and the kind of institutional infrastructure that could work with other modern countries. This meant slowly changing informal community practices into formal government systems. This process kept the substance of traditional governance while changing its form to fit modern needs. Tourism growth brought both chances and problems. San Marino is the world's oldest republic, and its beautiful mountains and well-preserved medieval buildings make it a great place for travellers who want something different from the usual European tourist experience. Tourism brought in money and made the republic known around the world, but it also threatened to turn it from a real community into a kind of historical theme park. To keep this balance, they needed the same kind of wisdom that had helped San Marino stay in power for hundreds of years. They needed to be able to welcome visitors without being overwhelmed by them, to show off their history without being stuck in it, and to stay true to who they were while taking advantage of the economic opportunities that tourism brought. The San Marinese solution was to welcome tourists while making it clear which parts of their society were open to business and which were still private community matters. People could visit the old fortifications, buy local crafts and taste the wine, but the Orengo meetings were still only for citizens, and self-government went on mostly the same way it always had. Take a seat and think about this amazing fact. In an age when huge corporations span continents and global powers measure their power in billions of people, San Marino has not only survived but thrived as a country with only 34,000 people living there and governing themselves on a mountain that you could walk across in an afternoon. It's like finding out that a community still runs by town hall meetings and everyone really goes, even though we live in an age of smartphones and space travel. The story of how San Marino went from being a medieval mountain village to a modern European nation-state is one of adaptation without abandonment. The country kept the basic principles of traditional government, while also adopting the technologies and institutions needed for a modern state. It's like fixing up a house that is hundreds of years old by adding modern plumbing and electricity, while keeping the stone walls and wooden beams that give it character. The Republic had to come up with some creative ways to solve problems that bigger countries don't have to deal with when they join the modern international system. How do you keep diplomatic ties with dozens of countries when your whole country could fit in a medium-sized sports stadium? How do you build a modern economy when your whole country could fit on a big college campus? During peak season, when tourists outnumber residents by a wide margin, how do you keep real traditions alive? San Marino's way of dealing with these problems showed the same practical wisdom that had helped them stay alive for 17 centuries. Instead of trying to compete in every area of national activity, they focused on doing a few things really well. San Marino, like a small restaurant that becomes famous by perfecting a small menu, figured out what made them better than their competitors and built modern institutions around those things. Their diplomatic strategy took advantage of the fact that they were an ancient republic with a long history of staying neutral and running a democracy. San Marino could be truly neutral because it has never been powerful enough to make enemies, while larger countries may have trouble letting go of old grudges and imperial baggage. They became experts in international mediation and peaceful diplomacy, which were becoming more and more important in a world that was getting more complicated. The Republic's way of growing the economy was also smart. Instead of trying to compete with Italy's industrial centres or relying on one industry, they branched out into areas where their small size was an advantage asset rather than a hindrance. San Marino's reputation for being private and stable helped its banking and financial services. Tourism took advantage of their unique history and beautiful natural setting. Visitors looking for real alternatives to mass-produced goods helped traditional crafts find new markets. But the most impressive thing about San Marino is that they were able to modernize their government systems without giving up their basic commitment to participatory democracy. The Orengo still meets, but now people who can't go in person can watch the meetings online. The dual captain regency is still going on, but now the captains deal with both local and global issues, as well as working with international organizations and the media. The community-based way of solving problems is still around, but now the problems include things like adapting to climate change and protecting against cyber attacks. The growth of information technology gave a country whose whole government was based on personal relationships and face-to-face interaction both chances and problems. How do you keep your community together when social media connects your people to global networks that are much bigger than their own? How do you keep real civic participation alive when it's easier to engage with people online than to go to meetings in person? San Marino's answer was typical of how they think. They saw technology as a way to improve, not replace, traditional ways of doing things in their communities. Online platforms gave people new ways to get information and join discussions, but people still had to be there in person for important meetings. Digital communication added to, but didn't replace, the personal relationships that were still the basis of their political culture. The educational system of the Republic changed over time to get people ready to be active members of both their own community and the world as a whole. Students learned about the history and customs that linked them to 17 centuries of self-rule. They also learned how to do well in a modern economy and take part in international discussions about a wide range of topics, from protecting the environment to digital rights. This dual focus led to a generation of San Marinese citizens who were both deeply connected to their local customs and open-minded about the world. They knew that their republic's independence depended not on being cut off from global trends, but on being selective about which ones to engage with and which ones to change. It was hard to keep real culture alive in a time of global media and mass tourism, so people had to be on the lookout all the time and come up with new ideas. San Marino created what we might call cultural curation. They carefully chose which parts of their society were open to outsiders, while keeping the most important parts of their culture safe for the people who lived there. For instance, the yearly celebration of St. Marinus stayed a real community festival where people reconnected with each other and their shared history. At the same time, some parts of the celebration were open to visitors who wanted to see real tradition instead of a fake show. It was like keeping up a family dinner tradition that sometimes includes thoughtful guests, but still keeps the closeness that makes it special for family members. Because San Marino was a member of international organizations, they had to learn things that their medieval ancestors could never have imagined. They needed to take a stand on climate change, which is surprisingly complicated for a mountain republic, digital privacy rights, which are important for their banking sector, and international trade agreements, which are very important for their economy, which relies on tourism. But they dealt with these world problems using the same community-based decision-making processes that had worked for them for hundreds of years. The way the Republic dealt with the European Union was a great example of how they handle problems in the modern world. San Marino didn't want to join the EU, but they made cooperation agreements that let them benefit from European integration while still being independent. They used the euro as their money, took part in European programs that helped their people, and made sure that their rules were in line with European standards when it made sense to do so. They did all of this while still being able to make their own choices about their own future. This selective integration showed that they had a deep understanding of how small countries can do well in a globalized world. San Marino didn't see globalization as a threat to their independence. Instead, they saw it as a chance to use their unique traits for the good of everyone. Because they were smaller, they could be more flexible and responsive than bigger countries. Their stability and democratic traditions made them good partners for international cooperation. As you get ready for bed, think about what San Marino's strange story can teach us about the good and bad things that can happen When people live together in today's complicated world, this is a place that almost accidentally became a nation, survived by being able to change rather than being strong, and thrived by knowing that the best way to protect what matters most is to be open to change in all other areas. The Republic's journey from a hermit's refuge to a modern nation-state over the course of 17 centuries teaches us things that go far beyond its small borders. San Marino shows that real participatory democracy is not only possible but also sustainable when it's based on community responsibility rather than just individual rights. This is important in a time when many people feel disconnected from the political systems that govern them. Their way of running things shows that size and complexity aren't always necessary for effectiveness. San Marino, on the other hand, makes decisions as a group using processes that value consensus building over winner-take-all competition. This is in contrast to larger countries, which have problems with bureaucratic inefficiency and political polarization. It's a reminder that talking about problems is often better than fighting over them. The diplomatic history of the Republic is a great example of how to use soft power and position yourself strategically. San Marino showed that power doesn't come from having a strong military or a strong economy. It comes from having a good reputation, being reliable, and being able to offer something useful to others. Their neutrality wasn't just a way to stay out of world events. It was an active choice based on principles that people from all political backgrounds respected. San Marino's story shows how important it is for communities to stick together to protect their independence and identity. Larger societies often have problems with social fragmentation and a lack of civic engagement. The Republic, on the other hand, kept strong community ties by making sure that every citizen had both opportunities and responsibilities to help the common good. The economic lessons from San Marino are just as important. Instead of trying to compete in areas where their size was a disadvantage, they worked on building competitive advantages based on what made them unique. They became specialists instead of generalists, using their reputation and position instead of trying to match their neighbours' industrial capacity. Their way of preserving culture in the face of modernization gives hope to communities all over the world that are trying to keep real traditions alive while also adapting to modern life. San Marino showed that it's possible to welcome outside influences while keeping your own identity, to join global networks while keeping your local community, and to embrace positive changes while protecting your core values. The way that generations of San Marinese have taken care of the environment is an early example of sustainable development. By carefully managing their limited resources, water, soil, forest and stone, they were able to live in a way that could last forever without damaging the natural systems that supported it. The terraced vineyards and olive groves that still dot the landscape are a type of partnership between human activity and natural processes that modern environmentalists are trying to bring back. But maybe the most important thing we can learn from San Marino's accidental nationhood is what political legitimacy really means. The Republic survived not because it was forced on people or kept alive by force, but because its citizens still saw value in their shared goal of self-governance. Their loyalty wasn't based on ethnic nationalism or ideological commitment. It was based on how well the system worked for the people who lived under it. This means that political systems that last must be earned all the time, not just passed down. The government of San Marino was still legitimate because it continued to serve its people well, adapted to new situations while keeping important values, and kept the trust needed for generations of people to work together. The story of the Republic also shows how personal freedom and group responsibility are connected. San Marinese citizens had a lot of freedom because they also took on responsibilities to their community. They were able to be free because they understood interdependence, which means that personal freedom grows when people help each other and are committed to each other. San Marino's model is becoming more and more important as we face global problems that need both local adaptation and international cooperation. They showed that it's possible to keep a strong sense of local identity while working well with bigger systems, to keep traditional values while accepting new ideas that are good for you, and to be responsible with your sovereignty in a world that is connected. The Republic's way of resolving conflicts, which focuses on mediation instead of punishment, restoration instead of revenge, and community healing instead of individual satisfaction, is different from the adversarial ways that most big political systems use. Their ability to keep social cohesion through centuries of change shows that communities can become more resilient by putting the needs of the group above those of the individual. The story of San Marino shows us that countries can choose their own character, just like people can. They could have turned into a tourist trap that traded authenticity for money, a tax haven that put profit ahead of principles, or a museum piece that kept traditions alive while losing touch with modern times. Instead, they decided to stay a living community that honours its past while looking forward to its future. They became an accidental nation that accidentally learned something important about how people can work together. As you fall asleep, picture yourself standing on the old walls of San Marino's Guaitar fortress and looking out over the lights of the Italian countryside below, which look like a constellation that has fallen to earth. The wind brings the smell of wild herbs and the sound of church bells ringing in the distance. The same stars that led St. Marinus to this mountain 17 centuries ago are still moving across the sky. From this point of view, you can see the whole history of humanity. You can see the Roman roads that still connect cities that are far apart, the medieval towns that grew up around market squares and cathedral spires, and the modern highways that take people between ancient places at speeds that would have seemed magical to people in the past. But this little republic on its unlikely mountain has somehow stayed the same through all these changes, like the limestone under your feet that has changed and stayed the same. The story of San Marino is ultimately about how people can still make a difference in a world where institutions often seem too big to understand or change. It's about the chance to have real community in a world full of fake connections, the strength of principled pragmatism in a time of ideological extremism, and the long-lasting nature of systems built on mutual respect and shared responsibility. But maybe the most important thing is the accidental wisdom that comes from paying attention to what works, instead of what theory says should work. San Marino became a successful country not by following a big plan, but by making good choices one at a time, not by trying to get power, but by being responsible, and not by trying to get attention, but by earning respect. Their unintentional success gives hope to all the other unintentional communities, neighbourhoods, groups, families, and friendships that make up our daily lives. Like San Marino, these smaller human systems often work best when they focus on working together in a practical way, rather than on abstract ideals, when they value flexibility over rigidity, and when they remember that the goal isn't to become something impressive but to stay true to themselves. As sleep approaches, the lights below start to blur, but the lesson is still clear. Even though the world can seem too big and complicated to navigate, there is still room for small communities where everyone's voice matters, where neighbours know each other's names, and where the business of living together is done with the kind of practical wisdom that turns survival into thriving. San Marino became a country by mistake because it wouldn't stop being a community. We can make something lasting, real, and worth keeping for the generations that will have to deal with the results of our choices in the communities we accidentally create by choosing where to spend our time, energy, and care. Sleep well, knowing that the lights are still on in the world's smallest republic, which is on a mountain in Italy. Tomorrow's Captain Regents might be tonight's vineyard workers. Ancient stones protect modern dreams, and the accidental nation is still on its unlikely journey into a future that is uncertain, but hopeful. The Republic of San Marino is still around, not because it was meant to be great, but because for 17 centuries, ordinary people made extraordinary choices to protect something valuable, change something useful, and make something beautiful out of the simple things that people could work together on, like mountain stone. We all have the chance to build something worth keeping in our own small ways and in the communities we choose. This can happen by accident, but it can also happen with purpose, care, and the kind of practical wisdom that turns good neighbours into lasting nations. You're settling in for the night, probably checking your phone one last time, adjusting your pillow just so, maybe wondering if you remembered to set your alarm. But imagine for a moment that you're living 4,000 years ago, and your bedroom is a cramped wooden hut that smells like smoke and wet wool. Your bed, a pile of straw that's seen better days, and your alarm clock is the rooster next door who apparently never learned the concept of sleeping in. Welcome to the Bronze Age, when getting a good night's sleep was about as reliable as your Wi-Fi during a thunderstorm. You'd think that after a long day of hacking away at copper veins deep underground, these ancient miners would collapse into bed like exhausted teenagers. But here's where things get interesting, and a little weird. These weren't your typical 9-to-5 workers. They had developed sleep patterns that would make a modern sleep specialist scratch their head and possibly recommend therapy. Picture this. You're a Bronze Age miner named, well, let's call you Copper Arm. Names were simpler back then. You've just spent 12 hours underground in what can only be described as a very expensive cave, breathing air that would make a coal plant jealous, and your back feels like you've been carrying a mammoth uphill. Naturally, you'd want to sleep for about 14 hours straight, but instead you're lying on your straw bed staring at the ceiling, which is probably just more straw, completely unable to drift off. Your mind is racing with thoughts like, did I remember to shore up that tunnel? And Was that creaking sound the mine settling, or is it about to become my tomb? These weren't exactly the kind of counting sheep thoughts that lead to peaceful slumber. The Bronze Age mining communities had discovered something that modern science is only now catching up to. When your daily survival depends on not being crushed by tons of rock, your brain doesn't exactly embrace the concept of letting its guard down. Sleep became this strange dance between exhaustion and hypervigilance, like trying to nap while riding a roller coaster. What's fascinating is how these ancient miners adapted. They didn't have sleep studies or melatonin supplements, or those white noise machines that sound like gentle rain but somehow cost more than your monthly coffee budget. Instead, they developed their own peculiar strategies that were part practical, part superstitious, and entirely human. Some miners would sleep in shifts, not because they were working around the clock, but because they'd discovered that sleeping alone made every little sound feel like impending doom. So they'd rotate who was on watch, even while sleeping, taking turns being the designated light sleeper. It was like having a buddy system for unconsciousness. Others developed what we might call preparation rituals that would make your bedtime routine look minimalist. They'd spend an hour arranging their tools in specific patterns around their sleeping area, not for easy access, but because the familiar ritual helped calm their overactive minds. Imagine explaining to your spouse that you need to arrange your laptop, coffee mug, and reading glasses in a perfect triangle before you can possibly fall asleep. But perhaps the most intriguing adaptation was how these miners learned to embrace what we'd now call fragmented sleep. Instead of fighting their tendency to wake up every few hours in a panic, they built their rest around it. They'd sleep for a few hours, wake up naturally, usually convinced something terrible was about to happen, spend an hour or two doing quiet activities like mending tools or planning the next day's work, then settle back down for another sleep cycle. This wasn't insomnia, it was evolution in action. Their bodies and minds were adapting to a lifestyle that required constant alertness, even during rest. They were literally rewiring their sleep patterns to match their dangerous profession, creating a survival strategy disguised as a sleep disorder. And you thought your habit of checking your phone at 2 a.m. was problematic. Now here's where the story takes a turn that would make your afternoon coffee break look like child's play. You see, these Bronze Age miners had discovered something that modern workplace efficiency experts are still trying to figure out: the strategic underground nap. Picture yourself back in Copper Arm's well-worn boots, deep in a mine shaft that's lit by oil lamps that flicker more than your grandmother's old television. The air is thick, your muscles ache, and you've been swinging that bronze pickaxe for hours. Logic would suggest that the last thing you'd want to do is fall asleep surrounded by unstable rock walls and toxic fumes. But logic, as you're about to discover, wasn't exactly the miner's strong suit. These crafty underground workers had figured out that a well-timed 20-minute nap in the depths of the mine could be the difference between productive afternoon digging and accidentally pickaxing your own foot. But here's the catch, and this is where things get delightfully weird. They couldn't just curl up anywhere. Oh no, that would be too easy. Underground napping had rules, serious rules. The kind of rules that would make your office handbook look like a grocery list. First, you had to find what they called a singing spot, a place in the mine where the acoustics were just right. Not too echoey, which meant unstable rock, not too muffled, which could mean dangerous gas pockets, but just right, like some sort of geological Goldilocks situation. These spots were highly coveted, and miners would actually trade shifts and rations for access to the premium napping locations. Imagine the workplace politics. Listen, Tinbeard, I'll give you my extra bread ration and cover your morning shift if you let me have the Tuesday 2 p.m. slot in the good sleeping alcove. It was like booking a conference room, except the stakes were your sanity, and the conference room could potentially collapse on you. But the weirdness doesn't stop there. These miners had developed a buddy system for underground napping that was part safety protocol, part superstition. One person would sleep while another kept watch, not for cave-ins or dangerous gases, but for what they called the dream thieves. Now, before you start picturing some sort of Bronze Age sleep bandits sneaking around stealing dreams, let me explain. The miners believed that sleeping underground could lead to prophetic dreams about the location of rich ore veins. These dreams were considered so valuable that there were actual cases of miners trying to steal each other's sleeping spots to intercept these geological visions. It was like corporate espionage, but with more dirt and fewer PowerPoint presentations. The watching partner had a specific job. If the sleeping miner started mumbling about copper or tin or gold in their sleep, the watcher was supposed to memorize every word. Some watchers even developed their own shorthand for recording these drowsy proclamations. Imagine waking up from your nap to find your coworker frantically scribbling notes about your sleep-talking session. "You said something about shiny veins near the singing water," your partner would whisper urgently. "Do you remember what that means?" And you'd be standing there, still groggy, trying to figure out if you'd just solved the mind's productivity problems or if you'd simply been dreaming about your lunch again. The really fascinating part is that this system actually worked, not because the dreams were genuinely prophetic, but because the process of sleeping underground had actually trained these miners to be incredibly observant about subtle geological signs. Their subconscious minds were processing details they'd noticed during their waking hours: slight changes in rock colour, variations in airflow, unusual sounds or echoes. So when they dreamed about promising locations, they were actually accessing a kind of intuitive knowledge they'd built up through months or years of underground experience. It was like having a geological GPS system powered by REM sleep and Bronze Age intuition. But here's the mildly stressful part that would keep you on edge. Not everyone's dreams were welcome. If a miner's underground naps consistently led to dry holes or dangerous cave-ins, they'd be banned from the good sleeping spots. Imagine the pressure of knowing that your dream quality could affect your career prospects. Performance reviews were literally based on your subconscious performance. "Sorry, Copper Arm, but your last 3 dream tips led us to solid rock and a small flood. You're relegated to the noisy alcove near the ventilation shaft until further notice." It was like being demoted for your sleep performance. Talk about workplace stress following you into your dreams. You'd think that people who spent their days in near total darkness would relish the opportunity to sleep in actual comfortable darkness. But Bronze Age miners, as you're beginning to understand, weren't exactly conventional in their approach to rest and relaxation. Instead of embracing the darkness, they turned bedtime into what can only be described as a competitive sport. And like most competitive sports, it was simultaneously ridiculous and intensely serious. Picture this. You're back in your straw-filled hut after another day of underground adventures, and instead of simply lying down and closing your eyes like a reasonable person, you're participating in what the mining community called darkness challenges. These weren't official competitions with prizes and ceremonies. They were the kind of informal contests that emerge when people have too much time, too much stress, and not nearly enough entertainment options. The basic concept was simple. See who could fall asleep fastest in complete darkness. But like everything else in Bronze Age mining culture, the execution was wonderfully complicated. First, there were the preparation rituals. Each miner had their own pre-sleep routine that they swore was the key to rapid unconsciousness. Some would count their breathing in specific patterns, not the gentle 4-7-8 breathing you might have learned in yoga class, but intense mathematical sequences that would make your high school algebra teacher proud. Others would mentally catalogue every tool in their collection, every support beam in their section of the mine, every pebble in their daily path. One popular technique involved what they called reverse mining, mentally digging their way out of the mine tunnel by tunnel from their deepest point to the surface. It was like counting sheep, except the sheep were geological formations and the counting could take hours. But here's where the competitive element kicked in. Miners would actually time each other's descent into sleep. They'd use water clocks, basically ancient hourglasses filled with water instead of sand, to measure who could achieve unconsciousness most efficiently. The current record holder in most communities was usually treated with the kind of respect we might reserve for Olympic athletes. Did you hear? Stonejaw fell asleep in under 3 drips last night. 3 drips. I can barely get comfortable in under 10. This timing system led to all sorts of creative strategies. Some miners would deliberately exhaust themselves during the day, performing extra tasks or taking on additional shifts, thinking that extreme fatigue would guarantee rapid sleep. Others went the opposite direction, trying to achieve the perfect balance of tiredness without crossing into that overtired zone where your brain starts acting like a caffeinated squirrel. The really dedicated competitors developed what we might recognise as early meditation techniques. They'd spend their evening hours practicing what they called mind darkening, essentially training their thoughts to slow down and fade to black on command. It was mindfulness meditation disguised as a sleep competition, and it actually worked surprisingly well. But then there were the cheaters. Oh yes, even Bronze Age sleeping competitions had their scandals. Some miners would secretly consume fermented beverages before the challenge. figuring that alcohol-induced drowsiness should count as legitimate sleep speed. Others would claim they'd fallen asleep when they were actually just lying very still with their eyes closed, hoping the timekeeper wouldn't notice the difference. There were heated debates about whether these tactics were within the spirit of the competition. That's not real sleep, Copper Arm. Real sleep means dream activity. You were just pretending. Prove it, Bronzetooth. You can't measure dreams with a water clock. These arguments would sometimes go on for hours, which kind of defeated the entire purpose of a rapid sleep competition. The most elaborate cheating scheme involved miners who would practice falling asleep during their lunch breaks, essentially training for the evening competitions like athletes preparing for the Olympics. They'd find quiet spots in the mine, set up their own timing systems, and work on perfecting their sleep-onset technique during work hours. This led to the somewhat stressful situation where supervisors had to watch for miners who were too good at falling asleep. If you could doze off too quickly during the day, you might be suspected of practicing for the evening competitions instead of focusing on your actual job. Why were you able to fall asleep so fast during lunch break, Tin Hand? Are you training for tonight's darkness challenge when you should be thinking about copper extraction? Imagine having to defend your natural sleepiness as evidence that you weren't being competitive about bedtime. It was like being too good at relaxation for your own good. The competitions also created an unexpected side effect. Miners became incredibly sensitive to sleep disruption. A snoring neighbour, a creaking roof beam, or an unusually active mouse could completely ruin your competitive sleep time. This led to elaborate pre-competition rituals involving soundproofing attempts, neighbour negotiations, and what can only be described as Bronze Age white noise machines, usually involving controlled water dripping or rhythmic tool tapping. And just when you thought it couldn't get more complicated, the communities started developing seasonal variations of the challenges, with different rules for winter sleeping versus summer sleeping, new moon versus full moon nights, and pre-mining versus post-mining sleep sessions. It was the kind of thing that started as simple fun and evolved into a complex subculture with its own rules, strategies, and social hierarchies. Because apparently, even sleep needed to be optimized for maximum efficiency and competitive advantage. Who knew Bronze Age miners were the original life hackers? Just when you thought Bronze Age sleep habits couldn't get any stranger, we encounter what might be the most peculiar phenomenon of all, the singing sleepers. And no, this isn't about miners who hummed lullabies to help themselves drift off, though that would be charmingly normal compared to what actually happened. You're lying in your Bronze Age bed. Remember, it's still that pile of straw that's definitely seen better days. And from somewhere in the darkness comes a sound that's part melody, part moan, and entirely mysterious. It's your neighbour, Bronzebeard, engaging in what the mining community called sleep singing, a phenomenon that was part medical condition, part social ritual, and entirely fascinating to everyone who witnessed it. Sleep singing wasn't like the occasional snoring or sleep talking that you might be familiar with. These weren't random mumbles or unconscious vocalizations. The singing sleepers produced elaborate melodic compositions while completely unconscious, often lasting for hours and featuring complex harmonies that they couldn't reproduce while awake. The weird part, as if it wasn't weird enough already. The songs seemed to follow the rhythm of mining. The melodies matched the tempo of pickaxe swings. The harmonies echoed the sounds of copper being separated from stone, and the overall compositions had a distinctly geological quality that somehow made perfect sense if you'd spent enough time underground. Imagine trying to explain this to your modern sleep specialist. Well, doctor, I seem to be composing symphonies in my sleep, but only ones that sound like mining equipment, and I can't remember any of it when I wake up. The mining communities didn't treat this as a medical oddity to be cured. They embraced it as a form of entertainment and in some cases divine communication. Families would actually adjust their sleeping arrangements to be closer to their household sleep singer, and neighbours would sometimes request specific songs by leaving symbolic objects near the singer's bed. Want to hear the copper vein discovery song? Leave a small piece of copper ore by the sleeper's head, hoping for the safe journey underground melody. A mining tool placed just so might do the trick. It was like having a prehistoric jukebox that operated on unconscious request fulfillment. But here's where things got mildly stressful for the sleep singers themselves. They started feeling performance pressure even while unconscious. Some singers reported anxiety dreams about not producing good enough nocturnal concerts, or nightmares about forgetting the melodies their communities had come to expect. Bronzebeard might wake up feeling exhausted, not from physical labour, but from the psychological pressure of being the neighbourhood's primary source of nighttime entertainment. Imagine the responsibility of knowing that your sleep quality directly affected everyone else's enjoyment of their evening. Did you hear Bronzebeard's performance last night? Usually his underground flooding song is much more dramatic. I hope he's not coming down with something. The phenomenon created its own social dynamics. Sleep singers became informal community leaders, their unconscious musical choices influencing group decisions about mining locations, safety protocols, and even interpersonal conflicts. If the sleep song featured harmonies about avoiding a particular tunnel, the mining crew might genuinely consider changing their plans. It was like having a focus group that operated entirely through dream state musical compositions. The practical challenges were considerable. Sleep singers couldn't control their nocturnal performances, which meant they might launch into a rousing mining anthem, just when everyone else was trying to fall asleep. This led to the development of singer schedules, informal agreements about when different sleep singers would be allowed to perform. Bronzebeard gets the first part of the night, Copper Voice takes the middle shift, and Tin Throat handles the pre-dawn slot. That way everyone gets some quiet sleep time and some musical entertainment. But scheduling unconscious performers is about as reliable as predicting the weather using tea leaves. Singers would sometimes sleep through their designated performance windows, leaving their audiences disappointed. Other times they'd have particularly energetic nights and sing right through someone else's scheduled quiet time. The communities developed surprisingly sophisticated ways to manage these challenges. Some groups appointed sleep conductors, people whose job was to gently influence the singers' performances through subtle, environmental cues. They'd adjust the temperature, introduce specific scents, or create gentle background sounds that might encourage certain types of songs. It was like being a DJ for unconscious performers, trying to create the right atmosphere for the kind of musical dreaming that would benefit the entire community. The most talented sleep conductors could allegedly influence not just the style of the songs, but their content. Want songs about successful mining ventures? Create an environment that feels prosperous and secure. Need melodies that would calm pre-mining anxiety? Focus on comfort and safety cues. Of course, this system was about as reliable as you'd expect when dealing with unconscious minds, environmental manipulation, and Bronze Age technology. Sleep conductors would spend hours preparing the perfect conditions for inspiring mining-themed lullabies, only to have their featured singer produce 3 hours of what sounded like rocks falling down a mountain. I specifically arranged everything to encourage the peaceful underground journey composition, and instead we got 4 hours of avalanche in a copper mine. What am I doing wrong? The pressure on both singers and conductors led to the development of backup entertainment systems, storytellers, musicians and other performers who could fill in when the sleep singing didn't meet community expectations. Because apparently even unconscious entertainment needed understudies. By now, you've probably realised that Bronze Age miners had turned sleep into something resembling a complex logistical operation. But just when you think you've got a handle on their nocturnal peculiarities, we encounter what might be their most ambitious sleep-related innovation, the Great Sleep Migration. Picture this. You're copper arm again, and you've just discovered that your usual sleeping spot, that carefully chosen corner of your hut where the straw is just the right density and the roof doesn't leak too much, is no longer providing quality rest. Maybe the sleep-singing neighbour has changed their repertoire to something that sounds like rocks having an argument. Maybe the local mouse population has decided your sleeping area is prime real estate. Or maybe you've simply outgrown your current sleep environment the way you might outgrow a favourite coffee shop that suddenly starts playing music that makes your teeth hurt. The logical solution would be to adjust your sleeping arrangements within your existing space. Add more straw, negotiate with the neighbour, declare war on the mice. But Bronze Age miners, as you've learned, weren't particularly interested in logical solutions when creative ones were available. Instead, they developed a system of seasonal sleep migration that would make modern minimalists weep with envy and digital nomads nod with understanding. The concept was beautifully simple. Instead of trying to perfect one sleeping location, why not rotate through multiple sleeping spots throughout the year, following optimal sleep conditions the way birds follow favourable weather patterns? This wasn't just about comfort, though comfort was certainly part of it. The miners had observed that different sleeping locations seemed to produce different types of dreams, different quality of rest, and different levels of preparation for the next day's underground work. Some places were better for deep restorative sleep. Others seemed to encourage the kind of light, alert rest that kept you ready for unexpected mine emergencies. The migration routes weren't random. Mining communities developed elaborate maps of optimal sleeping locations, complete with seasonal ratings, dream quality assessments, and detailed notes about environmental factors that affected rest quality. The sleeping alcove behind Stonejaw's hut is excellent for deep winter rest, but avoid it during the rainy season unless you enjoy the sound of water dripping directly onto your forehead every 37 seconds. The elevated platform near the mine entrance provides superior ventilation for summer sleeping, but the sunrise light makes it unsuitable for anyone who values sleeping past dawn. These sleep migration maps became highly valued community resources, passed down through families and traded between mining settlements like precious commodities. A detailed sleep location guide could be worth several days' wages, and experienced sleep migrants were consulted like travel advisors. I'm thinking of trying the rocky outcrop near the eastern mine shaft for my autumn sleep rotation. What's your assessment of the wind patterns and rodent activity in that area? The migration system created its own social dynamics. Popular sleeping spots would become overcrowded during peak seasons, leading to reservation systems and waiting lists. Prime locations might be booked months in advance, with miners planning their sleep schedules around availability rather than personal preference. Some entrepreneurs, yes, Bronze Age miners had entrepreneurs, started offering sleeping location rental services. They'd scout new spots, test them for optimal sleep conditions, and then lease them to other miners for premium rates during high-demand periods. For just 3 extra copper pieces per moon cycle, you can have guaranteed access to the sheltered grove with a natural sound dampening and built-in morning sun alarm. No mice, no leaks, no snoring neighbours. Premium sleep location with a satisfaction guarantee. But the migration system also created unexpected challenges. Miners would sometimes get so attached to particular seasonal sleeping spots that they'd refuse to migrate when conditions changed. They'd stubbornly remain in summer locations well into winter, suffering through cold and discomfort rather than give up their favourite sleep environment. This led to the development of migration counsellors, community members who specialised in helping miners make healthy transitions between seasonal sleeping locations. They'd provide emotional support for miners who were having trouble letting go of unsuitable sleeping spots, and practical advice for adapting to new sleep environments. I understand your attachment to the moss-covered boulder formation, Tintooth, but it's been flooding regularly for 3 weeks now. Perhaps it's time to consider the elevated platform option we discussed. The most dedicated sleep migrants would maintain detailed journals documenting their experiences in different locations, noting factors like dream quality, morning energy levels, and overall satisfaction ratings. These journals became valuable references for future migration planning and were sometimes shared with other miners seeking optimal sleep solutions. According to my records, the Hollow Tree sleeping spot provides excellent dream recall but poor neck support. The cave entrance location offers superior protection from weather but tends to produce anxiety dreams about cave-ins. The meadow area is perfect for summer but becomes completely unsuitable once the seasonal flooding begins. Some miners took the migration concept so seriously that they'd spend more time travelling between sleeping locations than actually sleeping in them. They'd become so focused on finding the perfect sleep environment that they'd exhaust themselves with constant relocation logistics. The communities eventually had to establish migration limits to prevent miners from wearing themselves out with excessive sleep location optimization. Too much time spent searching for perfect rest could actually cause worse sleep quality than just settling for good enough. It was like the Bronze Age version of analysis paralysis, except instead of endless research about mattress types and thread counts, it involved geographical surveys and seasonal weather pattern analysis. And just when the system seemed to be working smoothly, some innovative miners started experimenting with micro-migrations, changing sleeping locations multiple times within a single night to optimize different phases of their sleep cycles. Because apparently even migration needed to be optimized for maximum efficiency. Now we're approaching what might be the most extraordinary aspect of Bronze Age mining sleep culture, the systematic attempt to industrialize dreaming. Yes, you read that correctly. These ancient miners tried to transform their dream lives into a kind of underground think tank, and the results were equal parts brilliant and completely bonkers. You're settling into your current migration location. Let's say it's the early autumn rotation, so you're probably in that nice spot near the stream with the natural windbreak, and instead of simply hoping for good dreams, you're participating in what the mining community called dream crafting. This wasn't just about encouraging helpful dreams, it was about manufacturing specific types of dreams for specific purposes. The concept emerged from the observation that miners who dreamed about their work often came up with creative solutions to underground challenges. Someone might dream about a new way to shore up unstable tunnels, or visualize a more efficient method for extracting ore from difficult veins. These work-related dreams seem to access a kind of problem-solving capability that conscious minds couldn't always achieve. Naturally, mining communities decided to systematize this process. Dream crafting involves elaborate pre-sleep preparation rituals designed to encourage specific types of dreams. Want to dream about finding new copper deposits? Spend your evening handling copper samples, studying geological formations, and mentally rehearsing successful mining scenarios. Hoping for dreams that would solve structural engineering problems? Focus your pre-sleep attention on support beams, tunnel design, and architectural challenges. It was like programming your unconscious mind to work on specific projects while you slept. The communities developed specialized roles for dream crafting support. Dream preparers would help miners set up their pre-sleep environments with appropriate visual, tactile, and olfactory cues. Dream recorders would be standing by when miners woke up, ready to capture and document any potentially useful dream content before it faded from memory. Quick, copper arm. You're mumbling something about twisted metal bindings and spiral support structures. Can you remember any details about the dream? And you'd be lying there, still half asleep, trying to reconstruct a complex engineering vision, while someone frantically takes notes about your drowsy mumbling. The most ambitious dream crafting experiments involved group dreaming sessions. Multiple miners would prepare to sleep together, focusing on the same challenges and hoping to generate complementary dreams that could be combined into comprehensive solutions. It was like forming a dream-based research and development team. Tonight we're all going to focus on the flooding problem in the eastern tunnels. Bronzebeard, you concentrate on drainage solutions. Tin Hand, focus on waterproofing materials. Stonejaw, see if you can dream up some kind of early warning system for water detection. The success rate for these group dreaming projects was about what you'd expect when trying to coordinate unconscious minds working on complex technical problems. Occasionally the miners would awaken with innovative, complementary solutions that seamlessly blended together like a puzzle. More often, they'd produce a collection of unrelated dreams about fish, childhood memories, and that embarrassing incident with the pickaxe from 3 summers ago. But the occasional successes were impressive enough to keep the system going, and some mining communities became quite sophisticated in their dream crafting techniques. They developed what we might recognize as early versions of lucid dreaming training, teaching miners to recognize when they were dreaming and to maintain some level of conscious control over their dream narratives. The goal was to stay focused on work-related problem-solving even while asleep. Remember, when you realize you're dreaming, don't get distracted by flying or other dream nonsense. Focus on the tunnel ventilation challenge. Use your dream state to visualize solutions that might not occur to your waking mind. This created some mildly stressful situations where miners felt pressure to be productive even while unconscious. Imagine the anxiety of knowing that your sleep performance was being evaluated not just for rest quality, but for creative problem-solving output. Sorry everyone, my dreams last night were completely useless. I spent the whole time dreaming about a giant copper-coloured rabbit that kept giving me mining advice that made no sense. I don't think we can use dig tunnels like carrot burrows as a viable engineering strategy. The communities eventually had to establish dream failure forgiveness policies to prevent miners from developing sleep anxiety that would actually reduce their dream productivity. Some of the most dedicated dream crafters started keeping detailed dream journals, documenting not just the content of their dreams, but the pre-sleep preparation techniques that seemed to produce the most useful results. These journals became valuable community resources, like recipe books for generating specific types of dreams. For dreams about ore quality assessment, I recommend spending the evening examining different metal samples while thinking about colour variations and density testing. Avoid eating fermented foods before sleep, as they seem to introduce random elements that distract from metallurgical focus. The most successful dream crafters developed personal specializations, becoming known for their ability to generate specific types of problem-solving dreams. Some became specialists in structural engineering dreams, Others focused on geological survey dreams, and a few became known for their uncanny ability to dream about workplace safety solutions. These specialists would sometimes be consulted by other mining communities facing similar challenges. They'd travel to different settlements, learn about local mining problems, and then attempt to dream up solutions that could be implemented by the visiting community. It was like having Bronze Age consulting services powered by REM sleep and unconscious creativity. But the system also produced some wonderfully unexpected results. Miners who were trying to dream about technical solutions would sometimes come up with innovations in completely unrelated areas. Someone focusing on tunnel support might dream up new food preservation techniques. A miner concentrating on ore extraction might wake up with ideas for improved textile manufacturing. The community started maintaining unexpected innovation logs to capture these accidental discoveries, leading to a kind of Bronze Age cross-pollination of ideas between different industries and crafts. And just when the dream crafting system seemed to be reaching peak sophistication, some innovative miners started experimenting with dream trading, attempting to share their dreams with other people through detailed storytelling and visualization exercises. This suggests that even unconscious creativity required optimization for maximum distribution and collaborative efficiency. As you're drifting towards sleep in your modern bed, with your climate control and blackout curtains and probably a dozen different apps designed to optimize your rest, it's worth considering what happened to all this Bronze Age sleep innovation. Did these elaborate systems simply disappear when mining techniques evolved, or did they leave traces that still influence how we think about rest and dreams? The answer, as you might expect, is wonderfully complicated. Some of the Bronze Age sleep practices evolved into traditions that persisted for thousands of years. The concept of sleep migration, for instance, influenced the development of seasonal living patterns in many cultures. The idea that different environments produce different qualities of rest became embedded in various folk wisdom traditions about optimal sleeping conditions. Dream crafting techniques found their way into religious and spiritual practices where directed dreaming became associated with divine communication and prophetic vision. The systematic approach to dream incubation that Bronze Age miners developed can be traced through various mystery traditions, shamanic practices, and even early medical applications where dreams were used for diagnostic purposes. The competitive aspects of Bronze Age sleep culture evolved into more formal sleep-related customs and ceremonies. Various cultures developed rituals around bedtime, sleep quality assessment, and dream sharing that echo the miners' systematic approach to rest optimization. But perhaps the most significant legacy was the fundamental idea that sleep could be actively managed and optimized rather than simply endured. Bronze Age miners were among the first people to treat sleep as a skill that could be developed, a resource that could be managed, and a tool that could be used for specific purposes. This conceptual framework laid the groundwork for later developments in sleep medicine, dream research, and what we now call sleep hygiene. The miners recognized that environmental factors, social dynamics, and psychological preparation could dramatically affect sleep quality, which was remarkably sophisticated for its time. Their understanding that different types of rest served different purposes, that deep sleep, light sleep, and various dreaming states each had distinct benefits, predated modern sleep science by thousands of years. They were essentially conducting primitive sleep studies, using themselves as test subjects and developing practical applications for their discoveries. The social aspects of their sleep innovations were equally influential. The idea that individual sleep quality could affect community well-being, that sleep patterns could be coordinated for group benefit, and that sleep-related skills could be shared and taught became embedded in many cultures' approaches to rest and community living. Even some of their more unusual practices left lasting influences. The concept of sleep singing evolved into various traditional lullaby practices and bedtime musical customs. The idea of sleep location optimization influenced architectural approaches to bedroom design and the development of sleeping spaces in different cultures. Their systematic approach to managing sleep-related anxiety, recognizing that worry about sleep quality could actually interfere with rest, became a cornerstone of later therapeutic approaches to sleep disorders. Bronze Age miners were essentially practicing primitive cognitive behavioral therapy for sleep problems, but perhaps most importantly, they established the precedent that sleep was worth paying attention to, worth investing effort in, and worth treating as a serious aspect of human health and productivity. This wasn't just about getting enough rest. It was about getting the right kind of rest in the right environment with the right preparation and support systems. Modern sleep research continues to confirm many intuitive findings. We now know that sleep environments do significantly affect rest quality, that social factors can influence sleep patterns, that pre-sleep routines can improve sleep onset and quality, and that different types of sleep serve different physiological and psychological functions. The contemporary interest in sleep optimization, sleep tracking, and sleep-related wellness products reflects the same basic impulse that drove Bronze Age miners to develop their elaborate sleep management systems. We're still trying to solve the same fundamental challenge: how to get the kind of rest that sustains our demanding, often stressful lives. Of course, we have advantages that Bronze Age miners couldn't have imagined. We understand sleep physiology, we have effective treatments for sleep disorders, and we can create sleep environments that are safer and more comfortable than anything available 4,000 years ago. But we may have lost some of their wisdom about the social and psychological aspects of sleep. Their recognition that rest is not just an individual activity, but a community resource, that sleep quality affects not just personal performance but group well-being, and that the journey towards sleep can be as important as the sleep itself, offers insights that remain relevant today. As you settle into your sleep routine tonight, you're participating in a tradition that stretches back to those ancient copper miners who refused to accept poor sleep as an inevitable part of difficult work. They understood something that we're still learning: that good sleep is not a luxury but a necessity, not a passive experience, but an active skill, and not just about rest, but about preparing for whatever challenges tomorrow might bring. Their legacy lives on in every person who takes time to create a comfortable sleep environment, who develops bedtime routines that work for their individual needs, and who recognizes that rest is an investment in productivity and well-being rather than time lost from more important activities. So tonight, as you adjust your pillow and settle into your carefully chosen sleep position, you're honoring thousands of years of human innovation in the art of rest. You're the beneficiary of countless generations of people who refused to accept that sleep was simply something that happened to them, rather than something they could actively improve. Your memory foam mattress and your smartphone sleep tracking apps would probably amaze the Bronze Age miners, but they'd immediately understand your desire to optimize your rest for tomorrow's challenges. They'd recognize the familiar human impulse to turn even unconsciousness into an opportunity for improvement and innovation. And maybe, in their honor, you could take a moment to appreciate not just the sleep you're about to enjoy, but all the creativity, experimentation, and stubborn determination that made it possible. From their underground napping experiments to your white noise machine by the bed, it's all part of the same ongoing human project, the quest for rest that truly restores. Sweet dreams. The Bronze Age miners would be proud of how far we've come and how much we still have in common with those ancient seekers of perfect sleep. After all, some things never change. We all just want to wake up feeling like we can face whatever the day might throw at us, whether it's a dangerous mine shaft or a challenging Monday morning. And in that universal desire for restorative rest, we're connected across thousands of years to those ingenious, sleep-obsessed miners who turned bedtime into an art form and dreaming into a collaborative enterprise. Rest well, knowing you're part of a very long tradition of people who take their sleep seriously and aren't afraid to get creative about it. You're stepping back into the late 1700s, when Kentucky was still a raw frontier carved from wilderness, and the people who settled there brought with them the knowledge of grain and fire passed down through generations. This is the story of how bourbon came to be, not through grand invention, but through patient hands, copper stills glowing in the darkness, and the kind of accidental discovery that only time and charred oak could reveal. Now picture this. You're standing on a porch that groans beneath your boots, watching the sun sink behind a ridge of trees so dense they look like a single dark wave frozen against the copper sky. The air here in Kentucky carries a thickness you can almost chew, humidity that clings to your shirt and makes every breath feel like drinking something substantial. This is 1792, and the land around you is young in the way that only recently tamed wilderness can be, still holding the memory of what it was before axes and ploughs arrived to reshape it. The distillery sits in a clearing hacked from the forest. surrounded by stumps that will take another decade to rot away completely. Your hands smell of corn and wood smoke, a combination that's become so familiar you barely notice it anymore except in moments like this, when the work has paused and you have time to simply stand and notice things. Behind you, through the open door of the still house, you can hear the gentle tick and drip of cooling metal, the building settling into evening like an old dog finding its spot by the fire. The nearest neighbour lives 3 miles through woods where panthers still scream at night, their cries so human-sounding that newcomers sometimes go running with rifles, thinking someone's being murdered in the dark. You've learned to ignore those sounds, the way you've learned to ignore the wolves that howl from the ridges when the moon is full. What matters is the work. The corn you've grown, the water from the limestone spring that bubbles up cold and pure 100 yards from here, and the still that waits inside the building behind you like a patient bronze animal. Your father taught you distilling back in Pennsylvania, where the family had a small operation making rye whiskey that was decent enough but nothing special. He'd learned it from his father, who'd brought the knowledge from Scotland, where apparently everyone knew how to turn grain into something that burned going down and warmed you from the inside out. The process seemed almost magical when you were young. Putting in corn and water and yeast, applying heat and time, and getting out a clear liquid that could preserve meat, clean wounds, trade for goods, and make a hard day feel slightly less hard when you took a careful sip before bed. But Kentucky isn't Pennsylvania. The corn grows differently here, taller and sweeter in the thick river-bottom soil. The water tastes different, filtered through limestone that makes it soft in a way that's hard to describe but easy to notice once you've tried making whiskey with it. Even the air feels different in the still house, heavy and full in summer, crisp and crackling in winter. You found yourself adjusting the old recipes, changing proportions almost without thinking about it, and responding to what this new place seems to want from you. The evening sounds are building around you now, cicadas starting their electric chorus, a wood thrush singing its spiralling song from somewhere in the darkening trees, and the distant sound of your neighbour's cow lowing to be milked. Your wife is inside the cabin preparing supper, and you can smell onions frying in bear grease. A smell that would have seemed strange 2 years ago, but now just smells like home. In a few minutes you'll go inside, eat whatever she's cooked. Maybe read a few verses from the Bible by candlelight if your eyes aren't too tired, and then sleep the heavy sleep of someone who's been on his feet since dawn. But first you want to check the barrels. It's become a habit, this evening walk through the aging shed, though you're not entirely sure what you're checking for. The whiskey's in there, sealed up tight in the charred oak containers you made last month when the cooper from Lexington came through and showed you his technique. He'd said the charring would filter out impurities and make the whiskey clearer and cleaner. You'd believed him because you had no reason not to, and because trying new things is what you do out here on the frontier, where the old ways don't always fit the new circumstances. The aging shed is nothing fancy, just 4 walls and a roof to keep the rain off, with gaps between the boards wide enough that you can see slivers of sky through them when you're inside. The barrels sit on wooden racks you built yourself, each one holding about 50 gallons of the clear whiskey you distilled 2 months ago, right after the corn harvest. In Pennsylvania, you would have bottled it immediately, maybe letting it sit a few weeks at most before selling or drinking it. But here, with no immediate buyers and no urgent need for the revenue, you decided to just let it rest a while and see what happened. You push open the shed door and step into the dimness. The smell hits you immediately, a rich, sweet, woody scent that's nothing like the sharp alcohol smell of fresh whiskey. You freeze, inhaling deeply, trying to place what's different. It's like walking into a bakery or a cabinet maker's shop, or maybe a combination of both with something else underneath that you can't quite name. Vanilla, possibly. Caramel. The charred wood is doing something to the whiskey that you didn't expect and can't quite understand. Moving closer to the nearest barrel, you tap it gently with your knuckles, listening to the hollow thunk that tells you it's still full, nothing's leaked. The wood feels warm to your touch, holding the day's heat even as the evening cools around it. You know you shouldn't open it yet. The whole point of aging is to let it sit undisturbed, but curiosity is gnawing at you with small, persistent teeth. What's causing that smell? Has the whiskey gone bad somehow? Or has something else happened? Something you didn't plan for and can't predict? Tomorrow you decide. Tomorrow you'll tap one of the barrels and see what's actually happening inside that charred oak. Tonight, you'll just stand here a moment longer, breathing in this unexpected sweetness, feeling the day's exhaustion settle into your bones like sediment drifting to the bottom of a still pond. The work will be there in the morning. It always is. You wake to darkness so complete it feels like a physical presence pressing against your eyes. The rooster hasn't crowed yet, which means it's probably around 4 in the morning, that dead hour when even the insects seem to be sleeping. Your wife is a warm presence beside you, her breathing deep and steady, and for a moment you consider just lying here until proper dawn arrives. But your bladder has other ideas, and besides, once you're awake, you're awake. There's no point in fighting it. The cabin floor is cold against your bare feet as you fumble for your boots, pulling them on without bothering to lace them properly. Outside, the privy waits in the darkness, and you navigate to it more by memory than sight, your eyes gradually adjusting until you can make out the shapes of trees against the slightly lighter sky. A whippoorwill calls from somewhere close by, its 3-note song clear and insistent. When you were a child, your grandmother told you that hearing a whippoorwill meant someone was going to die, but you've heard them almost every night since moving to Kentucky, and everyone you know is still alive, so you've stopped believing that particular superstition. By the time you've finished your business and returned to the cabin, the eastern sky has begun its slow brightening. That gradual shift from black to deep blue that happens so subtly you can never catch the exact moment of change. You don't go back to bed. Instead, you light a candle from the embers still glowing in the fireplace, put coffee on to boil, and begin the process of waking up properly. Your wife will sleep another hour, rising when the real light comes, but you've always been someone who needs this quiet time before the day begins, these minutes when the world belongs only to you and whatever thoughts you want to think. The coffee is bitter and strong, made from beans you've roasted perhaps a bit too dark, but it does its job, sending warmth and alertness spreading through your chest. You drink it standing at the window, watching the world emerge from darkness. The distillery building takes shape first, then the aging shed, then the corn crib and the small barn where you keep the mule and the milk cow. Everything is painted in shades of grey at first, colourless and flat, but gradually the dimension returns, the red of the barn door, the green of the grass, and the brown of the beaten earth path connecting the buildings. You'll check that barrel today. The decision feels solid and right, something you've actually been putting off too long already. But first, the morning routine, feeding the animals, milking the cow, and checking the mash that's been fermenting in the large wooden vats behind the still house. Distilling whiskey isn't just about the dramatic moments of fire and copper and steam. It's about these daily tasks, the maintenance and monitoring that makes the dramatic moments possible. The mash vats are your first stop after finishing your coffee. They sit under a lean-to shelter, protected from direct sun and rain, each one containing a mixture of ground corn, water and yeast that's been bubbling and working for the past 3 days. You lift the wooden lid off the first vat and lean in, inhaling the sour, yeasty smell of fermentation. The surface is covered with foam, a good sign that the yeast is doing its job, eating the sugars from the corn and producing alcohol as waste. It's a process that seems almost too simple to work. You're essentially making a kind of beer from corn, then concentrating that beer through heat and distillation until what remains is strong enough to preserve and potent enough to trade. You taste it, dipping a finger into the foam and touching it to your tongue. It's sour and sweet at the same time, with an alcohol content that's probably around 8 or 9%, nowhere near strong enough to be whiskey, but definitely on its way. Another day, maybe 2, and it'll be ready to run through the still. You replace the lid carefully, then move to the next vat, then the next, checking each one with the same careful attention. This part of the work is boring in the best possible way. Repetitive, predictable, requiring focus but not much thought, letting your mind wander while your hands do what they know how to do. The still itself waits inside the distillery building, a copper construction that cost you more money than you've ever spent on anything except land. It's beautiful in its way, all curves and joints soldered smooth, with a long tapered neck that rises toward the ceiling before curving away into the condensing coil. When you first set it up, you spent hours just looking at it, trying to understand how something made by human hands could be so elegant. The copper gleams even in low light, catching and throwing back any available brightness, And when it's working, when fire is roaring beneath it and steam is rising through its neck and liquid is dripping from its spout, it seems almost alive. But today isn't a distilling day. You've learned through experience that you can't rush this process. You can't force it to happen on your schedule. The mash has to be ready, properly fermented but not gone sour. You have to have enough firewood split and stacked and enough clean containers waiting to catch the distillate. You have to be rested and alert because distilling requires attention, watching temperatures, adjusting the fire, and tasting the output to know when you're getting the good middle run versus the harsh heads or the weak tails that you'll either throw away or redistill later. Today is for maintenance instead. You check the still for any signs of damage or wear, running your hands along the copper seams, looking for the green stains that would indicate a leak. Everything seems solid. You check the firebox beneath the still, scraping out old ash, making sure the draft holes aren't clogged. You check the condensing coil, which sits in a barrel of cold water that has to be refreshed regularly to keep the steam condensing properly. All of this is familiar work, the kind that lets your thoughts drift while your hands stay busy. And your thoughts keep drifting back to that smell from last night. That unexpected sweetness is coming from the barrels. You've been making whiskey for almost 20 years now, first helping your father and then on your own, and you've never encountered anything quite like it. Whiskey is supposed to be harsh, clear and functional. It's medicine and currency and social lubricant, not something you'd describe as sweet or smooth or pleasant. But that smell suggested something different, something you don't have words for yet. By mid-morning you finish the maintenance work and run out of excuses. The barrel is waiting. You walk to the aging shed with a hammer and a wooden spigot, tools for tapping a barrel without having to remove the whole bung and risk exposing the entire contents to air. Your hands are steadier than you expected as you position the spigot against the barrel head, finding the right spot between the staves. One sharp tap with the hammer and the spigot is in, sealed tight by the pressure of the wood around it. Nothing comes out at first. You have to open the small valve on the spigot, and even then there's a moment of resistance before the whiskey begins to flow. You've positioned a clay cup beneath the spigot, and you watch as it fills with liquid that's nothing like what you put into this barrel 2 months ago. Instead of clear, it's the colour of honey, or maybe amber, or maybe sunlight filtering through old church windows. It flows thick and slow, and the smell that rises from the cup is that same complex sweetness you noticed last night, but stronger now, more defined. You lift the cup to your lips and take the smallest possible sip, barely wetting your tongue. The taste explodes across your mouth, sweet and spicy and oaky and complex in ways that make your eyes widen involuntarily. This isn't whiskey, or rather, it is whiskey, but whiskey that's become something else, something more. The harshness is gone, replaced by layers of flavour that you can't quite separate into individual components. Vanilla is there, definitely. Caramel too. Something that might be cinnamon or might just be the char from the barrel. And underneath it all, still present but transformed, the corn sweetness that was there in the original distillate. You take another sip, larger this time, letting it roll around your mouth before swallowing. The warmth spreads through your chest like the coffee did this morning, but gentler, smoother, without any of the sharp edges that raw whiskey has. You feel your shoulders relax and feel some tension you didn't know you were carrying drain away. This is something special. You don't know the exact mechanisms that created it, and you don't understand the chemistry of what happened inside that charred oak barrel, but you understand enough to know that you've stumbled onto something valuable. You're sitting on a stump outside the aging shed, the clay cup still in your hands, trying to understand what you've just tasted. The sun has climbed high enough that you're sweating, despite the relative cool of the September morning, and somewhere nearby a crow is calling with that harsh, insistent voice that makes you think it's complaining about something. Your mind is working in circles, trying to puzzle out cause and effect, trying to figure out what you did differently that resulted in this unexpected transformation. The charring is obviously important. You've stored whiskey in regular barrels before, back in Pennsylvania, and while it picked up some colour and maybe a bit of wood taste, it never developed this kind of complexity. The cooper from Lexington had made charring the barrels seem like a simple practical matter, burn the inside to sterilise it and help filter the whiskey. But clearly something more is happening. The char is interacting with the whiskey somehow, pulling out harsh elements and adding in new flavours, though you couldn't explain the chemistry of it to save your life. Time matters too, obviously. You'd plan to age the whiskey maybe a month, 6 weeks at most, just long enough to let it settle and clear. But this barrel has been sitting for almost 8 weeks now, and the extra time has clearly made a difference. You wonder how much longer you could let it sit. 3 months? 6 months? A year? At what point would it stop improving and start going bad? These are questions that would require systematic testing to answer, and you're just one man with a small operation and bills to pay. The temperature might be playing a role as well. Kentucky summers are brutal, the kind of heat that makes work feel like punishment, and turns the still house into an oven even when the fire isn't lit. The barrels have been sitting in that shed through some of the hottest weather you've ever experienced. The wood expanding and contracting with the daily temperature swings, the whiskey moving in and out of the charred oak like breath. In Pennsylvania, you stored barrels in a cool cellar where the temperature barely changed. Here there is no cellar, just this shed with its gaps between the boards, and maybe that constant heating and cooling is part of what's creating these new flavours. You take another sip from the cup, trying to taste it analytically now, to break down what you're experiencing into components you can understand and potentially replicate. There's definitely sweetness, but it's not simple sugar sweetness. It's more complex, almost burnt but not quite, like the sugar that crystallises on the edge of a pie when it's been baked just a little too long. The oak is present but not overwhelming, adding structure and depth rather than making the whole thing taste like chewing on wood. And there's something spicy happening, a tingle on your tongue that might be from the corn, or might be from the barrel, or might be from the interaction between the two. Your wife appears at the cabin door, shading her eyes with one hand. Are you planning to do any actual work today, or are you just going to sit there drinking in the morning? You laugh, standing up and stretching muscles that have gotten stiff from sitting too long in one position. Come taste this, you call to her, holding up the cup. Tell me if I'm imagining things. She crosses the yard with that efficient walk she has, not hurrying but not wasting time either, and takes the cup from your hands. You watch her face as she sips, seeing the exact same expression of surprise that you must have had. Eyes widening, eyebrows going up, and mouth opening slightly in an involuntary response to unexpected pleasure. What did you do to it? She asks, taking another sip before you can answer. I don't know, you admit. I put regular whiskey in a charred barrel and left it there for 2 months. This is what came out. She hands the cup back to you, though you can tell she's reluctant to let it go. Well, she says, practical as always. I suppose you'd better figure out how to do it again then, because if you can make whiskey that tastes like that, people will pay good money for it. She's right, of course. You've been treating this as an interesting accident, something to puzzle over and marvel at, but there's a commercial dimension here that you haven't fully considered. The whiskey you've been making and selling is adequate. It does what whiskey is supposed to do, which is burn and warm and preserve, but it's not special. Nobody seeks it out specifically. They buy it because it's available and the price is fair, not because it's notably better than anyone else's product. But this is different. This is the kind of thing people might actually prefer, might request by name, and might even travel to obtain. The question is whether you can replicate it. You have a dozen other barrels in the shed, all filled at roughly the same time, all made by the same cooper using the same charring technique. If the transformation you've discovered is real and reliable, those other barrels should contain whiskey that's undergone the same change. But if what happened was a fluke, some quirk of this particular barrel, or this particular batch of whiskey, or some variable you haven't identified, then the other barrels might still contain the same harsh, clear liquid you put into them. There's only one way to find out. You take the hammer and another spigot and move to the second barrel, tapping it with the same careful precision you used on the first. The whiskey that flows out is the same beautiful amber colour, and when you taste it, the flavours are similar enough to confirm your hope. This is replicable. Whatever you've done it to all the barrels. The transformation isn't a quirk of one container, but a predictable result of the process you've accidentally created. By the time you've sampled from all 12 barrels, you're feeling pleasantly warm and slightly muzzy-headed, and your wife is giving you amused looks from across the yard where she's hanging laundry to dry. The whiskey is definitely affecting you, but not in the harsh, aggressive way that raw distillate does. This is gentler, more of a glow than a burn, and you realise that part of what makes this aged whiskey special is that you could actually sip it slowly and enjoy it for the taste, rather than just throwing it back quickly to get the medicine down. You cap all the barrels carefully, making sure the spigots are sealed tight and won't leak. These containers represent hundreds of hours of work, growing the corn, harvesting it, grinding it, fermenting it, distilling it. And now they represent something more, a potential future where you're known for quality rather than just quantity, where people seek out your whiskey specifically rather than just buying whatever's available. The rest of the day passes in a pleasant blur of normal farm work. You repair a section of fence that the cow has been leaning against. You split firewood for next week's distilling run. You weed the kitchen garden and help your wife carry water from the spring. But your mind keeps returning to those barrels, to the question of what to do next. Do you sell this batch as it is, aged 2 months, or do you wait longer to see if more aging improves it further? Do you tell people what you've discovered, or do you keep it quiet and let them think you've just gotten better at making whiskey? Do you try to understand the science of what's happening, or do you just accept the gift and move forward? You're lying in bed that night, listening to your wife's breathing settle into the rhythm of sleep, but your own mind won't quiet down. The darkness is complete except for the faint red glow of embers in the fireplace, and you can hear mice scrabbling in the walls, busy with their own mysterious mouse business. Outside, a fox barks once, sharp and sudden, then falls silent. These are the usual night sounds of Kentucky, but tonight they feel different somehow, like the world has shifted slightly and everything needs to be relearned. The question nagging at you is time. 2 months has produced something remarkable, but is it finished? Wine gets better with age. You know that much. The French are famous for their ancient cellars where bottles sit for years or even decades, accumulating value and complexity. Does whiskey work the same way? Or is there a point where the oak becomes too much, where the barrel overwhelms the spirit and turns everything woody and bitter? You make a decision in the darkness. You'll sell half the barrels now at 2 months and leave the other half to age longer. 6 months total maybe, or even a year. It's a compromise between the practical need for income and the experimental desire to see what's possible. Your wife will approve of the practicality, and the part of you that's always curious will be satisfied by the ongoing experiment. Sleep finally comes, and when you wake, it's to full daylight and the smell of corn cakes cooking. Your wife is already up and working as usual, and you feel slightly guilty for oversleeping, though the sun's position suggests it's only just past dawn. The coffee is hot and waiting, and you drink it standing at the door looking out at your small kingdom of distillery and fields and forest. The work of the day begins with checking the mash vats again. Another day of fermentation has done its job. The foam has subsided slightly and the liquid beneath has that cloudy, yeasty look that means it's ready to distill. You'll start tomorrow, you decide. Today is for preparation, gathering firewood, cleaning the still, setting up collection vessels and making sure everything's ready for the long, hot, careful work of turning fermented mash into clear spirit. But first you need to deal with those barrels. The 6 you've decided to sell need to be loaded onto your wagon and taken to Lexington, where you have a standing arrangement with a merchant who sells goods to the river traders heading down to New Orleans. It's a full day's trip there and back, but it's worth it for the access to a market bigger than the handful of neighbours within walking distance of your farm. Loading the barrels is harder than you'd like to admit. Each one weighs close to 400 pounds when full, and while you have a system of ramps and rollers that makes it possible to move them alone, it's still brutal work that leaves you sweating and cursing despite the relatively cool morning air. The mule watches you with its usual expression of patient disdain, as if wondering why humans make everything so complicated. By the time all 6 barrels are secured in the wagon, you're ready for a rest. But there's no time. You need to get to Lexington and back before full dark, and that means leaving soon. Your wife packs you food for the journey. Cornbread, dried venison, a jar of pickles, and a clay jug of water. She kisses you goodbye with the same matter-of-fact affection she brings to everything, and you climb up onto the wagon seat, taking the reins and clicking your tongue at the mule to get it moving. The wagon creaks and sways as it hits the ruts in the road, and you settle into the familiar discomfort of a long trip on bad roads. The journey to Lexington takes you through forest and farmland in roughly equal measure. Kentucky is filling up fast with new settlers, families from Virginia and Pennsylvania, and the Carolinas all flooding in to claim land and build lives in this fertile valley. You pass cabins that weren't there 6 months ago, and see fields that have been cleared from forest. So recently the stumps are still white and raw looking. Everyone waves as you pass. That automatic frontier friendliness that assumes anyone you meet is probably a decent person, until proven otherwise. Lexington is growing too, spreading out from the original fort into something that's starting to resemble an actual town. There are stores now, and taverns, and a church, and streets that have names rather than just being the road that goes to the spring or the path by Johnson's cabin. You guide the mule through the traffic, mostly other wagons, but also people on horseback and on foot, until you reach the merchant's establishment, a sturdy log building with a covered porch where men sit and smoke and discuss politics and weather and crop prices. The merchant himself, a man named Harrison who came from Virginia and still dresses like he's living in a city rather than on the frontier, comes out to inspect your delivery. He's bought your whiskey before, always paying fair prices and never complaining about quality, but you've never brought him anything like what's in these barrels. Same as usual, he asks, making notes on a piece of paper with a pencil that he keeps tucked behind his ear when he's not using it. Better than usual, you say, hopping down from the wagon. Here, try it. You tap one of the barrels right there on the street, filling a cup with the amber liquid. Harrison takes it skeptically. He's tasted hundreds of whiskies in his career as a merchant, and most of them range from barely drinkable to actively unpleasant. But his expression changes as soon as the liquid touches his tongue. What in the name of... He trails off, taking another sip. How long have you been holding out on me? You explain about the barrels, the charring, and the accidental aging. Harrison listens with the focused attention of a man who recognises an opportunity when he tastes one. By the time you finish talking, he's made his decision. I'll take it all, he says. Every barrel you've got, and I'll pay you double the usual rate. Triple, even if you can guarantee me a regular supply of whiskey of this quality. You negotiate for another few minutes, but your heart isn't in it. The price he's offering is more than fair, probably more than you should accept on the first sale. But Harrison isn't stupid. He knows that whiskey this good will sell for even more when he moves it downriver to New Orleans, where people have money, and refined tastes and a taste for luxury goods. It's better to lock you in now with a generous price than risk you finding another buyer who might appreciate the quality. The transaction concluded, you help Harrison's workers roll the barrels into his storage building, a substantial structure with a cellar dug deep enough that the temperature stays relatively constant year-round. He pays you in silver coins that clink pleasantly in the leather pouch you carry for such purposes, more money than you've seen in one place since you bought the land for your farm. You're on the road back from Lexington, the empty wagon rattling along much faster than it did when loaded, your pocket heavy with coins and your mind heavy with thoughts. The sun is past its peak now, slanting in from the west, and you're making good time. You should be home well before dark, which means you can actually help with evening chores instead of arriving exhausted and useless. The question occupying your thoughts is what to call this new whiskey. Harrison had asked, quite reasonably, if it had a name, and you'd had to admit that you'd just been thinking of it as the whiskey from the charred barrels, or the aged whiskey, neither of which exactly rolls off the tongue or sounds particularly marketable. He'd suggested you think about it and come up with something distinctive that people could ask for by name. The problem is that naming things has never been your strength. Your mule is named Mule. Your cow is named Cow. Your dog, back when you had one, was named Dog until he died of old age, and you never got around to replacing him. You're practical about most things, but creativity in naming isn't something that comes naturally. Bourbon County whiskey, maybe? You live in what's technically Bourbon County, named after the French royal family in gratitude for France's help during the Revolution. Most of the whiskey being made in Kentucky comes from this general area, so it would make sense to associate it with the place. But that feels almost too obvious, too simple. Surely someone else will think of that eventually, and then where will you be? You let your mind wander. watching the forest slide past on both sides of the road. The trees here are magnificent. Massive oaks and hickories and maples that must be hundreds of years old, their trunks wider than you are tall. They've stood here since long before European settlers arrived, witnesses to everything that's happened in this valley, and they'll probably still be standing long after you're dead and forgotten. There's something humbling about that. Something that puts your small concerns about whiskey names into perspective. A creek crosses the road ahead, running clear and cold over smooth stones. You let the mule stop and drink, sitting in the afternoon shade and listening to the water chuckle over its rocky bed. This is the kind of moment that makes all the hard work worthwhile. These minutes of peace and natural beauty, when you're not actively struggling against something or rushing to finish some task. You drink from your own water jug, eating a piece of the cornbread your wife packed, letting the quietness sink into you. The name question follows you home and stays with you through the evening chores and supper, and the quiet hour before bed when you and your wife sit by the fire and talk about the day. She suggests calling it creek water whiskey, after the limestone spring that provides your water, but that doesn't feel quite right either. Too literal somehow, and it doesn't capture what makes the whiskey special. Days pass, then weeks, and still the name question remains unsolved. You make another batch of whiskey, filling more charred barrels, committed now to the aging process even though you still don't fully understand all the variables involved. Harrison sends word that the first shipment sold out almost immediately in New Orleans, and he wants more as soon as possible. Other distillers in the area are starting to notice what you're doing and asking questions about your techniques. And you answer honestly because it's not in your nature to hoard knowledge. Besides, competition will be good for everyone. It'll push you all to improve, to experiment, and to discover new variations on what you've accidentally created. The barrel you're aging for a full year sits in the shed like a patient promise. Every week or so you tap it, just a small taste to see how it's developing, and the changes are subtle but real. The flavours are deepening, becoming more integrated, and the sharp edges are smoothing away until what remains is almost impossibly smooth. You're not sure it's actually better than the 2-month aged whiskey. It's different certainly, more refined in some ways, but perhaps less vibrant. But the experiment is valuable regardless of the outcome. One evening in late October, a rider comes up the road just as you're finishing the evening chores. He's a young man, probably not yet 20, dressed in the rough clothes of someone who works for a living rather than for show. He introduces himself as a representative from a tavern keeper in Louisville who's heard about your whiskey and wants to buy it directly rather than going through Harrison's operation in Lexington. You invite him inside, pour him a cup of the 2-month aged whiskey, and watch his face light up with the same expression everyone has when they taste it for the first time. He's prepared to make an offer on the spot, he says, and the price he mentions is even higher than what Harrison is paying. You negotiate in a friendly way, neither of you trying to take advantage, and eventually settle on terms that seem fair to both parties. "What do you call it?" the young man asks as he's preparing to leave. "The tavern keeper will want to know what to put on the sign." And suddenly, without planning it, the answer is there. "Bourbon," you say. "Call it Bourbon." It's not your decision exactly. The name has been hovering around the edges of your consciousness for weeks now, inevitable as weather. But saying it out loud makes it real. Bourbon, simple, direct, and tied to the place without being awkwardly long. The young man nods, repeating it to himself, clearly liking the sound of it. Bourbon. After he leaves, your wife looks at you with raised eyebrows. Bourbon? That's what we're going with. Unless you have a better idea, you say. But you can tell from her expression that she approves, or at least doesn't disapprove strongly enough to argue about it. And that's how it happens, with less ceremony than you might expect for something that will eventually become famous. No official declaration, no legal registration, just a practical answer to a practical question. The whiskey you make, aged in charred oak barrels until it turns amber and smooth, will be called Bourbon. Other people are probably calling their whiskey the same thing, or will be soon, and over time the name will become standardized, associated with Kentucky and with the specific techniques that you and others are developing. But here, Now, on this October evening with the first frost of the season glittering on the grass outside, bourbon is just a word you've chosen because it fits. You're in the still house on a December morning, cold enough that your breath makes clouds in the air, feeding wood into the firebox beneath the copper still. The fire is just catching, flames licking up around the logs, and you can already feel the heat beginning to radiate outward. This is good work for a winter day. The still house will be warm soon, almost too warm, and the contrast with the freezing air outside makes the heat feel like a gift rather than a burden. There's been talk lately, in the taverns and at the church meetings and wherever men gather to discuss business, about a Baptist preacher over in Fayette County named Elijah Craig who's also making whiskey using the charred barrel technique. Some people are saying he invented it, that he was the first to discover how aging in charred oak transforms the spirit. You've heard these stories with mixed feelings, partly amused, partly irritated, and partly just philosophical about the way history gets written. The truth, as you understand it, is that several people probably discovered the technique around the same time, all working independently, all responding to the same circumstances. Craig is a preacher, and therefore more memorable and more likely to be remembered and talked about. You're just a farmer who happens to also make whiskey, not particularly noteworthy except for the quality of what you produce. If Craig wants to be known as the father of bourbon, you're not going to fight him for the title. There's enough market for everyone, and honestly, the less attention you attract, the better. But it does make you think about how stories become established, how one version of events becomes the official version while others fade away. Craig is charismatic and educated and good at promoting himself. He gives sermons that people remember, makes connections with influential men, and understands how to shape narratives. You just make whiskey. In 100 years, assuming bourbon is still being made, people will probably credit Craig with inventing it, and that's fine. The invention matters more than the inventor, really. And besides, who's to say that Craig didn't come up with it independently, maybe even before you did? The still is heating now, the temperature rising steadily, and you check the thermometer you've installed in the side of the pot. 150 degrees, still well below the boiling point of water but getting warmer. You've learned through experience that distillation is all about temperature control. Too cool and nothing happens, too hot and you boil off everything, including the compounds you don't want. The sweet spot is narrow, requiring constant attention and adjustment, which is why you can't leave the still unattended for more than a few minutes at a time during a run. Your wife brings you dinner around noon, a bowl of bean soup and some fresh bread, and sits with you while you eat. She's been to church recently, where Craig gave a guest sermon, and she reports that he spoke eloquently about the virtue of hard work and the importance of using God's gifts wisely. He mentioned whiskey making specifically, she says, as an example of taking the raw materials of creation and transforming them into something of greater value. Did he mention the charred barrels, you ask, more curious than anything. He did, she says. He talked about how the fire purifies, how the char filters out impurities and improves the spirit. He made it sound almost religious, like the whiskey is being baptized or something. You laugh at that because it's absurd and also kind of brilliant. Leave it to a preacher to find religious significance in bourbon making. But there's something to it too. Something about transformation and patience and the way time and specific conditions can turn something ordinary into something exceptional. If Craig wants to frame it in religious terms, that's his prerogative. And honestly, it might help bourbon gain acceptance among people who would otherwise be suspicious of alcohol. The afternoon passes in the familiar rhythm of distilling, feeding the fire, watching the temperature, collecting the output, and judging whether it's heads or hearts or tails. The heads come first, containing the volatile compounds that will make you go blind if you drink them. These you discard, pouring them into a bucket that you'll eventually use for cleaning metal or starting fires. The hearts come next, the good middle run where the alcohol is clean and strong and suitable for aging. The tails come last, weaker and containing compounds that taste bad or might make you sick. These you'll save to redistill with the next batch, extracting whatever useful alcohol they contain. By evening you've collected about 10 gallons of good hearts, clear liquid that smells sharp and clean and is ready to be transformed by charred oak and thyme. You'll let it rest overnight, and then tomorrow you'll fill another barrel and add it to the aging shed. The cycle continues, batch after batch, each one representing a week or two of work and then months or years of waiting. Over the following weeks, the story about Elijah Craig inventing bourbon becomes more widespread. You hear it at the general store, at the mill and at church, always told with slight variations, but the basic narrative is consistent. Craig, the brilliant preacher, discovering through divine inspiration or careful experimentation, or possibly just accident that charred barrels improve whiskey. Your own role, to the extent it's mentioned at all, is as one of the early adopters who recognised Craig's genius and copied his technique. This bothers you less than you thought it would. You've never been someone who needs recognition or fame, and honestly, being associated with Craig's name might help your whiskey sell better. People trust preachers, or at least they trust them more than they trust random farmers. If Craig's endorsement, even an indirect endorsement through association, helps convince people that bourbon is a quality product, rather than just another harsh frontier spirit, then you're happy to fade into the background. What matters more is the work itself. The daily practice of making whiskey as well as you know how, constantly learning and adjusting and trying to improve. You've started keeping notes in a leather-bound journal where you record details about each batch. The corn variety, the fermentation temperature, the still temperature during different parts of the run, the barrel characteristics, the aging time, and the weather conditions. It's not systematic scientific research, just one man trying to understand his craft better, but it's something. You're sitting on your porch on a warm spring evening, the kind where the temperature is perfect and the air smells like growing things, and you can hear frogs singing from the creek down the hill. Your nearest neighbour, a man named Thompson, who farms about 3 miles to the east, has stopped by on his way home from Lexington, and you've poured him a cup of bourbon, not the aged stuff, just regular 2-month whiskey that you're comfortable sharing. Thompson sips it slowly, making appreciative noises. He's a taciturn man normally, not given to elaborate compliments, but he's on his second cup and getting more talkative. "This is smooth," he says, which from Thompson is high praise. "Smoothest whiskey I've had in Kentucky, and I've had most of them." You accept the compliment with a nod, not making a big deal of it. Thompson isn't here just to drink. He's got something on his mind. You can tell from the way he keeps starting to speak and then stopping himself. You wait, patient, letting the evening sounds fill the silence between you. Finally he comes out with it. "I'm thinking of starting my own operation," he says. "Distilling, I mean. There's money in it, clearly, and I've got corn I could use instead of selling. I was wondering if you'd be willing to share some of what you know." This is a question you've been getting more often lately, as word spreads about bourbon, and more farmers realise there's value in the process. Your instinct is to help. Knowledge shared is knowledge preserved, and besides, you don't see Thompson as competition so much as a potential ally. The more good bourbon being made in Kentucky, the better for everyone. So you talk him through it, starting with the basics of fermentation and working up through distillation techniques and barrel aging. Thompson listens carefully, asking good questions and taking mental notes. You can tell he's serious about this, not just looking for a quick profit, but genuinely interested in learning the craft. By the time he leaves, well after dark, you've agreed to let him observe your next distilling run, and to help him source barrels from the same cooper who makes yours. Word gets around. Within a month, you've had visits from a half-dozen other farmers, all interested in bourbon making, all asking for advice. You help where you can, sharing what you've learned, though you're careful not to present yourself as an expert. You're just a few years ahead of them on the learning curve, that's all, and everything you know has come from trial and error rather than formal education. Some of your visitors bring their own whiskey to share, and you taste it critically, offering suggestions where you see room for improvement. This one is too harsh, probably distilled too hot. Try lowering the temperature and being more selective about what you collect. That one is too weak, likely diluted too much. Trust the strength, let it be potent. The aging will smooth it out. This other one has off flavours, possibly from dirty equipment or contaminated yeast. Clean everything more thoroughly between batches. You're building a community without really meaning to. A network of bourbon makers who share information and help each other improve. It's not organised or formal, just neighbours helping neighbours in the traditional frontier way. But it's effective. The average quality of Kentucky bourbon is improving. and the market is responding. Merchants in Louisville and Lexington are starting to actively seek out Kentucky whiskey, preferring it over spirits from other states. The year barrel, which you've been monitoring all this time, finally reaches its first anniversary in the shed. You tap it on a morning in late spring, with your wife standing beside you to witness the result of this long experiment. The whiskey that flows out is darker than the 2-month age version, almost the colour of strong tea, and the smell is intensely complex. Oak and vanilla and caramel and something else. Some subtle note that you can't quite identify but that makes your mouth water in anticipation. You taste it carefully and it's magnificent. Smoother than anything you've made before, with flavours that seem to evolve and change as you hold the liquid in your mouth. It's almost too smooth, you think. There's such a thing as too much refinement where the drink loses its character. But it's undeniably impressive. You could probably charge even more for this year-age bourbon and find buyers who appreciate the extra complexity and are willing to pay for it. But there's a practical problem. The longer you age whiskey, the more you lose to evaporation and absorption into the barrel wood. What you put into the barrel 12 months ago as 50 gallons has probably become 45 gallons or less, meaning you're losing 10% or more of your product at a time. At 2 months, the loss is minimal, maybe 2 or 3%. At a year, it becomes significant. The question is whether the improved quality justifies the reduced quantity, and that's a calculation that involves both math and philosophy. You decide to split the difference. Most barrels will age for 3 to 4 months, a sweet spot where the whiskey has developed complexity, but the evaporation losses are still manageable. A few special barrels will age longer, maybe 6 months to a year, to produce premium bourbon for buyers willing to pay extra. It's a compromise, but distilling has taught you that most of life is compromise. Balancing competing priorities, making decisions with imperfect information, and doing the best you can with what you've got. You're 73 years old, sitting in the same chair where you've sat for the past 40 years, watching the sun set over the same ridge of trees. Your hands are twisted with arthritis now, knuckles swollen and fingers bent in ways they weren't meant to bend, but they still work well enough for light tasks. The heavy work of distilling has been taken over by your son and grandson, who run the operation with the same careful attention you taught them, though they've added innovations of their own. Better temperature controls, more systematic, record-keeping, and relationships with buyers across multiple states. The bourbon business has grown beyond anything you imagined during those early experimental years. What you discovered by accident has become an industry, with dozens of distilleries operating across Kentucky and even spreading to other states. The name bourbon is now standard, associated specifically with whiskey made from corn and aged in charred oak barrels, though the exact requirements are still being debated and refined. Some people insist it must be made in Bourbon County specifically, while others argue that the technique is what matters, not the location. Elijah Craig died years ago, and his story has indeed become the dominant narrative about bourbon's invention. You've long since stopped caring about credit or recognition. What matters is that the tradition continues, that the knowledge you and others discovered is being preserved and passed down. Your grandson knows things about fermentation chemistry that you never learned, and understands the science behind what you only knew through observation and experience. That's progress, and you're grateful for it. The barrels in the aging shed, a much larger shed now, more like a warehouse, contain whiskey at various stages of aging, from fresh distillate to spirits that have been resting for 2 or 3 years. The long aging is becoming more popular among buyers who appreciate the extra smoothness and complexity, though there's still a market for the younger bourbon too. Different styles for different tastes, your son likes to say, and you agree with the wisdom of that. Your wife died 2 years ago, peacefully in her sleep, and her absence is a hollow place in your daily routine that never quite fills in. She'd lived to see the bourbon business become successful, had enjoyed the relative prosperity it brought, and had even developed her own opinions about which batches were best. She preferred the 3-month age bourbon, you remember, saying it had liveliness that the older stuff sometimes lacked. You keep a bottle of 3-month bourbon on the shelf in her memory, occasionally pouring a small glass and toasting her absence. The coop who taught you about charring barrels is long dead too. though his sons have taken over the business and expanded it considerably. They're supplying barrels to distilleries all over Kentucky now, and they've refined the charring process to include different levels: light char, medium char, and heavy char, each producing slightly different flavours in the finished whiskey. It's become an art form, this marriage of wood and fire and time, and you're pleased to have played even a small role in its development. Thompson, your old neighbour who asked for advice all those years ago, became a successful bourbon maker in his own right. He died last winter at the age of 81, and his funeral drew distillers from across the state, all of them gathering to honour a man who'd contributed to the craft. You went, despite the difficulty of travel at your age, and you listened to stories about Thompson's innovations and generosity and stubborn insistence on quality. It felt right, honouring him that way, recognising that bourbon is bigger than any individual, and that everyone who makes it well deserves respect. The taste of bourbon has become familiar to you to the point where you barely notice it anymore, though you still take a small glass most evenings, more out of habit than desire. Your grandson teases you about this, saying you're pickled in bourbon, preserved like fruit and alcohol, and you laugh because it's probably true. The whiskey has been part of your life for so long that you can't imagine existence without it. The smell of fermenting mash, the heat of the still house, the quiet patience of the aging shed, all of it woven into the fabric of who you are. On summer evenings, when the weather is good, you sometimes have visitors, younger distillers who want to hear stories about the early days, historians interested in documenting how bourbon developed, and even the occasional journalist writing articles for newspapers in Louisville or Lexington. You tell them what you remember, though your memory isn't as sharp as it used to be, and you sometimes mix up the sequence of events or forget important details. They write down your words anyway, treating them as valuable even when you're not sure they are. The question they always ask is whether you realised, back in those early days, that you were creating something that would last. And the honest answer is no, you didn't. You were just trying to make a living, trying to find some value in the corn you grew and the skills you'd inherited from your father. The discovery of aging in charred barrels was pure accident, motivated by nothing more profound than convenience and curiosity. That it turned into a tradition, into an industry, into something that people associate with Kentucky and American craftsmanship, that was never planned, never foreseen. But maybe that's how all traditions start, you think. Not through grand design, but through small decisions, practical solutions to immediate problems, and accidents that turn out to be improvements. Someone tries something different, it works, they do it again, other people notice and copy it, and gradually it becomes the standard way of doing things. Nobody sits down and declares, I shall now create a tradition. Traditions emerge, evolve, and accumulate meaning through repetition and time. The sun has set fully now, the sky fading from orange to purple to deep blue. Your grandson calls from inside the house, asking if you want supper, and you push yourself up from the chair with the deliberate effort that all movement requires at your age. The walk to the house is short, but you take it slowly, aware of your body's limitations, grateful for what strength remains. Inside, the table is set and the food is ready. Beans and cornbread and bacon. Simple food that tastes better than elaborate meals ever did. Your grandson pours you a small glass of 3-month-aged bourbon from a barrel that you helped fill last spring without asking, and you sip it while the family eats and talks about tomorrow's work. The whiskey is warm and smooth and familiar, tasting of oak and corn and thyme, tasting like home. After supper you sit by the fire a while longer, watching the flames dance and feeling the bourbon's gentle warmth spreading through your chest. In the morning there will be work to do. There's always work to do. But tonight there's just this quiet contentment, this satisfaction of having lived long enough to see something you helped create outlive you. The bourbon will continue after you're gone, made by people who never knew you, drunk by people who've never heard your name, and that's exactly as it should be. You close your eyes, listening to your grandson and his wife talking in low voices in the next room, hearing the crackle of the fire and the distant sound of a whippoorwill calling from the dark woods. Somewhere in the aging shed, the barrels are doing their patient work. Time and oak transforming raw spirit into something smoother, richer, and more complex. You don't need to be there watching it happen. The process continues whether you're present or not. Reliable as sunrise, steady as seasons. This is the thing they don't tell you about traditions. They're not frozen in time, preserved like specimens in jars. They're alive, changing, and adapting to new circumstances while maintaining their essential character. The bourbon your grandson makes isn't identical to what you made 50 years ago. It's better in some ways, different in others, but it's recognisably the same thing, connected by an unbroken thread of practice and knowledge and care. You're nearly asleep in your chair when your grandson gently shakes your shoulder, helping you up and guiding you to your bedroom. The bed feels good, the blankets heavy and warm, and you sink into them with a sigh of relief. Tomorrow you'll wake and the cycle will continue. Another day of bourbon making, another small contribution to the tradition you accidentally helped start. But tonight sleep comes easy, and your dreams are quiet, untroubled, and peaceful as aged bourbon on a warm evening. Picture yourself on a hillside in central Italy around 312 BCE, watching something amazing happen in the valley below. Hundreds of workers are moving in a way that is similar to how ants build something much bigger than themselves. They're building what will become the Via Appia, the first big Roman road, and they have no idea that they're making a model that will last for thousands of years. You can smell the limestone dust in the air, along with the sweat of workers and the smell of freshly turned soil. The sound is steady. Hammers hitting stone, bosses calling out measurements, and carts creaking as they bring materials. It's the sound of civilization literally paving the way for the future. But let's take a step back from this building site and think about what roads meant to ancient empires. We usually think of them as basic transportation systems, like the highways you drive on to visit family or get to work. But old roads were much more than that. They were the physical embodiment of political power, economic systems, and cultural identity all at the same time. When an empire built a road, it was making a big deal out of it. It was saying, we have complete control over this land so we can change it. We have the power, the resources, and the organisation to move mountains, or at least make paths through them. Every mile of paved road was an investment not only in getting around, but also in the idea of empire itself. Think of roads as the heart and blood vessels of ancient civilizations. Like your body needs blood vessels to get oxygen and nutrients to every cell, empires needed roads to move soldiers, goods, information, and ideas to every part of their land. You don't really notice your circulation when it's working right. Everything starts to break down when it doesn't work. The Roman Empire probably understood this better than any other civilization before or since. Rome had about 250,000 miles of roads at its peak, which is enough to go around the world 10 times. These weren't just dirt paths that people had walked on a lot and worn down. They were engineering wonders, built with such care that some are still in use today, more than 2,000 years later. But Rome wasn't the only empire that was crazy about building roads. The Inca Empire in South America built a road network that stretched over 25,000 miles, across some of the hardest terrain on Earth. They built roads through mountains that would make modern engineers cry, across deserts where water was more valuable than gold, and through jungles that seemed determined to destroy any human construction within weeks. The Assyrian Empire built roads in Mesopotamia that connected their capitals to the farthest parts of their territory. They also built a postal system that was so fast that it could send messages faster than any other communication system, until the telegraph was invented thousands of years later. Imagine royal messengers riding through the night, switching horses at stations exactly one day's ride apart, and carrying sealed clay tablets with news that could change the fate of cities. The Persian Royal Road was over 1,500 miles long and connected Susa to Sardis. It was so well kept that royal couriers could make the trip in just 7 days, while it would take people walking 90 days. That's about the same as the difference between walking from New York to Los Angeles and flying there. They did it with only horses, determination, and careful planning. These roads weren't just about getting there quickly or easily. They were about having power. An empire that could move its armies quickly could stop threats from turning into revolts. An empire that could move goods quickly could make money that could be used to grow even more. An empire that could build paved roads to spread its language and culture could bring people together across differences. You start to see roads in a different way when you think about them this way. That old stone path you might see on a hike in Europe isn't just old pavement. It's a fossil of political power, a physical reminder that someone once had enough power to change the landscape to suit their needs. Let's go back to that building site in ancient Italy, but this time let's get closer. Get down on your knees next to one of the Roman engineers, who they called mensores, and see how they are really building this road. The first thing that stands out to you is that they aren't starting with the surface. They are digging down and making a trench that could be 3 or 4 feet deep. This doesn't make sense at first, but once you understand how Romans thought about engineering, you'll see that a road is like an iceberg, with most of its mass hidden beneath the surface you walk on. The workers are now putting down the first layer, which is made up of big stones that are packed tightly together. This is the stratum, which is the bottom layer that will hold up everything else. The Romans are putting these stones in place with the same care that people use to put together a 3-dimensional puzzle, making sure that each piece fits perfectly with the ones next to it to make a stable base. You can hear the foreman walking across the foundation and listening for any hollow sounds that might mean it is weak. In ancient times, your ears were just as important as your eyes when building. An experienced engineer could hear structural problems, just like a mechanic can hear problems with a car's engine. On top of the statumen, they're putting down a layer of smaller stones mixed with mortar. This is called the rudus. Heavy wooden mallets are being used to compact this layer, and the workers are moving in time with each other like they are dancing. The sound echoes through the valley. Thud, thud, thud. Each blow pushes the materials together, making them more solid. The nucleus is a layer of gravel and sand that is sometimes mixed with lime to make a kind of ancient concrete. Oxen pull large stone cylinders over this layer to smooth it out, and the animals strain against their harnesses while their handlers guide them with skill. The smell of the oxen, which is earthy, musky, and clearly animal-like, mixes with the smell of crushed stone, which is mineral-like. Last but not least, the top layer, the summum dorsum. This means that big, flat paving stones that fit perfectly with each other are needed for important roads like the Via Appia. The Romans are so picky about this fit that you couldn't even fit a knife blade between most of the stones. They're making a surface that will shed water, last a long time, and give both iron-shod hooves and sandaled feet a safe place to stand. But here's the really amazing part. The Romans are not just making the road flat. They're making a subtle crown by raising the middle of the road a little higher than the edges. This is only a few inches across a width of 15 or 20 feet. This small detail means that water will run off to the sides instead of pooling on the surface. In the winter, the water would freeze, expand, and break the paving stones apart. They're even more impressive because they're putting in drainage systems next to the road. There are stone-lined channels that run next to the pavement to move rainwater away from the foundation. Culverts go under the road at regular intervals so that streams can cross without damaging the road. These old engineers knew more about hydrology than most modern contractors. They knew that if you don't give water a place to go, it will destroy any human-made structure over time. The focus on details goes all the way through the building process. The Romans are using groma, which are vertical poles with horizontal crossbars that are marked at exact right angles, to look at the route. They can make roads that go straight for miles with these simple tools and the rules of geometry. They only make small changes when they have to get around obstacles. Engineers are very careful when they figure out the slopes of the road when it has to go up hills. If the slope is too steep, carts with loads won't be able to make it up. If it's too gradual, the road will take longer than it needs to. Their goal is grades that don't go above 5% very often, which is about the same as what modern highway standards say for mountain passes. The building process gets even more complicated when the ground is wet or marshy. Workers are driving wooden piles deep into the soft ground to make fake foundations that can hold up the stone layers above. In some places, they're actually building the road on a raised embankment called an agger that lifts it above the ground around it. This keeps the surface dry and passable even during spring floods. The Incas, who built their roads hundreds of years later and halfway around the world, had even bigger engineering problems to deal with. Inca engineers carved steps directly into living rock on mountainsides so steep that modern hikers need both hands free to climb. They built suspension bridges out of woven grass ropes to cross valleys. These bridges swayed a lot in the wind, but they could hold the weight of llama caravans and messengers running. What all these old engineers knew that modern infrastructure planners sometimes forget is that roads aren't just for the here and now. A road that is built well will last for many years or even hundreds of years. The total cost of constant repairs is always higher than the cost of building things right the first time. Standing on that hillside and watching the Via Appia take shape stone by stone is a deep experience. Most of the names of these workers have been lost to history, but they are building infrastructure that will still be useful long after their civilization has become a legend. Some of them may know this. Most likely they just want to finish their shift and go home for dinner. Now picture yourself next to a big Roman road at the height of the empire. Let's say around 150 CE, when Rome's power stretched from Britain to Mesopotamia. The first travellers of the day are already on the road as dawn breaks. The first sounds you hear are the bells of a merchant caravan. These are small chimes that are tied to the lead animals so that people can hear them coming in the dark before dawn. The merchants have been on the road since before dawn, when it was the coolest time of day. You can smell their cargo before you see them. It spices from the east, and the smell is so strong and complicated that it makes your nose tingle. The more light there is, the more traffic there is. A military courier rides by on horseback, and the sound of his horse's hooves hitting the stone pavement is sharp and staccato, fading quickly into the distance. He has messages sealed with the governor's mark, and he will switch horses at the next mancio, which is a mix of an inn, a post office, and a government building that is exactly one day's travel away. A group of merchants on foot follows him, their goods loaded onto donkeys that walk slowly, as if they have done this trip many times before. They are talking to each other in a mix of Latin and the local dialect. They are talking about prices in the next town and complaining about taxes, which is what merchants have always done. You see a covered wagon moving slowly, and the people inside are hidden behind leather curtains. This could be a rich family going to their country estate or a provincial official being moved to a new job. The wheels of the wagon are made of iron and make a grinding, rumbling noise as they roll over the stone surface. This noise travels far in the morning air. A tinker has set up a temporary stall near a milestone, which is one of the stone markers that Romans put up every 1,000 paces to show how far they had travelled, and remind people of which emperor built or fixed this part of the road. He'll fix sandals, sharpen knives, or sell food to travellers who forgot to bring enough food with them. The smell of cooking food, like bread and salted fish, makes your stomach remind you that you didn't eat breakfast. The road is really busy by mid-morning. Farmers are bringing their goods to market. Their carts are full of vegetables, amphorae of wine, and sacks of grain. They go slowly and often pull over to let faster cars go by. Most Roman roads were wide enough for 2 carts to pass easily, about 12 to 15 feet. They also had shoulders on either side where slower traffic could yield. You see a group of students with their teacher on their way to study in a bigger city. Some of them are reading from scrolls as they walk, while others are arguing about philosophical issues with the confidence of young people who have just learned about them. You can hear them clearly in the open air talking about what virtue is and whether it can be taught. The afternoon brings different people who are travelling. A religious procession goes by, with pilgrims on their way to a temple or holy site. Their voices make harmonies that rise and fall with the gentle bumps in the road as they sing hymns that bounce off the stone pavement. Some people bring gifts, like flowers, small statues, or jars of oil that slosh around as they walk. The road surface itself has been used for hundreds of years and shows signs of wear. You can see grooves worn into the stone pavement by countless iron-rimmed wheels where traffic is heaviest, especially on hills where animals are pulling heavy loads. These ruts, which are up to several inches deep, actually make it easier for wagon drivers to get around because their wheels naturally follow the grooves that are already there. Along the road you can see small shrines where travellers have left things like coins, flowers or bread. These mark places where someone died in an accident, where a soldier fell while protecting the road from bandits, or just where the view is so beautiful that it seems to deserve recognition of the divine. Traffic patterns change again as night falls. People from the area who have been working in faraway fields are going home with their tools over their shoulders and looks of exhaustion on their faces from working in the sun. Kids run along the side of the road, playing games where they try not to step on the edges of the paving stones or jump from one milestone to the next. People who are travelling and won't get to their destination before nightfall start looking for places to stay. Some people are lucky enough to have access to official mansions, but these are only for government officials and people who carry the cursus publicus, which is the imperial seal that lets people use state-funded facilities. Everyone else has to stay in private inns. These can be anything from nice places with hot meals and clean beds to places that make modern budget motels look like luxury hotels. You can tell these inns apart by their signs, which are usually pictures painted on wood and hung from a pole because many travellers can't read. A bed means there is a place to stay. A cup means that wine is for sale. A sheaf of grain means that food is available. Some places show all three, hoping to show that they can meet the needs of every traveller. The road doesn't completely clear when it gets dark. You might see processions of people with torches. These could be soldiers moving at night to avoid the heat of the day, or a rich traveller with enough slaves to light his way and keep thieves away. The torches that flicker make dramatic shadows that dance across the stone surface, making the road that you know seem strange and a little scary. The daily flow of traffic, the mixing of different social classes and jobs, and the constant movement of goods and ideas were what roads really meant to ancient empires. They weren't just projects in engineering. They were places where all the complexities of human life happened. For example, a senator's daughter might pass a farmer's cart, or ideas from faraway provinces might travel with trade goods. The empire's great diversity could be seen in the stream of faces going both ways. Let's skip ahead to about 400 CE. You're still on that Roman road, but things have changed in ways that are both small and big. The pavement is still there. Roman construction was too good to disappear in just a few hundred years. But if you look closely, you can see small signs of neglect. There is a pothole near the edge of the road where water has gotten under a paving stone and frozen over many winters, slowly loosening the stone. During the Empire's heyday, a maintenance crew would have fixed this in a matter of weeks. It's been there long enough for grass to grow in the gap, and carts that go by have worn a path around it into the shoulder. The milestone you're near also shows its age. Someone has chipped away at the inscription. This was probably done during one of the many civil wars in the 3rd century, when each new emperor wanted to erase any evidence that his predecessor had been there. People still use the stone to mark distance, but no one remembers which emperor put it there or when. The way traffic flows has changed. You don't see as many military units or official couriers. The merchant caravans are smaller and have more guards. This is because the empire's ability to keep its roads safe has gone down, which has led to more banditry. For safety, some travellers are going in big groups, even if they're not all going to the same place. What you're seeing is the start of a process that will take hundreds of years, the slow breakdown of the infrastructure that kept the Roman Empire together. This fall wasn't sudden or dramatic. There wasn't a single moment when the road stopped working. It was more like watching a coastline erode, with each wave taking away a little more sand until one day you realise the beach has completely changed shape. As empires fall apart, so do roads. This is because roads need something that empires can't give. Regular, organised maintenance paid for by stable tax revenues and done by skilled administrators who expect to still be in their jobs next year. Consider what it really takes to keep the roads in good shape. Engineers need to check the infrastructure and find problems before they get out of hand. You need quarries to make new stones. You need workers who know how to build things and are good at it. You need animals and carts to move things. You need money to pay for everything. And you need a way to organise these things over thousands of miles of land. As the Western Roman Empire started to fall apart in the 3rd and 4th centuries, it got harder to meet all of these needs. As the economy slowed down and provinces broke away, tax revenues went down. The currency lost so much value that skilled workers asked to be paid in goods or food instead of worthless coins. People tried to avoid administrative jobs that used to be seen as prestigious. The empire needed the roads more than ever as they got worse, which is ironic. With more barbarian invasions and usurpers trying to take over the empire, being able to move armies quickly was literally a matter of life and death. But the same problems that made roads necessary also made it impossible to keep them in good shape. You can see this in the records of archaeology. Road repairs become less and less skilled in layers that date back to the 4th and 5th centuries. Instead of properly lifting the paving stones and rebuilding the layers of the foundation below, workers just dumped gravel into the holes. They didn't replace broken stones with perfectly cut new ones. Instead, they filled in the gaps with whatever they could find, like broken pottery, pieces of building rubble, or even just dirt that had been compacted. These quick fixes worked for a while, but didn't last, so they had to be done over and over again. Putting a bandage on a wound that really needs stitches is like putting a bandage on a wound that really needs stitches. It might stop the bleeding for a while, but it won't fix the problem. People who lived through this time must have been deeply affected by the psychological effects of watching infrastructure fall apart. Imagine seeing roads that your great-grandparents remembered being built to last forever slowly fall apart, even though everyone is doing their best to keep them in good shape. It would feel like the very foundations of reality were shaking. In some areas, local communities tried to keep the roads in good shape when the central government couldn't anymore. They charged travellers tolls, set up volunteer work parties, or made local landowners responsible for keeping the roads in good shape as a civic duty. These efforts sometimes worked for decades, making islands of working infrastructure in a landscape that was becoming more and more broken up. But the people who were in charge of local maintenance had their own problems. The road might be in good shape in one community, but if the next community couldn't or didn't want to do the same, the whole road became unsafe. It's like having a chain with some strong links and some that are rusting through. The weakest parts of the chain are what keep it from being too strong. The end of long-distance trade made roads worse, faster in a vicious cycle. Merchants stopped travelling long distances because the roads weren't as reliable. This meant less traffic, which meant less economic reason to keep the roads in good shape, which made them worse, which made people less likely to travel. In a few generations, roads that used to connect different parts of the empire might only see traffic between nearby villages. A lot of Roman roads were hard to tell apart by the 6th century. The paving stones could still be there, but they might be buried under dirt and plants that have grown over time. The drainage systems were blocked, which caused flooding that weakened the foundations. Bridges fell down and weren't fixed. In places with a lot of trees, the roots of the trees pushed apart the carefully fitted pavement that Roman engineers had put together. But the roads never completely went away. Even after the pavement broke up, the routes themselves, the paths they made across the land, were still useful. They were still known by traders, armies, and people in the area who used them to get to nearby towns. The physical infrastructure may deteriorate, yet the awareness of connectivity endures in cultural memory. Let's go to that same road around 800 CE, which historians sometimes call the Dark Ages. People who lived through them would have been confused by that name because their days seemed bright enough to them. The change is amazing. There are still some parts of the Roman pavement, but now it is only the middle of a much wider, less formal path. There are tracks worn into the ground by people and animals on either side of the old stone surface. When it's dry, these side paths are probably easier to walk on than the old Roman stones, which have become uneven over the years as the blocks settled or tilted. You see that people have been looking for building materials on the road. Someone has taken the paving stones that have come loose, probably during the spring thaw when frost had pushed them up, and used them to build a barn, line a well, or make a hearth. These stones, which were cut with great care by Roman engineers, are too valuable to just sit around on an old road when they could be used to build things that are useful right away. You can see that someone built a small wooden church near where a roadside temple used to be. They used some stones from the old Roman building to do this. The Christian cross on top of the church stands where a statue of a pagan god used to be. Both of these things made this a special place where travellers would naturally stop and think about something other than their journey. The old Mancio, which was a Roman way station, has been turned into a small fortified manor house. The original Roman walls are still there, but wooden buildings have been added on top of them, along with a defensive palisade that wasn't needed when the empire was at its height. The new lord of this manor says he has power because he controls this part of the road. This is not in the old Roman sense of keeping it up for the public good, but in the more direct medieval sense of being able to charge tolls to anyone who passes through, and people still go through. The road may not look like what Roman engineers would have built, but it's still a road. You see a merchant with a small cart. His goods are covered in oiled leather to keep them dry in the rain. A group of pilgrims walks by on their way to a distant shrine. Their journey will probably take weeks longer than it would have in Roman times, but they are going to the same place. The social contract around the road is what makes it different. The government built and maintained the roads in Roman times, and anyone could use them for free. Now, the law is less clear about roads. This local lord says he is in charge of this area. The next village might think that the road that goes through their land belongs to everyone. A monastery 20 miles down the road might keep their section as a way to help others, hoping for prayers instead of tolls in return. Because there are so many different jurisdictions, each with its own rules and expectations, travelling any significant distance is difficult. It's like trying to drive through a modern country where each county has its own set of traffic laws. It's possible, but you have to pay attention and change your plans all the time. In some places, especially close to cities that have kept some Roman administrative practices, roads are actually being fixed and kept up, but not in a way that would make a Roman engineer cry. Instead of properly rebuilding the foundation layers, workers are just filling in the holes with whatever they can find. The surface is bumpy and uneven and needs to be taken care of all the time, but it keeps the worst holes filled and works to some extent. Some parts of the road have been changed on purpose to serve new purposes. In places where a straight Roman road crosses land that is now disputed by two lords, local people have sometimes purposely destroyed parts of the road to make it harder for troops to move around. They've dug trenches across the road, taken down bridges, or put up barriers that make it impossible to get around quickly. On the other hand, some communities have made their roads better than what the Romans required. If a village's economy depends on being able to get to a nearby market, the people who live there might have used local materials and methods to make the road wider, add passing places, or build new bridges. These improvements don't look Roman. They're usually made of wood instead of stone and are more practical than grand. But they often fit better with what we need now. Bridges are the most interesting adaptations. Roman bridges were amazing feats of engineering. They were arched structures that could hold a lot of weight and span long distances. But keeping a stone bridge in good shape takes a lot of money and special skills. When a Roman bridge fell down, either because it was not taken care of because of flooding, or on purpose, medieval communities often built simpler bridges in its place. You might see a wooden beam bridge held up by stone pilings that were taken from the original Roman building, or a ford where people can just wade across the stream, with the ruins of the old bridge just upstream, a reminder of what used to be possible. In some cases, enterprising locals run ferries and charge travellers to cross places where they could have walked freely across Roman engineering. Because the old drainage systems don't work anymore, a lot of roads flood during the rainy season. People in the area have learned which parts to stay away from when it rains and made seasonal routes that go around trouble spots. This local knowledge, which has been passed down through the years and shared by travellers, is now just as important as the road itself. What's amazing is that the roads are still doing their main job of connecting places and letting people move around, even with all these changes. They're not as good at what they do as they used to be when the Romans were in charge, and travel is definitely slower and less reliable. But the basic structure, the routes themselves, which were carved into the land and are still in people's minds, remains. This time period teaches us something important about infrastructure. Without central maintenance, people will find ways to fix things based on what they need right now and what they have. These fixes may not be pretty or long-lasting, but they do keep things working. It turns out that human creativity can make up for a lot, but not forever and not without cost. Let's go ahead to about 1200 CE again. You're still on that road, but the experience is very different now. The original Roman pavement is mostly hidden under dirt, organic matter, and the fact that landscapes tend to take back what people build. You might see a paving stone sticking out of the ground in some places, like a tooth that hasn't fully erupted. This is a sign of what lies beneath. It's interesting how the road is still changing the landscape, even though it's broken. Even though most travellers don't know why this route stays drier than the land around it, or why some parts are easier to walk on, the Roman engineers built their road base on a slightly higher path that is still the best place to walk. There are trees along the road in some places, but if you look closely, you'll see that they're not growing in a random way. Many people walk along the old Roman drainage ditches, which used to carry water away from the road. Some of these trees are hundreds of years old, and they are unintentionally marking the limits of Roman engineering, making a visible outline of infrastructure that the people who planted the trees never saw. The Roman road has become a property line in some places. Farmers in the Middle Ages used the old road as a natural marker when they split up their land. You might now see a fence running along the length of the road, with fields on either side that follow patterns set by Roman surveyors more than 1,000 years ago. The fence itself might have Roman milestones as fence posts. The inscriptions on the stones have been worn smooth by wind and rain. These ruins have a lot of meaning that goes beyond their use. People in the Middle Ages saw Roman roads as proof of a civilization that could do things that we can't do now. They thought of it as a lost golden age when roads ran straight and true across whole continents, when empires could move armies from Britain to Persia, and when the world was more connected and maybe even easier to understand. You can see this kind of symbolism in medieval art and literature. Stories about ancient roads often show them as ways to find adventure, links to a more glorious past, or reminders of the imperial power that existed before the current political landscape fell apart. In romances, knights often go on quests along old Roman roads, as if the roads still have some magic left over from the civilization that built them. Churches and monasteries are often built close to old Roman roads on purpose, both for practical reasons and for symbolic reasons. By building near these remnants of Roman glory, medieval institutions show that they are the heirs of classical civilization. This suggests that there is a connection between the ancient past and the Christian present. The ruins are also quarries, but not just for physical things. Engineers from the Middle Ages look at how the Romans built roads to learn how to make things that last. Some of this knowledge is being used in new buildings. The best medieval roads are based on Roman engineering ideas that have been changed to fit the materials and needs of the time, but these ruins also have a sad quality to them. When you stand on a crumbling Roman road and look at paving stones that have moved and tilted, bridges that have turned into foundation stones, and milestones with unreadable inscriptions, you are facing the fact that human achievement is not permanent. The Romans built things that would last forever, but forever is longer than even the best engineering can handle. This sadness isn't just about love. It had real-world effects on society in the Middle Ages. If Rome, the largest empire in history with more resources and better organisation than we have now, couldn't keep its infrastructure going forever, what hope do smaller, poorer kingdoms have of building anything that lasts? This acknowledgement leads to a new way of building. Roman builders built monuments that would last for centuries, thinking that they would always be well maintained. Medieval builders, on the other hand, often built things with the idea that maintenance might not be possible. They build things that can gracefully fall apart, that only need to last a generation or two instead of hundreds of years, and that can be fixed easily with local materials and basic skills. But strangely, some medieval buildings last longer than expected because they were built with low expectations. A wooden bridge that is meant to last 20 years might last 50 with little care. A road made of local stone could last for many generations. Without the Romans' desire to build monuments that would last forever, medieval engineers sometimes built things that worked because they were humble instead of grand. Living among these ruins has a psychological effect on people that is hard to fully understand from our modern point of view. You grow up with proof that the people who came before you could do things you can't. You walk on roads they built, see buildings they built, and use tools that are based on their designs. But you can also see these wonders falling apart even though everyone is trying their best to keep them in good shape. This creates a certain way of seeing the world, one that values keeping knowledge from the past, that looks back as much as it looks forward, and that compares the present to a lost golden age. It's a way of thinking that's very different from how we think today, where each generation expects to do better than the last. In 1200 CE, when you stand on this road, very few people alive will remember seeing it when it was at its best as a Roman road. The smooth paving, the good drainage, and the regular upkeep are all just stories that educated monks and scholars tell each other. The road is now partly legendary. It is a physical object whose true nature is better understood through tradition than direct experience. As we near the end of our journey, let's take one last walk down this old road. But this time, in our own time. The experience is like looking at a palimpsest, where different texts have been written on the same parchment. Each one partially erases but never completely hides what came before. The road may now be paved with asphalt and serve as a rural highway connecting small towns that were villages in Roman times and may not have even existed when the road was first built. But the route hasn't changed much. Modern engineers looked at the land and chose the same path that Roman surveyors did 2,000 years ago, because the way the land is shaped is always the same. You might find Roman paving stones that farmers have dug up over the years and piled along the property line if you pull over and walk into the field next door. These stones, each cut and fitted with such care, now make a rustic fence or a wall that holds things in place. Kids play on them without realising that Roman engineers once measured and placed each stone with the same care that people use when building for eternity. You might see Roman milestones in town as historical artefacts. Their worn-out surfaces are protected by glass or built into modern monuments. Archaeologists are now studying the inscriptions, which used to be clear statements of imperial power, to try to piece together ancient political histories from bits of carved Latin. Some parts of Roman roads have been left alone on purpose so that they can be studied by archaeologists. You can walk on the original pavement, see how it was built in cross-section displays, and read signs that explain how the engineering works. These preserved parts are like outdoor museums that teach people about a way of building things that is better than ours in some ways. Modern highways often run next to Roman roads, but they are separated by a few hundred yards. You can still see the old road from the new one, but they are far enough apart that each serves its own purpose. The old road might be used by people who live nearby, cyclists and hikers, while the new highway is used by people who are just passing through quickly. Both exist to meet different needs, and each is a reflection of the way people connected places in its time. The legacy of Roman roads goes beyond just the physical remains. When building roads that will last for decades instead of needing to be rebuilt every few years, modern civil engineers still use Roman methods. Layered construction, good drainage, and crowned surfaces are all Roman ideas that are still used today. Roman roads had a big impact on the geography of Europe that can still be seen today. A lot of modern cities are where they are because they were on Roman roads. Roman engineers often built roads that became political boundaries. Trade routes, cultural exchanges, and migration routes still follow the same paths that were first set up when Rome ruled the Mediterranean. The way we talk about roads is influenced by Latin. In Latin, mile comes from mille passus, which means 1,000 paces. The word street comes from the Latin word via strata, which means paved road. Romans improved and standardized the way they built roads, which is how we got the ideas of infrastructure, maintenance, and civic duty. But maybe the most important legacy is psychological, not physical. Roman roads represented a specific conception of civilization, the belief that human creativity can transform the natural world, that meticulous planning and engineering can address seemingly insurmountable challenges, and that the integration of diverse individuals and locales generates greater value than solitude. This vision is still alive in every modern highway project, every infrastructure project, and every effort to link small towns to bigger networks. When we talk about how much to spend on infrastructure, how to keep current systems running, or whether to build new connections, we're dealing with the same problems that Romans did 2,000 years ago. The story of why ancient roads fell apart teaches us an important lesson. Infrastructure needs more than just being built. It needs to be maintained. The decline of Roman roads wasn't mostly due to bad engineering. Many of those roads were built well enough that they still look like they did back then. It was about institutions failing, which meant that the administrative and economic systems needed to keep complex infrastructure running over time fell apart. Modern societies have to deal with the same problems. We need to keep spending money on repairs and maintenance for our roads, bridges, and utilities. Decay starts when economic or political problems take resources away from this unglamorous work. It might not be clear right away. Infrastructure gets worse over time, with each small failure adding to the last one, until one day you look around and see that systems you used to trust aren't working anymore. The Romans would get what we're talking about when we argue about infrastructure. They had to deal with the same problems of balancing short-term savings with long-term investments, political expediency with engineering necessity, and local needs with system-wide needs. Their roads fell apart not because they didn't know how to build them right, but because keeping them up took more resources and dedication than their society could give. Let's take a break for a moment on a particularly beautiful stretch of preserved Roman road. It might be in the English countryside, where the old stones run straight across a green hillside, and the landscape on either side looks like a painting of pastoral happiness. The stones under your feet are still strong after almost 2,000 years. Some have faint marks on them from iron-rimmed wheels that went over them when emperors ruled. You might have learned their names in school, but can't quite remember them. Others show how the weather has changed over many seasons, with smooth, slightly rounded surfaces from rain, wind, and millions of footsteps. You can see how well these stones fit together in the low light of the afternoon. Even after hundreds of years of frost-heaving, root growth, and nature's general chaos trying to take apart human buildings, most stones still touch each other, with only a finger's width of space between them. It's the kind of craftsmanship that makes you feel bad about the shelf you put up last weekend that wobbles. If you close your eyes and really listen, the sounds around you aren't that different from what people travelling in Rome would have heard. Birds are singing in the hedgerows that mark the edges of the modern field, wind blowing through the grass, the sound of sheep bleating in the distance. These sheep are the descendants of flocks that may have walked along this road when it was new. The English countryside stays the same even as things change, but if you look more closely, you'll see that the landscape tells a story of its own. The road is in a slight dip, but not because the Romans built it that way. Instead, the land around it has been slowly built up by years of farming, with each year's leaves and organic matter adding microscopic thickness to the soil. The world has risen around the road, not the other way around. You can see that some of the stones have wildflowers growing between them. These aren't invasive weeds that are ruining old buildings. They're part of a unique ecosystem that can only be found in places like this. Some of these plants are very rare and only live in the specific conditions that Roman engineering made. Botanists sometimes look at old Roman roads because they keep ecological conditions that have disappeared in other places. A modern hiker walks by on a trail that includes this part of the Roman road. She's using GPS to find her way, following a route she downloaded to her smartphone, but she's walking on roads that were built 2,000 years before electricity. The mix of old and new isn't jarring, it feels natural, as if the road has taken in the technology of each time period without losing its basic character. You come across a part of the road that archaeologists have partially dug up further down the path. They've carefully dug out dirt from one side, showing the cross-section of Roman construction like a slice through a layer cake. You can see each layer, the big stones that make up the base, the mixed gravel and mortar above, the sand that levels the surface, and finally the paving stones on top. There is an interpretive sign that tells you what you're looking at, but the building itself is so clear that it doesn't need words. This is how to make something that will last. This is how you build infrastructure that will last for hundreds of years instead of just decades. This is how you show future generations that you had faith in the future and did what you could to make it happen. But this exposed cross-section is also very sad. It feels like seeing the bones of the earth itself, the skeleton that lies under the skin of the land. It was never meant for people to see the road like this. Its strength was supposed to come from everything working together as one. Taking apart its internal structure shows us how it works, but it also makes it less useful, turning a useful piece of infrastructure into an anatomical specimen. You might find things in the nearby museum that were found along this road, like coins that travellers dropped, pieces of pottery that used to hold oil or wine, and a bronze figurine that someone lost 2,000 years ago and never found. Each thing is a small tragedy and a small connection. Someone's loss is our gain, and we can think about the moment that was lost. The simplest things are often the most moving. A toy cart for a child, a hairpin for a woman, or a worn sandal sole. These common things make the road feel more like a person than military or architectural history can. They remind us that this road was used by more than just armies and trade goods. It was also used by families visiting relatives, craftspeople going to market, children seeing the world for the first time, and old people making one last trip to places they loved when they were young. Roman roads were built for useful things like moving troops, making trade easier, and keeping the government in check. But they ended up serving a more basic need. The need to connect with others, to move, and to see what's over the next hill and the one after that. This is why roads are important for more than just their engineering specifications, or their usefulness to the economy. They meet a basic need in all of us, our constant need to be somewhere else, and see more than one place can offer. Archaeologists and geographers have found something amazing. Even when the physical roads were gone, the paths they made across the land often stayed in people's minds and practices for hundreds of years. Picture a part of a Roman road where all signs of construction have disappeared. The stones that were quarried for medieval buildings, the foundation layers that were spread out by centuries of farming, and even the road itself have all been ploughed under and grown over. There doesn't seem to be anything left to the casual observer, but if you map out the trade routes from the Middle Ages, the paths that villagers used to get from one settlement to another, or the property lines that farmers set up, you'll often find that they follow the same line as the Roman road that is no longer there. This persistence occurs because pathways through the landscape are not random. Roman engineers chose their paths for good reasons. These were the easiest hills to cross, the most direct routes between important points, the best places to build bridges over rivers, and the best places to cross valleys where travel was possible. When the Roman road went away, people found these same best routes on their own. They weren't following the road because they could see it. They were retracing it because geography still gave them the same answers to the same problems. Even when people have built things on the land, it still remembers. This is still true in modern Britain, where many of today's highways follow the same paths as Roman roads, which often followed the same paths as Celtic trackways that came before them. The Roman Watling Street runs along most of the A5 highway from London to Wales. The A1, which is the longest numbered road in the UK, follows a path that has been used since prehistoric times and was made official by the Romans. The modern highway system in France still uses Roman roads for both routes and names. French engineers built their modern road network in the 18th and 19th centuries, and when they could, they followed Roman routes. They thought of themselves as restoring old infrastructure rather than replacing it. The Inca road system in South America is another example of something that lasts. The Inca Empire fell apart in the 16th century, and their roads fell into disrepair. However, many modern Peruvian highways follow Inca routes. Modern roads wind along the same paths as the Incas carved steps into mountainsides. This is because the geography hasn't changed. These are still the best ways to get through some of the most difficult terrain on Earth. This persistence teaches us something deep about how human-made things and natural landscapes work together. We like to think of our roads and buildings as things that get in the way of nature, as things that people change the world to fit their needs. But in reality, infrastructure works best when it works with the landscape instead of against it. The roads that last, whether in the physical world or in the minds of people, are the ones that find the easiest way through the land and don't fight it. There is a more profound lesson here regarding the essence of civilization itself. We often think of civilizations as completely new things that come after what came before. For example, the Romans took over what was there before, medieval kingdoms took over Rome, and modern nations took over medieval structures. But human geography shows that things have stayed the same more than these political stories say. People keep living in the same places because they have good water, good places to defend themselves, good soil, and easy access to trade routes. They keep going the same way because the mountains haven't moved and the rivers still flow the same way. Political systems come and go, but the basic link between human settlements and the landscape changes much more slowly. This is why archaeologists can sometimes guess where they will find old roads or settlements just by looking at the land and geography. There are only a few passes that don't require mountaineering gear if you need to cross a mountain range. There are only a few places where the banks and current make it possible to cross a river. Ancient engineers knew this, and they pick the same places that modern engineers would pick if they were starting from scratch. The fact that routes stay the same over time is another reason why some cities stay important for thousands of years while others fade away. Rome is located at a key crossing on the Tiber River, which controls north-south travel through Italy. The ancient Latins who first settled there, the Romans who built their empire from it, the medieval popes who kept it as a political centre, and modern Italy, which made it their capital, all cared about this geographic advantage. The Thames narrows in London, which is why the city is there. It is the best place to cross the river. Paris grew on an island in the Seine that was easy to defend. Istanbul, which used to be called Byzantium and then Constantinople, is at the most important point where Europe and Asia meet. These aren't random choices or accidents. They're places where the landscape almost requires people to live and build. The story of Roman roads is just one part of a much longer story once you understand this. Those roads were just one part of a long history of people trying to get around quickly, connect the places we've chosen to live, and get around the problems that geography puts in our way. The Romans did a great job of telling this story on a large scale, but they were not the first or last to work on this old project. As we near the end of our trip down these old roads, let's think about what we've learned and how it affects us now. You're back in your comfortable spot, and your tea may have cooled down, but hopefully your mind is still busy thinking about roads, ruins, and the long history of human effort. The story of old roads shows us that infrastructure is always made up of both people and things. The stone and mortar are important, but they only work in a network of institutions, economic systems, and cultural practices that give them meaning and keep them useful. Even the best-built physical infrastructure will fail eventually if the supporting structure falls apart. This is very important for today's societies. Infrastructure like roads, bridges, water systems, electrical grids, and telecommunications networks is all around us, and we mostly take it for granted until something goes wrong. We think that someone is taking care of these systems and that there are the right institutions in place to make sure they keep working. We also think that future generations will have the same working infrastructure that we do. But the Roman experience shows that these ideas can be very dangerous. Infrastructure needs constant care, enough money, technical know-how, and a commitment from the community. Decay starts when one of these parts gets weaker. At first, it happens slowly, but it speeds up as small problems turn into bigger ones. The Romans built roads that could last for 2,000 years, but they weren't able to build institutions that could keep those roads in good shape forever. The main problem is that physical infrastructure can last a long time, but the social infrastructure needed to keep it up is weak and depends on stable government, enough resources, and cultural continuity. It wasn't engineering failure that caused Roman roads to fall apart, it was the collapse of the government. The empire couldn't keep up with the tax money it needed to pay for repairs. Administrative systems stopped working, making it impossible for the organisation to coordinate repairs over large areas. When skilled workers died without properly training their successors, they lost technical knowledge. People's cultural priorities changed from keeping old infrastructure up to date to just getting through immediate crises. All of these things are still true today. Countries have a hard time paying for infrastructure upkeep because it's easier for politicians to cut funding for repairs that aren't very glamorous than for new projects that are very visible. When people look down on government jobs instead of respecting them, the government's ability to do its job suffers. When societies don't value skilled trades, they lose technical know-how. Cultural attention is on short-term issues instead of long-term sustainability. But the story of old roads also gives us hope. People kept roads working even after empires fell apart and formal maintenance stopped. They did this through local initiative, creative adaptation, and practical improvisation. The roads may not have been as good as they used to be, but they still did their main job of connecting people and places. This strength shows that infrastructure once built adds value that lasts even during tough times. The road matters even when the pavement breaks up. Even when the journey gets harder, the connection is still important. The concept of a road, ingrained in landscape and cultural memory, endures beyond any tangible structure. This means that infrastructure investment is important for more than just its immediate use in today's society. Infrastructure that works well creates connections that affect geography, the economy and culture for many years. The initial cost may seem high, but the long-term benefits, some of which are hard to measure or predict, make the investment worth it. It also says that we should build infrastructure with the idea of graceful degradation in mind. Roman roads worked well when they were well maintained, but they also worked partially for hundreds of years after maintenance stopped. Modern infrastructure is often more fragile because it is made to work perfectly only under certain conditions. If those conditions aren't met, it can break down completely. What would it mean to build roads, bridges and utilities that could handle less maintenance without any problems? That could keep providing important services even if money or knowledge became hard to find. That could be fixed with materials and skills that are available in the area, rather than needing special ones. These aren't just hypothetical questions. They're real issues for any society that wants its infrastructure to last through short-term problems. The story of Roman roads also reminds us to think about infrastructure in both practical and symbolic ways. Roads are a symbol of civilization, connection, and possibility. People think their society works and that the people in charge are smart when the roads are well kept. It seems like civilization is falling apart when roads get worse. This symbolic aspect is important because infrastructure affects how people see their relationships with each other and with the government. Good infrastructure is a sign of good government and social unity. Infrastructure that doesn't work shows that people aren't competent and things are broken up. These perceptions, in turn, affect how much political support there is for the institutions that keep infrastructure running, which can lead to good or bad cycles. Romans understood this symbolic part of things on an instinctive level. They built their roads to be big and impressive, not just to get people where they needed to go. Milestones told people which emperor had built or fixed each part, turning road work into propaganda. The Via Appia wasn't just a road that connected Rome to southern Italy, it was also a sign of Roman strength and stability. People in modern societies sometimes forget this lesson and treat infrastructure as just a tool. They wonder why people don't appreciate the complicated systems that make modern life possible. But infrastructure is never just about how it works. It's about who you are, your pride, and how social values show up in the real world. As we reach the end of our journey through time and over ancient stone, think about what it means to literally walk in the footsteps of so many people who came before us. Every old road that is still there has this quality of deep time, this feeling of being connected to a huge human story that goes far beyond your own life. When you walk on Roman paving stones, you're walking where Roman soldiers marched, where merchants drove their carts, where messengers ran with important news, where families moved to new homes, where pilgrims looked for God's favour, and where exiles left their homes and maybe never came back. Each of those people was just as real as you are, with hopes and fears and small daily problems that took up their time just like yours do now. They were worried about their health, their families, their money, and whether they had made the right choice in life. The road saw it all, countless human dramas playing out on its unchanging surface. This is why parts of old roads that have been preserved often feel almost sacred, even to people who aren't very religious. You're standing in a place where the line between the past and the present is thin, and you can almost feel the presence of all the lives that are no longer there. The stones are proof that those people lived, that their civilization was real, and that they did things that still matter. The ruins of old roads also remind us that things don't last forever, which is somehow comforting instead of sad. Yes, even the strongest empires will fall apart. Yes, even the best-built infrastructure will eventually need more upkeep than anyone can give. Yes, everything that people do is only temporary when compared to geological timescales. But that doesn't mean that what people do doesn't matter. The roads were important to the people who built them and the people who used them. They had a big impact on the growth of civilizations, the success of cities, the movement of armies, and the flow of trade goods. Their legacy lives on in the geography of today, in the places where cities are, in the paths of highways, and in the shape of the world we live in now. The Roman engineer who carefully placed paving stones on the Via Appia probably never thought that those stones would still be there 2,000 years later. He probably also never thought that people with technology we can't even imagine would study and preserve his work, or that children who weren't even born yet would someday run their hands over the surface he made. But here we are, and the stones are still there. This makes me think that we should see ourselves as links in a long chain. The infrastructure we build, keep up, or let fall apart will affect the world that future generations get. The The decisions we make about how to use our resources, how to keep things running, and how to teach the next generation of engineers and craftspeople all have effects that last long after we're gone. We don't know how the next generations will see our decisions. We can't say for sure which of our buildings will still be standing in 2,000 years and which ones will have disappeared without a trace. But we can try to build with the same care and ambition that drove the best Roman engineers, making things that will last, using materials that are better than what we need right now, and spending money on things that will be useful in the future, even if it seems like a lot. The funny thing is that the Romans, who were so sure that their empire would last forever, would be shocked to learn that their roads lasted longer than their civilization. They probably would have liked it better if their empire stayed the same instead of just its infrastructure. But from where we stand, the fact that Roman roads are still there makes Rome feel more, not less, eternal. As you finish your warm drink and get ready for bed, think about how this story could help you as you go about your day. When you drive on a highway or walk down a street, think about the history that lies beneath the surface. I wonder who walked this path before it was paved, what natural features made this route, and what stories could be told about all the trips that have happened here. Think about the people who keep our modern infrastructure running. They do unglamorous work like filling in potholes, clearing drains, and fixing bridges. In terms of work, they are the direct descendants of the Roman engineers and maintenance crews. They're using better technology to solve the same basic problem, but it's the same basic problem, keeping paths open so that people and things can move. Don't just see ruins like old Roman roads or empty modern highways as failures. Also see them as proof that people keep trying, building and connecting. Think of them as proof that we're all part of a long story that started before we were born and will go on after we're gone. The last light in your room is fading, and you're probably getting sleepy, which is exactly what should happen when you read a bedtime story. You've been with me on trips to ancient building sites, medieval manor houses, busy imperial highways, and overgrown ruins that the forest is slowly taking back. You walked on pavement that people have been walking on for 2,000 years, and you thought about what it means that their work is still there even though their civilization is gone. You've thought about why roads are important, how they are made, how they work, and what happens when the systems that keep them up fail. But most importantly, you've tapped into something basic about being human. Our need to move, connect, and get past the things that keep us from getting to the people and places we want to go. Roads are one of the most basic technologies that people have made. They make paths permanent and routes reliable. Because they meet this basic need, every culture in history has made them in some way. The old roads that fell apart when empires fell show us that being strong isn't enough. Infrastructure needs constant care, enough money, technical know-how, and a commitment to the community. Even the best-made roads will eventually break down due to water, plants, frost, and the slow work of nature to reclaim them. But those same old roads also show us how to be strong. Routes stay the same even when the pavement goes away. Local communities find ways to stay connected even when the central government fails, and the memory that roads used to run straight and true across whole continents gives people hope that they can do the same things in the future. As you drift off to sleep, you might dream of old roads that run through your dreams, like perfectly straight Roman highways, mountain paths made by Inca engineers, and Persian postal routes where messengers ride through the night. In dreams, these roads might all connect, making a network that goes through time and space and connects the past with the present, Rome with now and what has been done with what could be done. Tomorrow, when you get up and start your day, you'll be on the road. You could be driving, walking, or even just looking out your window at the street. Those roads are part of the same long story we've been talking about tonight. They're modern chapters in a story that started when the first people decided that worn paths could be made better, that routes could be kept up, and that connection was worth the money. The old roads have fallen apart, but new ones have been built. Some of the roads we use today will last longer than our civilization, just like Roman roads did. Some will be gone in a few decades, their materials reused, and their paths lost. We can't tell which is which, just like Roman engineers couldn't tell which of their roads would still be there 2,000 years later. But we can build carefully, keep it up, and remember that infrastructure is always a gift we leave for people we'll never meet. It's a gift that future generations may value or take for granted, but it will always shape their world. You're a part of this long human story of roads and ruins, connection and decay, building and rebuilding. Sleep well. The journey of tomorrow is waiting for you on roads that link your present to all the pasts and futures that have come before and will come after. The road keeps going, even though some of the roads are falling apart. The journey goes on, even when people stop to rest. The link between the past and the future stays strong, though, in stone, memory, and the human desire to see what's over the next hill. Picture this. It's 1911, and you've just landed what everyone calls a good job at the local textile mill. Your family's practically throwing a party because, hey, steady work is steady work, right? Little do you know, you have just committed to what feels like a very long, very loud and very dusty adventure filled with creative ways to dislike your life. Your first day starts at 5:30 a.m, which wouldn't be a problem if you were, say, a rooster. But you're not. You're a human being who needs sleep, and the mill whistle doesn't care about your beauty rest. That whistle becomes your new alarm clock, your lunch bell, and your freedom song all rolled into one ear-splitting package. It's like having a very punctual, furious metal bird living in your neighbourhood. Walking into the mill for the first time is like stepping into another world, if that world were designed by someone who really, really hated comfort. The noise hits you first. Imagine 1,000 typewriters having an argument with a brass band while someone runs a cheese grater over a chalkboard. That's your new soundtrack, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. The air inside feels thick enough to chew. Cotton dust floats everywhere like the world's most annoying snow, except this snow makes you cough and never melts. You'll spend your first week thinking you're coming down with something, until you realise that scratchy throat and those sneezing fits aren't temporary visitors, they're your new roommates. Your supervisor, a man whose smile disappeared sometime around 1897, explains your job with the enthusiasm of someone reading a grocery list. You'll be tending machines that look like they were built by someone who thought, you know what this device needs? More ways to catch fingers. These mechanical beasts consume cotton and expel thread, and their temperament is akin to that of a cat during a thunderstorm. The learning curve is steep, which is a polite way of saying you'll spend your first month feeling like you're trying to juggle while riding a unicycle in an earthquake. Every machine has its personality, and most of them have bad attitudes. There's the one that jams if you look at it wrong, the one that makes a weird clicking sound that means either everything's fine or run for your life, and the one that seems to wait until you're distracted to break something expensive. Your fellow workers welcome you with the kind of tired solidarity that comes from shared suffering. They will teach you important information, such as which water fountain actually works, where to hide when the floor supervisor is in a bad mood, and how to eat lunch in exactly 12 minutes, since that is all the time you're given. These people become your mill family, bonded together by cotton dust, and the mutual understanding that everyone's just trying to make it through another day without losing a finger. The pay sounds decent when they tell you about it, until you realise that decent is relative. Sure, you're making more than the guy who sweeps streets, but you're also working twice as hard and breathing air that's more cotton than oxygen. Your wages might cover rent, food, and maybe a small luxury like soap, but forget about those fancy things like saving money or buying clothes that don't smell permanently of machine oil. By the end of your first week, you've acquired what everyone refers to as a mill cough, a charming little ailment that will accompany you constantly. Your hands are already showing the signs of your new profession: small cuts from handling rough materials, calluses from gripping tools, and a general toughness that comes from shaking hands with machinery all day. Your mother would cry if she saw your hands, but then again, your mother isn't trying to feed a family on mill wages. The worst part, you're just getting started. Your typical day begins before the sun recalls its task. The mill whistle doesn't care if you went to bed late, if you're feeling under the weather, or if you'd rather spend the morning doing literally anything else. It screams at 5:30 a.m. sharp, and you'd better be screaming back, or at least stumbling toward the mill gates. Breakfast is whatever you can grab and stuff in your mouth while walking. Typically, breakfast consists of bread, perhaps accompanied by a smidgen of butter if you're indulging in luxury. Coffee is a luxury most days, which means you're facing 12 hours of machinery maintenance on whatever enthusiasm you can muster from stale bread and the fear of unemployment. The walk to work becomes a parade of the perpetually exhausted. You join a stream of fellow workers, all moving with the same determined shuffle of people who'd rather be anywhere else but know they can't afford to be. Everyone's carrying their lunch pail, a tin box that contains what optimists call a meal, and realists call food-shaped objects that might keep you alive until quitting time. Clocking in is an art form. You have to be there exactly on time, not early enough to seem eager, not late enough to get docked pay. The time clock doesn't forgive, and neither does your supervisor. Being 2 minutes late means losing half an hour's wages, which might not sound like much until you realise that half an hour's wages could mean the difference between having meat for dinner or making friends with potatoes again. Once you're officially on the clock, the machines demand your complete attention. They're like mechanical toddlers. They need constant watching and frequent fixing, and they'll hurt themselves the moment you look away. Your job is to keep the thread running smoothly, which sounds simple, until you realise that smoothly is apparently a foreign concept to most textile machinery. Threads break. They break a lot. When a thread snaps, everything stops until you can tie it back together. Your task might sound easy, but try doing it quickly while wearing thick work gloves, squinting through cotton dust, and knowing that every second of downtime is a second. Your supervisor is mentally calculating how much money you're costing the company. The noise never stops. Ever. You learn to communicate using gestures because shouting over the machinery makes your voice hoarse by noon. You develop your own sign language with your co-workers. Pointing means look out. Waving means help. And the universal gesture of clutching your throat means I need water before I pass out. Speaking of water, staying hydrated is like trying to fill a bucket with a hole in it. You sweat constantly from the heat of the machines and the physical work, but getting a drink means leaving your station, which means risking a lecture from your supervisor about productivity. You learn to gulp water like a marathon runner whenever you can sneak away for 30 seconds. Lunch break is exactly 30 minutes, and that includes the time it takes to find a clean spot to sit, unwrap your food, eat it, and get back to your machine. Most days, you consume cold sandwiches, oblivious to the fact that cotton dust and machine oil have covered your clean spot. Gourmet dining, it is not. The afternoon drags on endlessly in August. Your back aches from bending over machines, your feet throb from standing on concrete floors, and your hands are starting to feel like they belong to someone else. The clock on the wall moves with the speed of continental drift, and you find yourself checking it every few minutes, certain that it must be broken. By 6 p.m, when the final whistle blows, you've earned every penny of your wages and then some. Walking home is an excruciating experience, and the prospect of repeating the entire process tomorrow fills you with dread. However, at least you have Sunday off, a day you'll spend recuperating sufficiently to resent Monday morning once more. Working in a textile mill in 1911 is like playing a daily game called What's Going to Try to Hurt Me Today? The rules are straightforward. Every object in the mill carries the potential for danger. Other people's possessions serve as safety equipment, and your best defence is attentiveness and optimism. Let's start with the machines themselves, shall we? These mechanical marvels were designed by engineers who apparently thought safety features were for weaklings. Exposed gears spin happily at eye level, ready to grab loose clothing, hair, or any body part foolish enough to get too close. The spinning wheels and belts create a symphony of moving parts that look like they were inspired by medieval torture devices. Your fingers become precious commodities. Every textile worker has stories about someone who got too close to the picker or learned the hard way about the carding machine. You develop an almost supernatural awareness of where your hands are at all times, because losing a finger doesn't just hurt, it means you can't work, and if you can't work, you can't eat. Cotton dust poses a unique threat. It gets into everything. Your lungs, your eyes, your food, your clothes, and probably your dreams. You breathe it, you eat it, and you wear it home like the world's most persistent perfume. After a few months, you develop a condition that everyone politely refers to as mill cough, although cotton lung would be a more accurate description. It starts as a little tickle in your throat and grows into a reliable companion that accompanies you everywhere. Then there's the noise, not just loud, but the kind of loud that makes your ears ring for hours after you leave work. You find yourself shouting at home without realising it, because your hearing has adjusted to compete with the constant roar of machinery. The constant roar of machinery encourages your family to speak up during dinner, making quiet conversations obsolete. The summer heat transforms the mill into a sauna-like environment, complete with cotton dust and a constant risk of mechanical injury. The large machines produce heat akin to tiny furnaces, and when combined with the intense summer sun on the tin roof, the working conditions escalate from discomfort to potential death. Heat exhaustion regularly causes workers to collapse, prompting a response akin to resolving a machine jam quickly and returning to work. Fire is another constant worry, though nobody likes to talk about it much. All that cotton dust hanging in the air is basically kindling, waiting for a spark. The wooden floors are soaked with machine oil, the electrical systems are what you might generously call experimental, and everyone smokes because, hey, what's one more risk? Fire drills consist mainly of hoping nothing catches fire and trusting that you can run faster than the flames. The chemical treatments used on the cotton create their own problems. Your skin develops a permanent relationship with various dyes and treating agents that would make a chemist nervous. Your hands acquire captivating hues that remain unwashable, and you acquire the ability to distinguish various chemical processes solely through scent, not a choice, but a necessity. Accidents happen with the regularity of sunrise. Someone gets their sleeve caught in a machine, another worker slips on the oil-slick floors, or somebody forgets just how hot those metal parts can get. The company's response to workplace injuries is usually some variation of "be more careful next time," accompanied by a lecture about personal responsibility. Your feet, encased in whatever boots you can afford, spend 12 hours a day on concrete floors that seem designed to cause maximum discomfort. By the end of each day, walking feels like balancing on two clubs, and you develop a deep appreciation for any opportunity to sit down. The worst part is that all these hazards are just part of the job. Nobody talks about making things safer. They talk about being tougher, more careful, and more aware. You adapt out of necessity, forming reflexes and habits that could potentially keep you alive long enough to earn your wages. And tomorrow, you get to do it all over again. Let's talk about money, because in 1911, your relationship with money as a textile worker is complicated. Like being married to someone who promises to love you but keeps forgetting to show up for dinner. Your weekly wages sound almost respectable when the supervisor mentions them during hiring. Maybe $8 or $9 a week if you're lucky and experienced. That's real money. At least it's real money until you start trying to spend it on real things like food, rent, and the occasional luxury of soap that doesn't smell like lye. Here's where things get interesting in that not actually interesting, more like depressing way. The company has mastered the art of giving generously while simultaneously taking advantage of you. Sure, they pay you weekly wages, but they've also created a beautiful system of fines, deductions, and company policies that ensure most of your money never actually makes it to your pocket. If you arrive late at work, you will incur penalties. That'll cost you. Does the machine break down because of normal wear and tear? Somehow that's your fault too, and it'll cost you. Need to buy work supplies? Conveniently, the company store is conveniently located, ready to sell you everything at prices that would make a highway robber blush. Your thread, your needles, even your machine oil, all come out of your wages at rates that make you wonder if the children of the company store owner are planning to attend Harvard. The company housing is another beautiful scam. They offer you a place to live, which sounds generous until you realise they're charging rent that eats up nearly half your wages for the privilege of living in what amounts to a wooden box with windows. The construction of these houses reflects the meticulous attention to detail and craftsmanship of someone attempting to complete a project before lunch. The walls are thin enough that you know everything about your neighbours' lives, the roof leaks with artistic creativity, and the plumbing works on the same principles as prayer. Food becomes a daily exercise in creative mathematics. You learn to make meals out of ingredients that cost almost nothing and fill you up just enough to keep working. Potatoes become your best friend, beans become your steady companion, and meat becomes that exciting acquaintance you see maybe once a week if you're lucky. You develop cooking skills that would impress a frontier pioneer. How to make filling soup out of bones and vegetables that other people might throw away. How to stretch a small piece of meat across 3 days of meals. And how to make bread last longer by eating less of it. Your work clothes are another expense that nobody mentions during hiring. The machines are hard on fabric, the dust and chemicals stain everything permanently, and you need at least 2 sets of work clothes so you can wash one while wearing the other. Buying new clothes means going without something else, so you learn to patch, mend, and wear things until they're more patched than the original fabric. Saving money is like trying to hold water in your hands, technically possible, but requiring perfect conditions and a lot of luck. Most weeks you're doing well if you break even. A good week means you have a few coins left over for something special, like better food or maybe a newspaper. A bad week means choosing between paying rent on time or eating properly. The really frustrating part is watching the mill owners drive past in their fancy carriages, wearing clothes that cost more than you make in a year, living in houses that could fit your entire neighbourhood. They talk about the dignity of work and the value of honest labour while paying wages that make dignity feel like an expensive luxury you can't afford. Medical expenses are particularly cruel. Get sick or injured, and you lose wages for the days you can't work. Need to see a doctor? That costs money you don't have for treatment you can't afford. The company's solution is usually some variation of work through it. Or, maybe you should have been more careful. Your financial planning consists mainly of hoping nothing unexpected happens, because unexpected things cost money you don't have. A broken shoe, a sick child, or a winter that's colder than usual, any of these can turn a tight budget into a financial disaster. But hey, at least you have steady work, right? That's what everyone keeps telling you anyway. Social life as a textile worker in 1911 is like trying to have a party in a library during an earthquake. Technically possible, but you're working with some serious limitations. Your social circle consists mainly of other people who understand why you smell permanently of cotton dust and machine oil. These are folks who don't judge you for falling asleep mid-conversation, or for having hands that look like you've been wrestling with mechanical equipment all day, because they've got the same problems. You bond over shared misery in a way that's both heartwarming and deeply depressing. The mill becomes its own little community, complete with all the drama, gossip and petty feuds you'd expect when you stick a bunch of tired, underpaid people together for 12 hours a day. You learn everyone's business whether you want to or not, who's behind on rent, whose husband drinks too much, who's been sneaking extra breaks, and who's been getting cosy with the floor supervisor in hopes of easier assignments. Romance in the mill is complicated. Potential partners surround you, understanding your life because they share it. On the other hand, everyone's exhausted, stressed about money and covered in cotton dust, which doesn't exactly create ideal conditions for romantic relationships. Mill courtships tend to be practical affairs, finding someone who can help you survive rather than someone who makes your heart flutter. Your work schedule makes having a social life about as simple as juggling while blindfolded. You work 6 days a week, 12 hours a day, which leaves you Sunday to recover, do laundry, buy groceries, and maybe, if you're very lucky, have something resembling fun. Sunday becomes sacred, the one day when you can remember what it feels like to be a human being instead of a machine tender. The company-town social hierarchy is fascinating in its own twisted way. At the top you've got the mill owners and managers, living in their fancy houses on the hill, hosting garden parties, and complaining about the difficulty of finding good help. Below them are the skilled workers and supervisors, who get to look down on the regular mill hands while still being looked down on by management. At the bottom, you've got the newest workers, the ones who haven't figured out the system yet and still think things might get better. Entertainment options are limited but creative. There's usually a company store that doubles as a gathering place, where you can buy overpriced goods and catch up on gossip. Sometimes there's a church, which serves as both spiritual comfort and social club. The really exciting social events might include a company picnic once a year, where management makes speeches about the mill family while serving food that costs less per person than most workers make in an hour. Drinking is popular, which probably won't surprise anyone who's spent 12 hours a day tending temperamental machinery for wages that barely cover rent. The local taverns understand their clientele, working people who need to forget their problems for a few hours and don't have much money to spend doing it. These establishments serve drinks strong enough to cut through cotton dust, and cheap enough that you can afford to buy a round for your fellow sufferers. Your reputation in the community is directly linked to your work performance and your ability to remain silent about working conditions. Complain too much, and you're labelled a troublemaker. If you make infrequent complaints, people may perceive you as being unresponsive to management. There's a narrow path between being considered a good worker and being considered someone who's given up on life entirely. Letters from family members who don't work in mills become precious treasures, offering glimpses into a world where people have time for things like hobbies, where Sunday is actually a day of rest, and where conversations aren't conducted through gestures over the roar of machinery. These letters remind you that there's life beyond the mill walls, even if that life feels increasingly distant. The social pressure to appear grateful for your job is constant. Anyone who suggests that working conditions could be better is quickly reminded that jobs are scarce, and there are plenty of people who would love to have your position. This phenomenon creates a community of people who are simultaneously miserable and afraid to admit it, which makes for some very interesting social dynamics. However, It's comforting to share your misery with others. By now, your body has become a living testament to the joys of industrial labour. If bodies were books, yours would be titled, "Everything That Can Go Wrong in a Textile Mill, A Personal Journey." Your hands deserve their chapter in this sad story. They've transformed from whatever they used to be into something resembling leather gloves that have been through a war. The calluses have calluses, and your fingers have developed their own independent relationship with pain. You can identify different types of thread by feel alone, not because you're particularly skilled, but because your nerve endings have been educated by thousands of hours of handling rough materials. The constant vibration from the machines has given your hands a permanent slight tremor, like you're always cold or nervous. This condition makes simple tasks at home surprisingly difficult. Eating soup becomes an adventure, writing a letter turns into an exercise in patience, and trying to thread a needle for personal sewing projects is like performing surgery while riding a horse. Your hearing is being subjected to an intensity that would make a prizefighter sympathetic. The constant roar of machinery has left you with a permanent ringing in your ears that sounds like a very small, very persistent bell that never stops chiming. You find yourself asking people to repeat things, not because you're not paying attention, but because normal conversation has become surprisingly quiet compared to your workplace soundtrack. Your lungs have developed their own cotton processing facility. The mild cough that started as an occasional tickle has evolved into a reliable companion that wakes up with you every morning and stays with you throughout the day. You produce more cotton-coloured phlegm than any human should, and you've learned to time your coughing fits so they don't interfere with machine operation. Your back has aged about 20 years in the first few months of mill work. All that bending over machines, lifting materials and standing on concrete floors has given your spine the personality of an angry old man. You awaken with stiffness, endure escalating pain and retire to bed with a sense of resentment. Your feet have their complaints to file. 12 hours a day on concrete floors in whatever boots you can afford has given you an intimate relationship with foot pain. Your arches have fallen, your heels ache, and your toes have developed their own survival strategies. Each day, you walk home with the gait of someone who has hiked uphill in uncomfortable shoes, a situation that is not far from reality. The heat and humidity of the mill have done strange things to your skin. You've developed a permanent light sheen of perspiration mixed with cotton dust that gives you the appearance of someone who's been lightly breaded for frying. Your complexion has taken on the pale, slightly greyish tone of someone who spends most of their daylight hours indoors under artificial lighting. Your sleep patterns have been completely reorganised around exhaustion. You don't wake up so much as get dragged back to awareness by the mill whistle, and you don't so much go to sleep as collapse into unconsciousness. Your dreams, when you remember them, often feature the sound of machinery and the feel of cotton dust in your throat. Your appetite has changed too. The physical demands of the work make you hungry, but the dust and chemicals you breathe all day have given food a slightly metallic aftertaste. Everything you eat seems to have a faint cotton flavour, which is less appealing than it sounds. The worst part is that all these physical changes are considered normal, even expected. Nobody talks about preventing them. They talk about enduring them. Your body is depreciating like a piece of machinery, wearing out from constant use under difficult conditions, and the general attitude is that such degradation is simply the price of employment. Your mirror becomes less and less friendly over time. The person looking back at you has the appearance of someone who's been through something difficult and prolonged. Your posture has changed, your expression has developed a permanent, slightly tired look, and your hands are always slightly stained with dyes and oils that never quite wash clean. But hey, at least you're building character, right? That's what people who don't work in mills like to say anyway. After months or years of this lovely life, you may be asking, does it get better? Well, that depends on your definition of better and your relationship with reality. Eventually, some workers manage to break free from the mill life, although the term escape may be overly dramatic. A few workers manage to save enough money to start small businesses, usually in textiles since that is what they know. Others marry into slightly better circumstances or move to different towns where the mills pay marginally better wages. These success stories circulate throughout the mill community like enchanting tales, instilling in everyone a semblance of hope to continue attending work. The really optimistic workers talk about their children having better lives, getting educations, and learning trades that don't involve breathing cotton dust for 12 hours a day. This notion becomes your motivation on the worst days. The idea that your suffering might mean something if it gives the next generation a chance at something better. It's a beautiful thought, even if the mill owner's children are already getting those better chances, while yours are learning to patch clothes and stretch soup. You develop survival strategies that would impress a wilderness guide. You learn exactly how to pace yourself to last 12 hours without collapsing, how to eat meals that provide maximum energy for minimum cost, and how to sleep deeply enough in 6 hours to function the next day. You become an expert in the art of functioning while miserable, which is a skill nobody teaches but everyone in the mill somehow learns. The mill community develops its own support systems. Workers share food when someone's family is struggling, cover for each other when illness strikes, and pass along information about better jobs or safer machines. You learn that solidarity isn't just a fancy word. It's what keeps you alive when the company sees you as expendable equipment. Some days, you catch glimpses of the world outside the mill walls, and remember that there are people living entirely different lives. They wake up when they want to, work at jobs that don't slowly kill them, and have money left over after paying for basic necessities. These glimpses are both inspiring and deeply depressing, like looking through a window at a party you're not invited to. Slowly, the political landscape is beginning to change. Labour unions, workplace safety laws, and the radical idea that workers might deserve basic protections are being discussed. These conversations happen in whispers because mill owners don't appreciate employees who think too much about their rights. But the seeds of change are being planted, watered by the shared misery of thousands of workers who are starting to realise that grateful for any job might not be the best approach to employment. Your relationship with work itself becomes complicated in ways that are hard to explain to people who've never spent years of their lives tending machines that seem designed to break down at the worst possible moments. You develop a grudging respect for your toughness, a pride in your ability to survive conditions that would break softer people. At the same time, you're acutely aware that this toughness came at a cost: your health, your time, your dreams of doing something else with your life. Years later, if you're lucky enough to have those years, you will probably have mixed feelings when you look back on your mill experience. You will likely feel a mixture of pride in your survival, anger at the conditions you endured, and a deep appreciation for any work that allows you to breathe clean air and keep your fingers intact. You'll tell stories that sound almost unbelievable to people who've never worked in heavy industry, and you'll probably downplay just how bad it really was, because some experiences are too big and complicated to explain to people who weren't there. The mill whistle, that sound that dominated your life for so long, will always trigger memories. Years later, hearing a similar sound will transport you back to those early mornings, those long days, and that particular combination of exhaustion and determination that characterized mill life. But here's the thing about surviving difficult experiences. They teach you what you're capable of enduring, and that knowledge becomes part of who you are. You learn you're tougher, more resourceful, and more resilient than you thought. And sometimes, on quiet Sunday mornings when you're not rushing to answer a mill whistle, that knowledge feels almost worth the price you paid for it. Almost.